Hey, how's it going, everyone? Here we are at OPTIC. We're at our photo walk in one of my favorite places, Washington Square Park. I've been coming here since I was a kid. It's a pleasure to lead a photo walk here. Right behind us, we have Canon doing a portrait station. We're calling them park portraits. And this is some of the beauty of OPTIC. We've done these amazing lead-up photo walks going right up into OPTIC. So we did record this. We're happy for you to check it out. Hopefully it feels like you're here in the park in New York City. Thanks, stay tuned. We got so much more good programming for you.
Even before shooting, you can just move the lens, see how much left I can go. See that much, almost to here, to him, and then and how much right I can go. But I'm not changing my position. See, I can go to the second window over. See that? So now you can do 3 shots. You can do 1 in the middle, 1 left, 1 right. Combine the 3. Now you have a panorama without any distortion. There's absolutely, you have full control over the perspective. You have full control over what you see. There's no second guessing. And you can do it on set if you're with a client and you have a tether station next to you and your client is looking over your shoulder. You can really quickly show them, saying like, look, normally you think that this is this, but this is what we're capturing. They'll be like, oh my God.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Chesler. I'm a New York City-based photographer doing headshots and portraits and other things. And I am really pleased as punch to be here with B&H for OPTIC 2021 for Photo Walk in Washington Square Park. And we're doing portraits, and I got a few tips for you about photographing people, perhaps agreeable strangers. One thing is, if it's contrasty out, the light's going to be hard to deal with. So loiter in good light equaling open shade. And if you'd like to travel light, just bring a reflector, somebody else has mine right now, and see if you can bounce a little light to get some catch lights in people's eyes. The other thing is know your settings and your camera inside out. When I'm out and about like this, I like to work in aperture priority mode, so I pick the aperture. I couple that with an auto ISO and a minimum shutter speed, so I know no matter what light I'm in, I at least get a certain shutter speed that my old hands can handle. And then be kind to people, connect and ask. Camera and a smile is a great excuse to talk to people, and it opens the world up. I'm really fortunate. It's literally taken me around the world, and in South Africa and Italy, and there's nothing better. Hi guys, Charles Chesler again. We're going to do a little example about trying to find the best light. I've got my friend Izzy here who's been hanging out. If I were approaching an agreeable stranger, I would ask if it was okay to take their photo. So the light here in Washington Square Park right now is challenging. It's a little contrasty. It's a little what we would call dappled. So I found some open shade for Izzy, and I'm going to bounce a little bit of light in. Is it going to be the most ideal photo ever? No. But it's going to be really good for what we're doing. So if you want to show, Izzy's in this open shade right now, and I look also, there's harsh light down on the ground. I'm making sure she's not in that. And the next thing I'm going to do is open up this reflector, because I want some catch light in her eyes, and I don't want to reflect into your camera. So I'm going to ask Izzy to bring her chin down, and I'm going to pop this, and now we're lighting her, and she actually helps me a lot, and she can hold on to it. And I'm going to get in real tight, guys, and I'm being mindful of the background as well. And then I do check what's going on with the light and the camera. Now the LCD screen, obviously, it can be dark or bright, and it's just a representative image, right? So it's not going to be exactly what you get, but I can decide with exposure compensation, shooting in aperture priority mode, whether I want to make it brighter or darker. So that's the way we do it.
Hey everybody, it's Derek with B&H here in New York City's own iconic Coney Island for a Sony-led photo walk as part of our upcoming OPTIC photo conference. We're going to be showing you all the best spots to take photos of on the boardwalk and the surrounding areas, and we brought along a couple of great photographers to help us with tips and tricks for getting your greatest shots and capturing Coney Island in its true essence. Along with us, we brought Sony artisan Ira Block, Allison Wright, and Ron Wyatt, who are going to be showing you their best tips and tricks for getting all the great photos.
Hi, I'm Ira Block, Sony Artisan of Imagery here at Coney Island in a beautiful rainy day, but we're getting great images. I love shooting here at Coney Island. Right now we're photographing some guys fishing off the pier, and maybe I could, cut one of those fish up and we'll have some sushi. Sounds like a plan. Well, the great thing about this overcast weather is that when you're shooting and you find something with color like the lifeguard stands with the orange umbrellas, the colors look fantastic. They really pop out against the gray. So it's good shooting colorful things in this kind of light, and reflections from the rain. It's always a winner there.
Hi, my name is Allison Wright. I am a documentary photographer. I work with National Geographic and I've published a number of books. I love photographing people. That is my go-to. It's a little rainy today, but this kind of light is beautiful for photographing people. It's a really nice softbox effect as opposed to if it was really bright sun, it might be a little harsh. I'm working today with the Sony A9 and I love this 2470 2.8 go-to lens. It's a great workhorse. So often when I'm walking around, I'll find a background that I really like, and then I'll wait and either find somebody and make a photo of them in front of the background. I think it's very important to think about your backgrounds. You don't want to just grab people in a bad background or bad lighting. So I might, if I'm making sort of a portrait camera aware, I'll put them in front of the background, or I'll wait for someone to walk in front of the background. But given the light situation and there's not that many people on the boardwalk, I'm actually going to make a photo here of Madeline. So when I'm making a portrait of somebody, and again, I'm loving this light, and can I call you Maddie? So Maddie looks great. I love the colors, I love this background. And so if I'm making a portrait, one thing that is always challenging, what do you do with someone's hands? So I love her hair, obviously, but I would take first I would do like a standard portrait of like getting her body in there, maybe 3/4. Hey Maddie, could you look at me? Thank you. And then I really think about my light source. Like even when it looks like there's not much light, I really want those catch lights in the eyes. And Maddie's got beautiful, sort of ocean blue eyes. So I'm gonna wanna try and get that light on her. And then I'm getting some of the braids. And then because I love the colors of this background, I'm thinking to really get this a little bit more of the background and then try to get some that are off center. Then I start thinking about props. Like what would be something that might be kind of fun to incorporate into the photo? I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but it's kind of fun to try. So that gives a little pop of blue, but it's kind of covering her face. So I don't want that. So I always ask people, is it okay to touch you? Because even if I'm in a different culture, I just think, how would I want to be treated? I would want someone to ask me, is it okay to touch you? And even if they don't speak the language, they get that you're respecting them. So is it okay to touch you? Because if you are you don't want to just start moving someone around because they might not be comfortable with that, especially if they are from another culture. So I'm really looking at Maddie's face. So then that still keeps the light on her face, but what this is doing, it's adding a splash of color because there's so much creativity and interesting things going on that match her beautiful braids, her purple nail polish. It's a way of getting the hands in the photo. But like painting, I study painting and I really think about how are people creating photos of other people, Rembrandt, Caravaggio, Vermeer. And so when you look at hands, think a lot about hands. So Maddie's not really aware because this is what she does, but she's really gripping. So I'm gonna ask you to soften your hands and just so they don't look so splayed. And while this might feel weird and abnormal, it looks really natural for the photo. But So let's see, I'm gonna touch you like this, and then Maddie, just kind of, when someone's being photographed, it is sort of unnerving, so I just, take a breath, you know? And it's funny, because even in another culture, and I do work mostly in other cultures, that I'll just go, and it is universal, wherever you are. People are gonna like breathe, and then they kind of laugh because, you know, it's like weird, but it works, and it gives people, whatever you can do to get people to loosen up. So, oh my goodness, you look so wonderful, Maddie, like beautiful. And then, can I do one more of you over here by the Coney Island? So, right there. So this to me says Coney Island. And then let's just try something good. All right, Maddie, look at me, please. Nice. Because nothing says Coney Island like a mural that says Coney Island. And those are my tips for photographing in Coney Island.
Hi, I'm Ron Wyatt, and I'm happy to be at the photo walk at Coney Island. And the one thing I noticed is some of the photographers were here today. We got a little rain, and I'm going to suggest that you always have your lens hood with you. It will help protect you from getting fingerprints and having to clean that lens, and also from raindrops. And never, ever when it's raining, take your lens and point it up to the sky, because guess what? You're going to have the lens drops. When I do travel photography classes, I like to tell people, when you're in New York, you don't want to just shoot the World Trade Center, the Empire State Building, or main objects of the city. You want to do some of the little shots that says New York City and Coney Island. And one of those shots is Nathan's. And I always recommend, if you can get a shot like Nathan's or logos that tell the story of Nathan's, the famous hot dog joint here in New York, then you want to be able to capture that in a photograph. And one thing that's nice about this area, even though it's closed, but they have a really nice viewing of a Nathan's hot dog. So that's a photo that you could put in your collection that will help tell the story about Coney Island and being in New York City.
Well, that's all the tips and tricks we have for you for today. I hope you did all learn something and enjoy coming along for the ride with me, Ira, Allison, and Ron. I want to send a special thank you to B&H for Sony for today's wonderful event, and remind you to make sure you check out OPTIC July 11th and 12th. That's all from me. Catch you guys next time.
Hello, and welcome to the 7th edition of OPTIC. Wow, it's been a wild ride since our first conference in 2015. Each year we choose a theme, and this year we're going with dispatches from the field, as we have collected our presentations from across the world. Over the next 2 days, we will unveil the work of photographers from the South Pacific to the Galapagos, Scotland, Alaska, the Arctic, across the United States. I'm David Brommer, your host and director of the OPTIC Conference. I'm coming directly from the medieval hilltop city of Cortona, the home and inspiration for Francis May's Under the Tuscan Sun books and feature film, as well as the home of Cortona on the Move, a photo festival that's going on its 10th year. I'm actually presenting to you right in front of Cacio Brillo, my favorite wine bar here in Cortona. The past year and a half have been one for the ages. All the last OPTICs, back in June of 2020, we scrambled to produce an all-virtual OPTIC. And since then, B&H has become experts at the virtual trade show. In lieu of OPTIC West, we pivoted to OPTIC All-Stars in November of 2020 and invited the rock stars of prior optics back to present. This may have been a difficult year, but nothing can stop the passion for the great outdoors. Our conference partner, Lindblad Expeditions, had their fleet dry docked for over a year, but we are happy to report that they are resuming operations with limited destinations and have a plan to resume full operations by year's end. Looking inward, we have all learned many lessons this past year and a half, such as a deep appreciation of what was taken away from us, and we've had much time to reflect on what is important to us. Looking forward, we can bravely go back into the world and not waste a moment, since we now know how valuable those moments actually are, and what we can do with them. That being said, let's start off OPTIC 2021 with a unanimous shout out of Onward, and go into this year's program with a look at what is in store for you over the next 2 days. Ciao. Buongiorno. This year's selection of main stage speakers sees many new presenters and a few return presenters that will shape your vision for years to come. To start with, I'm absolutely ecstatic to share with you our keynote speaker, Thuy de Roy, a native of the world's foremost destination for wildlife photography and the inspiration behind Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. I met Thuy in 2015 on a Lindblad Expeditions 2-week journey where her story and vast expertise was shared. Now, Thuy is on a mission to photograph every species found on those legendary 10 islands, and her own story is as interesting as those volcanic islands are. It is my big dream to host her at OPTIC, and now going virtual, it allows us to bring her to you. And my other dream has been to platform one of the legendary photographic fathers of the American urban landscape, George Tice, a truly great photographer who is collected in all the major museums. George epitomizes the highest spectrum of photography in the tradition of Walker Evans and Bernice Abbott. We journeyed to George's home to interview the master and view his darkroom and archives. Truth be told, I've been asking George to present at OPTIC since its inception, and he finally took me up on it. The inclusion of these two significant photographers, one wildlife and one landscape, will supercharge your enthusiasm for exploring the world with your camera. We are very proud to showcase them at OPTIC. This year's lineup of speakers only begins with them. We have a selection of speakers that will captivate you, keep you glued to your screens for the next 2 days. It's pretty amazing how far we've come. Now, as a matter of fact, our main stage can't contain all the talent that has been recruited to speak at OPTIC. We're adding a second virtual stage too. So while you'll find the seasoned pros you come to expect at OPTIC, such as National Geographic photographers, top-end brand ambassadors, and the B&H guest photographers on the main stage, we've created the Creator Stage. Now, it's going to be coming to you live and filled with compelling and specialized speakers across a broad range of photographic disciplines. The second stage is hosted by B&H's own Gabriel Biederman and Michael Hollander. All programming at OPTIC is recorded and will be provided to you to watch after the conference ends. So don't feel if two speakers are scheduled at the same time, you can choose one to watch now and one to watch later. You'll want to virtually stroll through the expo where you can find the best brands in photography, showcasing their newest and latest and greatest. On the OPTIC stages, you will find inspiration, but in the expo, you'll discover equipment to realize those creative goals. There are 2 virtual expo Zoom rooms for you to visit, and a tip to get the most out of OPTIC is that we are not recording the expo for later viewing. But as I just mentioned, the 2 stages are being recorded. So if you had to prioritize, visit the expo first and then watch the stage recordings later. It's at your convenience. We've got you covered, so you won't miss anything. Now we're on the subject of equipment. Don't forget to check out the famous OPTIC show book, where you can find special show prices and promotions on the latest equipment. In addition, you can find the presenters' galleries, articles, and a Galapagos flora and fauna word find. The show book is like an old school photo magazine with compelling ads and education. Don't forget to click on the download and peruse the show book. It's super fun, and you can save some money on that lens or camera that you've really been craving to go shoot with. Speaking of shooting, we hope you entered the OPTIC Challenge. Be the first to find out who won in each of the categories as we unveil the winners over the next 2 days on the main stage. We have a schedule of when we'll be announcing the winners for those categories. So check out the schedule of announcements where you can see the winning images. And as always, we wish you the best of luck having your image selected and win the OPTIC Challenge. But wait, there's more. During the month of June and early July, leading up to OPTIC, we hosted webinars, critiques, and photo walks. We've recorded and edited them all and have them ready for you to enjoy whenever you wish to see them. The webinars are chock full of useful techniques, and critiques are vital to leveling up your photography. Even if your image wasn't shown during the critique, you can always learn something from a good crit session and get a feel for what the New York City photo walks were like on our photo walk sizzle reels. It's the next best thing to actually coming to New York City and being on the photo walk. So there you have it. 2 stages, a virtual expo, webinars, crits, photo walks, a contest, and this hopefully last virtual before we return to in-person events is going to be off the hook. We're so happy you can join us as we celebrate the great outdoors at OPTIC. I'd like to take the time to share some thoughts I have on photography while showcasing the special place in the heart of Italy, the province of Tuscany, the town of Cortona. I've come to this place for 20 summers now, never missing one summer. Each year I assign myself a photo project. From Italy looking up, to capturing the denizens, and seeking out compositions. Our work is history. Take these images of the old hospital, which are now truly vintage, as the hospital is now in a state of demolishment. If not for the photography, then how would these details live on? Going to new places and exploring them with your camera is a sublime pleasure. However, going back to places offers even greater rewards. Think of your first visit as a rehearsal, but your second trip and subsequent trips back are the true performance, because you know the lay of the land. Sometimes you are so very close to a great images, but circumstances work against you. The second time you go, however, you can beat the odds and come back with the winning images because you are better prepared to face locations' challenges, or maybe the weather is just better. As photographers, we are a unique breed. Our luggage tends to be the heaviest. Instead of sleeping in, we chase sunrises, and while others, after a long day of travel and sightseeing, enjoy a dinner during sunset, we are still working. Our eyes are trained to find details, sort out the story as it unfolds in front of us, and we often stop and stare at shadows. To be a photographer is to be both observer and recorder. We spend inordinate amounts of money on equipment and spend as much time making photographs as editing them. I wouldn't trade any of this for anything. Our work is important, even if we just consider it fun. We immortalize moments and share where we've been and what we have seen. Much like Dr. Jonas Salk said, the reward is the work. This rings true for photographers. I'm most happy when I'm looking through the viewfinder. I've mentioned that our photography serves as history of our Earth, and that is displayed in the recent change of the seascape of Galapagos. The famous Darwin Arch collapsed in mid-May. This landmark is forever changed, and those lucky enough to have captured it is a true treasure in their archive. Photographer and director of the Lindblad Expeditions Photography Program, Ralph Lee Hopkins, has been documenting the coast of the California Baja Mexico for many years, and his work is now the definitive example of climate change in that region. Our world is constantly shifting, with sea levels rising and population expanding. Your work is a testimony to what and is becoming. Here at OPTIC, we'll show you how to capture and archive the photographs you make as you travel and explore the wonders of planet Earth. From your backyard, to your local park, to state parks, to national parks, and across the continents, OPTIC is a definitive outdoor photography travel imaging conference dedicated to the exploration and conservation of our shared planet. So without further ado, we are pleased to start with the first contest announcement and lead up with the first dispatch from the field. The 7th annual OPTIC conference begins now. Onward. We would like to thank the OPTIC 2021 sponsors, which represent the state-of-the-art in imaging. From cameras to computers and everything in between you need to create world-class photo and video, the OPTIC sponsors represent the industry's best equipment and software manufacturers.
The B&H OPTIC Challenge Marketplace Award, sponsored by MSI, with judging by David Brommer. The winner will receive an MSI 16-inch Creator Z16 multi-touch laptop. And the winner is... Christmas in New York by Lou Savage. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
Well, we hope you're enjoying OPTIC, with so much inspiration and pent-up energy to get out as the world opens up. You'll need to do a review of your camera kit and score some new gear for that trip you've been waiting to go on for over a year. Now, what if I told you that you could do a massive gear refresh and have 6 months to 2 years to pay it off without interest? Well, now you can with the B&H financing card. You'll want to hop over to the B&H website to read all the details, but it's just one more way that B&H is here to help you out. And now, back to our programming at OPTIC. Ralph Lee Hopkins travels the world's wild places with Lindblad Expeditions and National Geographic. Bringing over 25 years of leading expeditions from the Arctic to the Antarctic and all points in between, Ralph offers a wealth of wisdom and imagery to OPTIC. Now, I've traveled with Ralph many a day and night across the world, whom I can't help but call out, "Hey, Ralphie boy," when a glacier calves or a whale breaches the sea. As Director of Expedition Photography for the National Geographic Fleet, he has photographed expeditions around the globe. His books include Hiking the Southwest, Geology and Nature Photography, Documenting the Wild World. Ralph has spoken at every OPTIC conference, not missing one, and for good reason. He is one of the OPTIC founders. Ralph is going to take us to photograph in the polar regions and show us how to tackle challenging conditions. Take it away, Ralphie boy.
Well, hello again, everyone. This is Ralph Lee Hopkins coming to you this time from Charlotte, North Carolina. This is my 7th OPTIC. It's like a dispatch from the virtual field. For those of you who don't know me, I travel from pole to pole and places in between with Lindblad Expeditions and National Geographic. I photograph the exciting expeditions and voyages around the world to the world's wild places. And this is where I've been. Of course, we're here now in the Great Pause. I have snuck out a few times, which was the subject of some of my other talks. And this is how I do it, and this is how anyone listening can get from pole to pole. There are places in the world that are best explored by ship. And I'm a very lucky person, and the people who travel with us are also very lucky to be able to get on these ships. The National Geographic fleet, now operated by Lindblad Expeditions. Wow, we're going to be up to 10 ships named National Geographic very soon. And the newest one, which is waiting for its inaugural voyage, now it is on its way to Iceland as we speak. Hopefully it's going to happen this summer, the National Geographic Endurance. So I'm very excited to see the ship for the first time. But I am here again for the dispatch from the field. And I want to thank B&H and Lindblad Expeditions, again, for the opportunity to be talking to you at this 7th OPTIC. So photographing the polar regions and tackling challenging conditions. The Arctic. Wow, what an amazing, amazing place. Of course, the Arctic is in the north where there are polar bears. And this is where I had my first introduction to the polar regions. This is actually the first polar bear I ever photographed, going back to 1992, shot with a medium format camera, Fujicom 220 film, Fuji Velvia. Oh my God, that really takes me back. But it was looking into the eyes of this polar bear and seeing the landscape that was up there. And it also got me my first cover with what was then Special Expeditions, now Lindblad Expeditions. So when I'm talking about the Arctic here for now, I'm really focused in on Svalbard, but we could very easily be talking about Greenland. We could be talking about the Canadian Arctic. We could be talking about the Russian Arctic, but Svalbard is very dear to my heart. First of all, because you can fly up there. It's not like crossing the Drake's Passage to get there. You can fly to 76 degrees north where the Arctic pack ice is there waiting for exploration. And when you have ice, you're looking for the bears. And so I love photographing scenes where the wildlife are in their habitat. I'm also looking, especially now, for shots that are showing the changing conditions, because imagine this is 80 degrees north. This is the summer. There should be pack ice. You know, we're 600 miles from the North Pole. And we really are facing an Arctic that's going to be ice-free very, very soon. This is a composite image that I made a panoramic in. It could have been an iPhone photo, but when I shot it, the iPhone wasn't quite with us yet. But having this polar bear being rafted away from the ice front here, this is an ice cap in Northeast Land in Svalbard. It's a very telling story. An image that I've used a lot and has been published a lot, and 148 of my friends on the National Geographic Explorer also photographed this bear on this amazing day. But it's just, you're going to hear me talk about the mantra light, composition, moment. And when you have the moment, and this moment of the bear kind of looking at its reflection, not sure if it's going to make it across, again, another telling image about the ice is melting. This has also been used quite a bit with National Geographic and the Expeditions catalog and other uses. But I think this is the one image of polar bears, and I'm focusing on polar bears in the Arctic because it is the symbol of the Arctic. It's just this amazing, amazing keystone species up there hunting on the ice. This is a second year cub that had a brother and was with its mom and played in front of the ship one night after dinner, and I changed it to black and white, and it's just like the sweetest Swedish bear with the perfect coat. And this is one that I have framed and hanging on my wall. So let's go all the way south to the Antarctic. This is the National Geographic Explorer on a perfect day, glass day, and this is one of the lucky things that I get to do on board as a Nat Geo photographer, is to jump in a Zodiac and take advantage of a situation like this, because the Antarctica is the windiest place on the planet. It's actually on a current brochure cover with the National Geographic Small Ships catalog, which is featuring the Lindblad Expedition fleet, the National Geographic fleet. And of course, we're talking about going south to the bottom of the globe. And we go in our winter because the pole of the Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees. So it's winter down there. Now and we go down in our winter when it's summer down there. I wanted to point out both the Falkland Islands and the island of South Georgia. South Georgia is a very special place, as is the Falklands. So there are expeditions that go to all three destinations in a single voyage, but I'll be talking a lot about South Georgia. The Drake's Passage. I mean, to talk about challenging conditions, and I do get seasick when it's rough. I really have to watch myself and the way I stay from getting seasick in conditions like this. I'm not selling trips here. I'm talking about the conditions. Is I stay out on deck as much as I can and photograph the albatross and the waves. We have spotters on the bridge always looking for things. And the more you're out on deck, again, we're talking about places where you go, you've got to get there by ship. So heading across the Drake Passage, and so this is shot from the rail of the ship, usually the stern when things are moving around. And these albatrosses, this is a black-browed albatross following the ship. But it's not always like that. Here's a prion, here's a pintado petrel, just wingtip hitting this oily, reflective surface. And that is also, this is when we call it the Drake Lake. But it's about the ice. The first time everyone goes to the Antarctic, they go for the penguins. So I'll talk about penguins. The second time, and it's the destination that is most repeated. Antarctic is the most repeated destination of all the trips in the world because you find penguins on ice and you've got a variety of penguins. The beautiful, elegant Gentoo penguin, the kind of feisty but sophisticated chinstrap penguin that has that braying call, the almost stuffed animal like Adelie penguin. I mean, sometimes when you get up to them, that their little eyeball can move around in their socket almost like a stuffed animal. And then this was the subject of my big year talk at the last Optic, was finally encountering Emperor, the largest of all the penguins, the Emperor penguin. And look how this penguin dwarfs that photographer there. Well, of course, it's perspective. He's behind it, but seeing the Emperor. But there's this place called South Georgia, and the most magical of places, if you can get ashore at sunrise, is Gold Harbor, because there are tens of thousands of king penguins, the second largest, waiting for you. Now, this image is not from Gold Harbor, but this is the scene that you can encounter on the island of South Georgia. So let's get to some of the challenges. We have, I want to talk about gear. Less is more. Weather, you just have, yes, there will be weather, embrace it. Light, getting up early and staying out late in the land of the midnight sun. We got to mention that. And then talking about exposure, adding light to light, and I'll tell you what that means. Oh, I believe this is our friend Jason from B&H when he came on one of our trips. Well, he was loaning out gear, so he did not pare his gear kit down. I've shown this image before if you've been following my talks, and this is my camera timeline from the Brownie in junior high to learning composition one sheet at a time with the Linhof camera down to medium format, went through every Canon digital camera, and now I have moved on to Olympus because size matters, especially when you get to be my age. So being able to hand hold 800 to 1,000 millimeters from a moving ship has changed the game for me. Yes, the sensor is smaller, but it's also full frame. It's been designed to shoot on that smaller sensor so we don't have to crop. And all this stuff now, even though the cameras have gotten smaller, I think I'm carrying the same weight because I carry more stuff. So that's what's in my camera bag. And I put this up here for you because this will be an online demand presentation, so you could stop it and look at the things that I carry. But it all fits in a nice cube. So usually it's not going down in my backpack. It's going in this cube, and I use wheels, and we'll talk about that when we talk about bags here in a second. The reason I'm Olympus is it's compact and lightweight, weather sealed. It does have a 2x crop factor, but the sensors are designed for the optics, the very sharp optics of Olympus lenses. 7 stops of image stabilization. I can handhold long lenses, and then there's other features as well. Getting there, wheels. I'll end there. You can use wheels. You can get one of these waterproof cases, which is very nice when you're going to wet environments. Maybe a little overkill, though, for even advanced amateurs. So that's why I go with the packing cube that goes in it, then a carry-on bag, and then I'll have my backpack in my duffel. Having waterproof backpacks now, there's many different brands. Overboard, I really like it. Actually, that's where my packing cube is from. Of course, all available at B&H. But the most important thing is there's not bad weather. There's just bad clothing, as we say in the business. Being dressed for the weather, having layers, and having good gloves. I have to have access to my fingertips. And when we're talking in Antarctica and even the Arctic, it's not like we're there in the winter and it's below zero. It's below freezing on days where the wind's blowing and it's cloudy and it could be snowing, or even now rain happens. But you want good gloves that you can get to your fingertips. And these fold over mitts are the best I've found. And then you can put the hand warmers right in there and you're good to go. Wet landings, there will be wet landings, especially down south in Antarctica. So you want boots, you want the layers, you want the rain gear. You get the parka if you go down south. So you'll be set there, but being ready for the weather. So this is what I consider the essential gear. Again, I wrote it out so that if you're watching this presentation later, you can go through it. But you got to have 2 camera bodies. You got to have an iPhone. You've got to have some kind of waterproof camera when conditions are just really bad, or even to push it underwater. Let's say a seal or something swimming around the ship, or even a whale around the ship. Zoom lenses, of course, is the way to go, and then all the rest of the stuff. Tripod versus monopod, you probably won't use the tripod as much, but you certainly, unless you do video, but you certainly will use a monopod even out on deck. Weather, embrace it. This was me on my first, this is one of the earliest film documentaries by a guy named Frank Hurley. And that was actually from the Mawson expedition that predated the Shackleton expedition. And the reason why we know so much about the Shackleton expedition and the sinking of the ship and how famous they all became is because of Frank Hurley and his excellent photography. So here's the information on that film, the home of the blizzard. But this is what we encounter. When you first find the ice, you're south of the Antarctic convergence going south. You may get fog, you may get icebergs, you may get wind. Very beautiful environment to photograph. When weather's bad, you can still make, this is an exciting image. You've got the people clustered together like the penguins in a howling snowstorm. Here's a Gentoo penguin in a howling snowstorm. So you better be able to photograph in a howling snowstorm if you go to these places. And it makes for good images and for good stories, because most of us now love, when you should be telling the story of your adventure. Here's a polar bear in the fog. Some of the extreme conditions we get up north is, especially now with warming temperatures, there's a lot of fog. So you can imagine navigating a ship through the ice. But when the fog breaks, you might get a fog bow. So you may need to have a super wide angle lens or even a fisheye. Back to the Antarctic though, here's a snowstorm and 2 snow petrels against the ocean in the snowstorm. I converted to black and white with the snowflakes. Again, in bad weather, beautiful. Snowflakes coming by, this southern fur seal in this case, with the king penguins in the background, shell at the field. With snow, you want a little bit of motion, maybe a 30th of a second to get that streaking. But I shoot it every which way. I'll freeze the snowflakes and then I'll vary my exposure, but certainly my shutter speed. Also on a bad day with penguins coming ashore, you can play with motion blur. And you always have to ask yourself the question with motion blur, is it blurry or is it artistically blurred? And that's really for the viewer to decide, but you got to shoot a lot of images at 15th, 30th of a second, moving the camera. Playing with, again, this was a howling day on Deception Island near the old whaling water boats, playing with the snow, blowing off the bow of this little boat here, and I thought it made an effective black and white conversion. And here's a man that's embracing the weather. And again, there's no bad weather, there's just bad clothing. You don't have to go to this extreme, but this is one of our Zodiac drivers, Justin Hoffman, back in the day, wearing the right gear. Light. So here again, I'm saying, so light, composition, moment, the mantra. And this is the number one thing that, you deal with all the time in photography, especially in the Arctic regions, where when you go up north, and we always do get the question when we're this far north, can we see the northern lights? But we're there in the summer. So you've got to go there a different time of the year. But the midnights and the sun does not set when you're above the Arctic Circle during the summer when we're up there. So you're working with this harsh light, and you can do things like I always have to get 1 starburst in my presentation. But this is how you deal with that harsh, beautiful blue sky. It's the sky that normal people dream of, right? Perfect blue sky, and photographers are like, oh, I need clouds, but here we have clouds, and stopping down an F-22 and pinching it through these Arctic poppies. But look at the feeling tone and the different situation than this. Same type of flower. This was just, some might call it a miserable day. We had all this mist, but everything on the shore was was coated with raindrops. Every feather, every flower, every rock. It was just beautiful. But in the Antarctic, it does get dusk because we're not below the Antarctic Circle, because in the Arctic, there's the sea over the pole. In the Antarctic, there's a continent over the pole, so it's very hard to get south of the pole. We do it sometimes, south of the Antarctic Circle. We do it sometimes, but it can be choked with ice. But getting up early, and it's not uncommon for the photographers to be up out on deck, 3 in the morning. We're heading into what we call Iceberg Alley in the Wet LC. And it is just gorgeous. Sometimes you get, here's this like a spotlight of light coming through the clouds. I think the rest of the day it was cloudy. So if you woke up at normal time, 7 a.m. in time for the beautiful buffet breakfast on board, you probably would have missed this light. Sunrise landings in South Georgia. Well, we adjust the clock so it's not as early as it seems. But imagine you're on vacation and they wake you up at 4:30 in the morning. It's an optional wake up call. You can just ignore it and continue sleeping if you want to miss a gorgeous sunrise like this. Now, this image goes back a number of years, and I believe 2004 somewhere in and about there. Tom Mangelson was with us on this trip. It was a photo expedition. Tim Soper got us ashore early. And this is when our memory cards weren't so big. Maybe we had 2 gigabyte memory cards. All of us shot every card up before breakfast, because the light was that amazing. Other mornings, again, I love that spotlight light, and a couple just king penguins going out to sea here. And then this is back to Gold Harbor, where it's just being baked at 4 or 5 in the morning. Well, this is probably 5, 6 in the morning with the way we adjusted our clocks, with these penguins ready to go out to get their meal for the day. So we spend a lot of time on deck. This is back up in the Arctic with the midnight sun. So it's probably later in the summer because it's kind of becoming tangential to the horizon, and spending time on deck. And sometimes the colors are very subtle. So again, we're dressed in our gloves. You can go in for hot chocolate anytime in this case. So it's not like we're out camping, but the light, when you're that far north, the twilight just lasts and lasts and lasts. So you have to pull yourself to go get some sleep. You just have to pull yourself off the deck and pull your dark out shades, because the scenes like this just continue when there's good light. And I have to share this one because it's the #1, and this is where Captain Martin said, nobody goes to bed tonight, because it had been a miserable day. We went through the Lemaire Channel to the south end, and he had seen on the satellite that the front was moving and that the sun would peak out after dinner. And he was right. Again, when the sun is in these higher latitudes, even in the south, it's still higher latitudes going towards the South Pole, the sunsets just last, and the light just continued probably for an hour or 2 like this, and we cruised through the ice with everyone just shooting up every memory card. So how do you work with the light, especially in this white environment? And Stefan Lundgren, longtime naturalist with us, he coined this phrase, add light to light. And then I added, keep your histogram to the right. Because what your camera tries to do is stop down and make everything gray. It thinks gray is the right exposure. So you're constantly fooling your camera so that you can get white snow like this. Yes, you can do it in post, but you want the data to work with. Most of your color information is on the right side of the histogram, so you want to shoot bright. And so in this case, shooting it bright and then adjusting and processing Photoshop and just letting the background go white. But this is what it might look like if your camera was telling the truth with its exposure. It's going to put the histogram or the light values right in the middle. And what's in the middle? It's middle gray. So we're reviewing basically the histogram, which we all had to learn this digital light meter so that we can fool it. So now we go plus so that we shift that highlight peak over and your whites are approaching white. So it's the digital light meter. Black to the left, white to the right, with gray in the middle, and you want that white spike to the right. So in this case, the white spike is the snow to the right. It's not the pointed penguin. And then the small hump is not the hump of the left-hand penguin. It is just how much of darker tones are represented by the penguin's feathers. So the mantra, add light to light, keep your histogram to the right, will help you remember how to fool your camera. But there are other situations. 3 king penguins going out to shore, it's a darker scene. You may want to underexpose. So when it's dark, you say darken down. So you may want to go underexposed. in that situation, but not too far because you still want the data. So I put this up again for those of you who are streaming this. I mean, the camera does see the world in black and white and tries to make the correct exposure, that middle gray. So therefore you have to fool the camera. You don't want, and you'll see this online all the time, here's your polar bear and the snow is gray and the bear is dark. So you want to make sure to open up however you might do it. And most of us use exposure compensation in whatever setting we're in. And sometimes you got to go above +1, almost approaching +2. So an Arctic tern against the white sky, you want to see the tern, you don't want to see the silhouette. If you're lucky enough to get a light mantled albatross flying by the ship, you want to go plus on your exposure compensation so you can see the fine detail of that beautiful, beautiful bird. Add light to light, keep your histogram to the right. But there's one other thing in terms of light, and that is the color temperature of light we have to deal with. And most of us are shooting raw, but there's a lot of folks that still, I mean, we'll shoot JPEG, and JPEGs are fine, but you got to pay attention to the color temperature, or the color balance, which is what we call white balance, the WB button on most cameras. And if you shoot an auto, it might think it's cloudy, and it might go towards cloudy, and that's going to kind of muddy your blues. You want to keep in the Arctic areas the ice blue, the icebergs blue. So you tend to shoot and dial it back to daylight. And you can see the difference here, the difference in the blues, just with adjusting your white balance. Again, if you're shooting in RAW, you will be processing your color balance in post, because you'll have all the data there. But just a heads up to the eyes there to pay attention to that. So the mantra, getting back to the mantra, light composition moment. Again, I'm looking for shots when I'm out there that tells the story of the expedition, that makes you want to go there, that hopefully is not only what it looks like, but what it feels like, that sense of place. So here's a Zodiac shot through a beautiful blue iceberg. Actually, this was in the Canadian Arctic. So light composition moment. It had been a cloudy, windy day in South Georgia. We were at the nesting area for the wandering albatross, the bird with the largest wingspan, lives its life out at sea, comes ashore only to nest. And we're lucky enough to go visit this refuge called Pryan Island. And on this day, Paul Nicklin was on this trip actually as well. So he has a very similar image in his book. We had a rainbow, and the rainbow lasted, because we cycled the groups through, it lasted the entire landing. It just kind of hung there with the sun coming through the clouds. And then this is the courtship display of the wandering albatross. So to put it all together, you really want to do the storytelling images. You'd like to, because we want you all to become ambassadors. You'll be doing your own dispatch from the field. We want you to become ambassadors for the place you travel in the world, because we're very privileged people to be able to go to these places. And the more you know about a place, and if you capture wonderful, beautiful images about a place, you should be telling the story about how amazing these places are and why they're deserving of protection. So, you know, we give you a little formula, establishing shots, look for the activities of what you're doing, so to make people want to be there. Because if it's all just straight wildlife, I mean, that's a category as well, but it's like, you know, who were you there with? And people can put themselves, you know, don't you want to be in that Zodiac on the other side of that arch? They're not under the arch, and they don't drive through the arch. They're on the other side. It's very safe. And then shooting details that'll give visual variety. Oh, this was the time we got stuck in the ice. No, this is a setup shot. Of course, it's not like the Endurance, even though we do have a ship now called Endurance. But this is the type of thing. This was a magical evening, and talk about struggling with the color balance here. When this coming out of the camera, this is so blue because the light is low, the clouds are thick, it was snowing. You can see every piece of ice here has about 6 or 8 inches of snow on it. Just a beautiful scene. You can see all the snow on the Zodiac as well. But we were dressed for the weather and had a great time. Telling the story of encountering a leopard seal. And these are the leopard seals that aren't that friendly to penguins, because that's what they eat, a large percent of their diet. So the story, you know, the feeling tone, you know, talk about the moment of the leopard seal opening its, you know, the wide gape of its mouth versus this shot, you know, which is cute, a wet L seal on the ice. So how you shoot it, when you shoot it, what moment you capture is really going to give you a feeling tone. And so you can lead the viewer then through, when you're telling your story, through the exciting encounters. And what about this? Tom Ritchie here with a Gentoo penguin that jumped in his boat. A lot of times penguins will jump in boats when there's a leopard seal around. We don't know if that was the case. We never did see the leopard seal, but it hung out with Tom for a while we were ashore. And again, there is no substitute for cute, of course, but here's another kind of bad day situation. You know, it's snowing, and I chose in this case to freeze the snowflakes. And when you're shooting in the snow, you've got to shoot a lot of images because there's times when the snowflakes, you know, are in bad spots or over the eye or something. In this case, these guys are just blissing out together, having reunited on the ice. It's early in the season, so they probably haven't laid an egg yet. They're just dreaming of their future family. And speaking of future families, you know, again, you don't have to show the whole animal, you know, coming in tight. It's hard to find clean penguins, especially by the time they have chicks. This was at Port Lockroy. You know, there are distance requirements. You know, you stay, 3 meters away, 15 feet away from the penguins, not to disturb them. In this case, they were nesting right along the trail up to the hut. Getting ashore, another storytelling image. You know, you can see that I love threes, the dynamic three. So I'm looking for foreground. These king penguins in South Georgia just happen to come ashore, but it tells the whole story. We're going ashore to see penguins. The ship is offshore, and the Zodiac's coming ashore for a wet landing. You know, this would be a compelling image here. You know, now we're ashore, hiked up a little, get a little vista looking out back towards the sea here, and to have one red coat, to have, I don't want a crowd here, but to have that one red coat in this scene, it makes me want to go back. Now, there's times when penguins approach you. So here are some folks, and you want to get down, you want to change your perspective. You know, this is where you're controlling your composition. The light's overcast. Composition, how do you make it compelling? You can get down low, try to simplify the background, or you can zoom in tight. I mean, look at the exquisite coloration of these king penguins. It's like they're just like brushed. Everything's just so perfect with them. But by getting down low, you control your background. And then that crossing bill gives it a moment, light composition moments. Not so much about the light, but the composition in the moment here. And what about Timmy and Eddie? Boy, I just got to notice that the young man on the right is getting married. Have I been doing this that long? Yes, it's my 32nd year. I'm going to Antarctica over 20 years, in the Arctic over 20 years. And now a lot of the folks that I've grown up with, these kids that they're grown up. But what a moment here, polar bear approaching the ship, and with one of our travelers. And there is just times where you can see she doesn't have the camera to her eye, where you just have to take in the moment, get the shot. I'm a lot calmer taking it in once I have the image. And then, because there are those special images, those special moments. And polar bears' ships actually are pretty quiet if they come on and approach the ice very slowly, because it's not, you don't go in broadside, you come in very slowly. And so you can let sleeping bears lie, or this bear might have walked around on the ice and just lay down and went back to sleep while we were watching. But this is shot from the ship near the ice floe. And I'll leave you with this, the thought of, the polar bear walking out of the frame kind of breaks the rules. I'm not giving it space to go into because it's about the footprints, but if you go from pole to pole and you face these we call them challenging conditions, you can go back to the ship and have hot soup and a hot shower. So it's not like we're Shackleton out on the ice, but seeing polar bears in their natural habitat, going down and seeing penguins and going down again to really experience the ice will really change how you view the planet and just how precious these wild places are. And you'll become an ambassador to help protect these wild places. So I think I'll leave it there. Enjoy the OPTIC virtual conference, and we hope to see everyone in New York, hopefully next year. Thank you very much.
One major development in photography as a result of digital imaging has been night photography. Looking at conferences 15 years ago, you just didn't see speakers discussing this topic nor showing the stunning work you're about to see. Indeed, OPTIC 2015 went deep exploring the plethora of aurora borealis imagery that emerged, and each year we are really celebrating the night. Enter Jennifer Wu, Canon Explorer of Light, since 2009. Jennifer Wu is a leading nature and landscape photographer specializing in the night sky. Her images have been published in numerous magazines and books. She is co-author and photographer of the best-selling book, Photography Night Sky, a field guide to shooting after dark. Jennifer enjoys sharing her passion and technique for night and nature photography through workshops and conferences like OPTIC. Turn off your lights, lower the shades, as Jennifer takes you behind the scenes to photograph night skies and the Milky Way.
Hello, this is Jennifer Wu, Canon Explorer of Light, and join me behind the scenes for night photography and the Milky Way, and learn how you can take spectacular night images. So we're going to start off with learning various things. So we're going to go with equipment choices, what camera settings to use, how to focus, scouting locations, and then get into the creativity with increased creativity for the compelling compositions, light painting techniques, and composites of twilight and the night sky. And so for equipment, I wanted to mention that the cameras, any modern DSLR camera and mirrorless are going to be great. Older models work well. And in addition to that, you can have the really older models that might not have a higher ISO, and I'll go over some processing techniques to make that possible. Wide-angle lenses. With photographing the night sky, we want a wide-angle lens that's going to give us less motion blur, more depth of field. We can use a faster shutter speed, and we have less noise. And we want a wide aperture like f2.8 or 1.4, and that is going to allow us to get those stars as points of light because it's so dim. We want to allow as much light into the camera. So for the lenses, we want to check out the quality of the lens. So the resolution, the details, as well as looking at chroma and vignetting, some distortions there. Prime lenses are going to have less of that than the fixed lenses. Here vignetting at f1.4, you could see quite a lot of darkening of the corners. But then when we go to f4, you could see that that clears up. And so that's one thing to consider when choosing a lens. And another is the chroma. So the chroma is those wings and tails. You can see them most in the corners of the frame. So check it out. This at f1.4, you can see a lot of those wings and tails. And then at 1.8, you can see it gets less. And then here at f2.0, it's even less, and 2.8, we hardly see it, and it looks much better now. Those are some choices. For equipment choices, some of the lenses I've used in this presentation are the 14mm, the 17mm tilt shift, the 24mm tilt shift, the 24 fixed focal length, the prime lens. I really like this quite a bit. This is my favorite, but that's just personal preference. And the 11 to 24, the 8 to 15, and 16 to 35, and the 24-70. So those are the ones that are in this, but you can use any wide angle lens, anything, especially at 2.8 or faster is going to be great. And then some other things to consider are the 17 to 55 or other lenses that are for the crop sensor. This is for the full frame. So some equipment to bring with you, a tripod, and make sure it's sturdy because for 30 seconds you don't want any wind moving it. A remote release, or you can use your self timer. I use 2 seconds because 10 seconds seems like a long time, right? And bring a red headlamp. So the red headlamp or a red flashlight, that preserves your night vision so that you can see in the night. So when our eyes adjust to that dark light, then we can see easier at night. But if we expose our eyes to 30 seconds of a bright white light, then we are no longer able to see deeply into that dark night. So use the red headlamp so that you can see easier and see your camera better. And a loop is helpful as well. Then you can review your images and help use it for focusing. A compass, you can use your phone. That way you can find the Milky Way when it's at the south, and you use the compass to find the south when you're out shooting a location so you know, oh, the Milky Way is going to be here. And be sure to wear warm clothes if you're up at higher elevations or in areas where it's going to be cold at night. Hat, gloves, jacket, and keep yourself warm, food and water. I also like a star focusing filter, so I use the Sharp Star 2, but there's a lot of other ones that are out there and they have great directions on their website of how to use it, or a filter for removing the light pollution, and this is Breakthrough, but there's lots of others too. And then for cold weather, you also want to protect your camera because dew gets on the front element of the lens when it's cold. When I was photographing the auroras, I reviewed my images and they were blurry, and I looked around the front element and there was frost all over the front element of the lens. So to prevent that, put your lens hood on, because as air moves across the lens, then that causes the dew to form. So lens hood on, a toe warmer or hand warmer. Toe warmers I like because they're easier. You could just stick them onto the lens versus a hand warmer. I tape them or put a rubber band on. And then I would put that on the lens and on the battery pack of the camera, or where the battery is located, to keep it warm, because the battery power dies down when it's really cold. So I keep the spare battery in my pocket, and then I put a rain cover over the camera to add a little extra warmth so that it stays warm and I don't have any problems with the battery power going low or that the getting dew on the front element. If I do have dew, I'm going to use a chamois, and the reason for the chamois is because the lens cloth just smears the water onto the lens, and the chamois wipes it clean. So that's helpful to have. Up next, we have researching the shoot. So to find out where the Milky Way, the sun, the moon, and where they are in the scene, one of the easiest ways to do that is to use an app. One of my favorites is Stellarium. It's a free desktop app, and you can use it to find the Milky Way. Just enter in your location, date and time, and then you will get an image. In this image, you can see near Yosemite, California, the Milky Way is going across the sky and pointing to the south. So now when I go out into the field, I take my camera with me and I take some test shots during the day of the landscape as well as a compass, and I find out where is the south, and then I photograph in that direction because I want to get the Milky Way in it. And you can also look up other objects in the sky as well, so like the moon. And another one to use, photo pills. And photo pills has the augmented reality. And for this, I would tilt it up to the sky, and then I point it around, and you could see what is going to be in the sky at that date and time of the location. I scroll forward to later on the evening and find out, oh, this is where the Milky Way is going to be. So I know that when I'm in the field later on, when I come back at night, this is the spot. And it makes it really easy to use. I like to hit the action button in the lower right hand corner, because then you get a snapshot of it and you know what you're going to be looking at later. And here's an image at a location near me, and you could see the Milky Way in the scene. And then the Milky Way, which is so beautiful. When I say the Milky Way, I'm talking about that dense galactic core, that thick area. Now, to our eyes, the Milky Way looks like this white band of light going through the sky. Often you see an arching through the sky, but the camera picks up more of the gases and stars than our eyes can see. While we only see a few thousand stars, there are 200 to 400 billion stars. We are just one point of light among many in our solar system. It is so expansive, and it makes me feel just so small and infinite at the same time. So look for that band of light across the sky when you're out. And then this is an image of the Milky Way. As you can see, that dense core, we're in those three arms. We're in the arms all the way out, and we're looking through that dense core. So, and that's when we want to get that thick, all those gases, looking in that direction. So in January, we're looking the other direction, away from the dense core. And the sun overpowers that dense core during the day. So we don't really see the Milky Way dense core at all. Then we start seeing it more in February, and by April and May, in the early morning hours, 1 a.m. in May, we then can see the beautiful arc of the Milky Way and that beautiful dense core. And then July, we start seeing it in the late evening, and then by August, we're going to see it more, it comes up more vertically, and then September, we're seeing less of the core, and we're going to see it right after the sun is set, and then October just a little bit, and then it's disappearing again in the winter time. And those are like kind of the basics of when we will see it. In the northern hemisphere, we see it rotating clockwise, and in the southern hemisphere, we see it rotating counterclockwise. And to photograph the new moon during the new moon is going to be ideal for photographing the Milky Way. And the light pollution is one thing we want to consider, so we want to stay away from cars, city lights, planes, and a fantastic resource is darksky.org, and they have a list of many of the places. My favorites are the national parks and the state parks because they're often very dark, and it's nice to be able to go to some place where it's dark and you don't have to worry about too much light pollution in those areas. And researching the clear skies. For that, the clear skies, we want limited light pollution, so away from the cities. Deserts are fantastic. Here in Death Valley, in this image, you can see that we have beautiful light pollution in the background, but we also have beautiful clear skies. And the reason for that is because the air is very dry, and that dry air is really nice to be able to get us clear stars. So even though Death Valley is at a lower elevation, we still get beautiful stars because of the dry air. And higher elevations will work very well too. So going up to the bristlecone pines and the White Mountains of California, or anywhere, getting up on those higher elevations, we get the clear skies and we get more of the Milky Way and that beautiful dense core. And also, of course, we want to consider keeping going when we have clear skies. You know, for our landscapes, we want clouds and beauty. And then for night photography, I'm often clear skies, no clouds, and I'm checking the weather for that. So 7-timer is fantastic. 7-timer and clearskies.com is space weather. And space weather is a bit more accurate than the average weather. And then the other ones allow us to see the cloud cover, the thin cloud cover and the high cloud cover. And that gives us a better idea of what we're going to expect when we go out photographing. And here is a view of light pollution, of the world light pollution. You can see the dense areas in Europe and in the US. And here is a shot of the US of the light pollution. And it is very dense, as you can see, on the East Coast. So for pollution, I'm going to tell you about all my mistakes that I have made through this presentation. And the reason I do that is so that you can learn from them too, and so that you don't have to make these mistakes, and that you will then have beautiful images. When we're photographing, we want to get away from the cities, right? So I thought, I'll go up an hour north of Denver, Colorado to Loveland, you know, over like 12,000 feet. It's absolutely gorgeous. We got a national park right off to the side. I'm thinking this is going to be great. And I get there, and this is what I get. Flat, dull, barely see the Milky Way, right? However, then when I go out to another location here in the bristlecone pines, these are both raw shots, unedited. You could see the Milky Way, and it's gorgeous and it's beautiful. So what happened? When I was up at that higher elevation in Denver, I was looking south at Denver right into the light pollution. Yeah, not so good, huh? So it washed out the Milky Way and it didn't look so great. But yet, if I go here in this image of Death Valley, you could see the light pollution adds to it, and that it creates an interest. And Las Vegas is 2 hours away, but it adds an appealing feel to it. And it also, I like it, but that's personal preference, you may not like it. And it doesn't bother the scene, it doesn't overwhelm it. So there's different choices you can make when considering that. Sometimes light pollution works on your favor. Here in Zion National Park, in the Watchman, you see the light from the town lighting up the mountain. It's perfectly balanced with the night sky. So it's great. You don't even have to light the mountain or, you know, do any light painting or anything. It's just done for you. So that's fantastic. And just enjoy the night. And this was shot at f1.8, 20 seconds, ISO 3200 with the 24mm. Up next, camera settings. And for camera settings, we want to go photographing the stars as points of light. And this is during the new moon when no moon is present in the sky. And we can photograph this a few days before the new moon and a few days after the new moon. And I'm going to go over two methods. Method 1, where we take a single shot of the stars, and method 2, where we take multiple shots, which reduces the noise to almost none. And so we'll go over both methods. With method 1, we're going to go over photographing the lens, the shutter speed, the aperture, the ISO, and the white balance. And for our lens choice, we talked about that as going to be a wide angle lens. So anywhere from 14 millimeter to 35, or some of the cameras have wider, like 10 millimeter or even 8. So those are possible too. And we're going to use the wide angle lens so that we can get that lower ISO, and that will give us plenty of choices there of different lenses we can use. For our shutter speed, we want to use the PhotoPills app. And the PhotoPills app gives us two things. It has the spot stars, and that has its default mode or 500 rule, and it also has the NPF rule. And so the default, or the 500, is going to give us images which might have a little bit of blur. I find I use it maybe a little bit faster than that, but it's pretty close. And then the one that uses the NPF rule, that's going to be the accurate one, also called that in the app. And that is going to give you super sharp stars. And so what you do for the PhotoPills, you enter your camera, your lens, and it will give you your shutter speed, so you can decide on what your personal preference is there. For my preferences, I like to use the stars a little bit softer, I guess you could say, because when I enlarge it, you don't really notice them when you're big print and you're proper viewing distance. So it's personal preference. And now let's take a look at spot stars in the PhotoPills app. And you can see here with the EOS M50 Mark II as I entered into the camera, and then we have the 15 millimeter, and it gives us the shutter speeds for the NPF rule, 7 seconds, and 500 rule we get at 21 seconds. And then as we go to the R5, we see that the NPF rule is 7 seconds again, but the 500 rule is now at 33 seconds. So just enter in your camera and your lens choice, and it will factor in the megapixels and give you a shutter speed that's appropriate. And you can choose the shutter speed that you like for that. And here's some examples of shutter speeds that I use on a full frame and a crop sensor. Now the 500 rule is one that people use, and oftentimes they go a little bit faster than the 500 rule, but the 500 rule is you take 500 divided by the focal length of the lens, and that gives you your shutter speed. So if you take 500 divided by 24, it gives you 20 seconds. And then you could use that. And of course, always double check your shot afterwards. Now for the aperture, be sure to use a wide open aperture such as f2.8 or faster. If you are using faster than that, you're going to have some payoffs in that you will have less noise, but you will have more distortions and chroma. And for your ISO, you want to make sure you're on manual for taking these shots, and I prefer camera raw. However, you can use JPEG if you like. And then you want to set your aperture and shutter speed, and then bring up your ISO to a good exposure. On a new moon at f1.4, that's going to be 3200, and f2.8, 6400. So make your choice depending on what f-stop and shutter speed you are using. Now for the white balance is the Kelvin temperature. I like to have it blue. That's not natural, but I like it that blue tone. I think it's really pretty. And so I like to set the Kelvin temperature on the camera white balance setting between 3400 to 4400. I'm often at 3800. That's my default setting of where I go to, of where I start out. And another way to do that, if you don't have the Kelvin temperature, you can set it to the tungsten setting. That is the light bulb icon on your white balance setting, and that will also give it a blue tone, if you like the blue tone, of course. Then here is an example of the daylight setting, and you can see it's got a very brown hue to it. And here is at the 3800, and you can see it has a nice blue tone, or 3600, and that gives it a nice look. So your basic settings for the new moon is that wide aperture and that wide open lens, so f2.8, and then the shutter speed is going to be based on that and your lens and your camera choice in the PhotoPills app, and then f1.4 at 3200 or f2.8 at 6400. And that gives you a beautiful exposure. Now, if you're going to be photographing like during when the moon is out and you've got moonlight on the landscape, what I do is I raise my f-stop, and that gives less distortions, or I lower my ISO for less noise. And then check your histogram. One of the things that I see in workshops is the underexposed image. I think that is probably the number one thing that I see as a mistake. And when you look in the back of the camera during the night, you look at it and it looks great. The first time I was out photographing the Milky Way, I took a shot of the Milky Way. I thought, this is gorgeous. And then the next morning I look at it, it's a black screen. It's really dark because my eyes adjusted. I didn't look at the histogram. I just viewed the back of the LCD screen and thought, oh, I've got the shot, but I didn't, right? So be sure to look at that, and you want to see that, make sure that you have image in that last 2 bars in the frame, in the histogram. So something that looks like this, and it is going to give you a good exposure. If you're only on that last quarter, then the image is going to be underexposed on a new moon night. So you want to have more exposure on that so that you don't have to lighten it too much, because you can increase your noise if you lighten it too much. So those are the basics for that. Method 1, where you get a single shot, and then method 2 is where you get multiple shots and you can reduce the noise. So we're going to use the same lens choice, the same white balance and settings there. However, our aperture, I use f3.2 and then 6-second exposure and ISO 20,000. That's going to be on a new moon. So if there's more moonlight, I might raise my f-stop so that I could get less of the coma and distortions, because we don't need to reduce the noise because the software is going to take care of that. So take 15 shots and then combine it in the software. And there's 2 softwares that you can try out. The Starry Landscape Stacker, and that is with the Mac, and then the Sequator is with the PC, and that one is free. And those have great demos on how to use them. So really easy to use, and then you stack them all together and the noise disappears like magic. Now, coming outdoors, I wanted to go over how I would set up a Milky Way shot. Here we have the lovely evening light, but I came here during the day and I scouted out and I checked it out, and I'm like, okay, I used the augmented reality in the app, and there we go. And Milky Way around 10 p.m. So I know I'm going to be focusing at this spot. And then I come back to the same spot, and I know that I'm here because I've placed a rock on the ground. And now, next, I set up my shot, and I've come, of course, with my red headlamp so that I can preserve my night vision. And then I will be able to find my way easily and see easily throughout the night. And I go ahead and I set up my tripod, and I want to make sure that it's really sturdy. So I get my tripod and set that up and get a nice composition going with that too. With the tripod, I want to make sure that it's super sturdy, because you don't want any wind to blow over the tripod with that long 30-second or even 6-second exposure. And once it's set up like that, then I put my hands down to make sure that my area is steady. Put the camera on there, and now I set up my shot. I come over and I look and I find out where my focusing is, and I want to make sure everything is going to be in good focus. So I focus on a star. I point the camera at a star, and I set my focal length, which I've determined to be 16 to 35, and I'm shooting at 16 millimeter. And I zoom in digitally on the LCD screen, turning on live view. And now I manually focus. I can use a loop if needed, and making sure it's sharp. But I noticed that I might want to have even an easier way would be to use a filter, and you can use the a star focusing filter and placing it over the lens, and then you turn until you see the star become sharp. In addition, you can put extra weight on the tripod in order to make sure that it stays nice and steady. Now, once I have it in focus, I'm going to tape it down. So I have tape on my lens hoods. Now I tape it down. I make sure everything is in manual. I've got manual mode on, camera raw, manual focusing, and we're set. Now I'm going to make my composition. I look down. I don't want to have too much of the black space of the horizon line, and then I tilt up till I see that horizon line. There we go, that looks good. I level out the camera with the in-camera level, and that looks nice. And now I take a test shot. I'm going to set the aperture to f3.2, the shutter speed to 6 seconds, and the ISO to 20,000. And this is going to be for method 2 in order to stack the images later in one of the apps. And that will reduce the noise. And now we've got to take a test shot. I will do that now. There we go. And let's check that shot out. I review it afterwards. It's looking good. Now I'm going to take the intervalometer on, make sure I set my 2-second timer on. You can also use a remote shutter or the Canon Connect app. And let's do that now. And we've got the self timer on, and it's looking good there. All right. I can set the intervalometer for 15 shots, and those will be all blended together later. So there we go, and that's it. One tip is when you are out photographing in the dark, you could be fumbling around, get familiar with your camera. Turn off all the lights, set all the settings for a night setting in your camera with the lights out without using a flashlight or headlamp or anything, so that you're familiar with it, so it goes quickly, smoothly, and easily. And then you're not frustrated or having to use a headlamp out there where you might be disturbing other people with their lights and what they are doing. Next, we have focusing. So whatever you focus on is going to be the sharpest. Everything else will have relative sharpness. So I like to photograph on the stars and the distant subjects, because then the stars will be in good focus. And you can change your focal lengths at any time, but each time you change your focal length, you're going to need to refocus that lens. And after you focus, I also recommend just taping down the lens so that you can have it stay there and it'll be sharp, and you then can move around and make different compositions without having to worry about it. Here is an example of stars that are out of focus. And you can see they're blurry, they're soft, they look like donuts. So if you see this after reviewing it on your LCD screen, you want to refocus. And here's an example of stars that are sharp. And that's what you want them to look like when you're reviewing your images. And so we have several methods. The first one is to autofocus on the moon. This is the easiest, and simply autofocus on the moon, then turn the autofocus off and tape down the lens. Another method is to focus on a far subject. I often do this either at night or with a large flashlight that is pointing at something that is dark, and then focus on that, and then do the same thing where you turn the lens autofocus off and tape it down as well. And the next method is live view, the third one, and this is the one that I use the most. So I just turn on live view, I point at a bright star in the sky, and I put it in the center of the frame. I zoom in and then turn the lens or manually adjust the focus so that you get it nice and sharp and in good focus. And then, of course, turn off any autofocus that you might have and tape down the lens as well. And here is the lens, and I put tape on my lens hoods, and I bring a little bit of tape with me, and that way I can make sure to tape it down, and then it's set for the rest of the night. You may need to refocus if it's a changing of temperatures, but for the most part it should be fine. And you want to take a look at where that is for your camera lens. And most camera, like most of my camera L lenses, they have the infinity symbol and then the L, and it's right there at the end of the L, usually somewhere in that area. And after you have done your autofocus, say on the moon or a distant subject, take a look at where that is, because when you tape it down later, next time you're doing autofocusing or focusing, you want to make sure it's in that area, right? So if you notice that it's all the way into infinity, that it will probably be out of focus, because the infinity is not going to be sharp for the stars. And the fourth method is to use a focusing filter. I use Sharp Star 2, and you can see on their website how to use it. They have really good demos, and then it works really well. You just put this over the lens, and then it aligns up with the stars, and you'll get a really sharp star, and it's super easy. So focusing has been something that people have struggled with in the past, and this is the way to make it easiest. Up next, we have scouting locations. And before we go out and scout, we want to research the location and find out where the Milky Way is, like pointing to the south, and we saw that arc in Yosemite. And then I go out into the field, I bring my compass with me, I check out the direction of the south and to see where the Milky Way is going to be. And I look at any foreground elements like rocks, boulders, lakes, streams, something that I can place in the foreground. And so here in Bryce Canyon, I found these trees, and during the day I took a snapshot. And then I went and got a rock, placed it there so that I could find my spot when I returned. And then I came back and I got this shot at night, and with the 24 millimeter, just like I did earlier in the day, but then I decided I wanted wider. So I switched, I went to the 16 to 35 at 16 millimeter, and I get more of that Milky Way in the shot. So I like that too. So I'm flexible. I don't always stick with whatever I've done during the day. And in this image of Yosemite during the daytime, we have the Milky Way, as I know, is going to go in that arc from the south. And then when I returned at night, you could see there's the Milky Way and a little bit of a shooting star as well. And this was photographed at f1.4, 20 seconds, ISO 2000 at 24 millimeter. And in Yosemite as well, photographing during the day, I found some trees and photographed that, and imagine that star-filled sky behind it, and then came back at night and then got this shot. So I have that beautiful silhouette of the trees and then the beautiful sky above, filling the frame mostly with the sky and the Milky Way. Photographed at f1.4 at 20 seconds, ISO 1600 with 24 millimeter again. And up next, we have composition. So what is your dream shot? What is the shot you would love to get? Is the expanse of the Milky Way, the aurora reaching for the sky, or perhaps a shooting star? I love the shooting stars. And I remember when I was out backpacking with my dad and my sister when we were little, and he would carry everything, and we would be charged with carrying our water bottle and stuffy. My dad would try to herd us onto the trail as we'd be running off everywhere. And at night we would lie down and we'd look up at the stars, and it was so much fun. We just loved it. And then when coming back from the Eastern Sierra in California, we were lying out on the ground and pulled over from the car because there was a meteor shower going up, and we saw tons of meteors, and it was just fantastic. And my dad told us, wish upon a shooting star. And we did, and I knew it would come true. And so now I have a wish for you, that you get incredible, beautiful, creative night sky Milky Way images. And all of those shots that you're dreaming of, let's see how you can go about getting those. So for making the compositions, we want creativity, because just having the technique is not enough, right? We got to have it stand out and be unique and different. So let's take a look at how we can do that with foregrounds and lens choice. And you can take a look at getting some unique foreground elements like rocks, boulders, trees, lakes, bodies of water, the ocean, and mountains, and then place those as your foreground element as interest for your scene. And then taking a look at different lens choices to make it creative and unique. And those two combined are going to elevate your images so that they stand out amongst the snapshots that are out there. So here we have the beautiful expanse of the Milky Way, as you can see as it expands across the sky with the 15mm fisheye. This is a very wide angle of view, so that's why we see it expanding across the sky, and I like that perspective. And then also we get a little bit of air glow here. So air glow is when the gases are reacting with the solar flares, and we get that kind of greenish and purplish colors that you could see here along the horizon. It's really beautiful and nice. I like that additional color and pop to it. It adds interest to the scene. Now you can also see here is the barrel distortion. That's the curvature of the lens, and that's purposeful. So that's the fisheye lenses have that curvature look. Then in this image, it's the 8mm with the 8 to 15mm lens, and at Zion, and you could see that kind of round look is from the 8mm. So f4, 25 seconds, ISO 64 at 8mm. This is again the 8 to 15 at 8mm as well. At f8, 30 seconds, ISO 250. And photographing with the 17mm tilt shift lens, and using the 17mm tilt shift lens shifted downward so I could get the foreground in good focus. And photographing during the full moon, so consider full moon photography as well as new moon photography. And the full moon here you could see as a starburst, and then this happens by shooting at f16. If I was shooting at f4, it just is a blob in the sky. So I shot it at f16 in order to get that moon burst that you see here. At f16, then 30 seconds at ISO 320. Consider putting the moon in your frame on purpose to create an interest. And my favorite, the 24mm lens. Now the reason I like the 24mm lens so much is that the 24mm lens, it has a wonderful angle of view. So the Milky Way is a little bit closer. You see that dense core a little bit more. In addition to that, the mountains I think look beautiful. I love mountains. So with the 24mm, they're a bit more present. As you go wider at 16mm, they get smaller in the frame. So I like the look and the feel of it, so that's why you see a lot of those, but that's just personal preference. You might like something else, and that's just fine. Now, these are just my suggestions. There are no hard, fast rules here. You can do whatever you like. So I want you to expand your creativity and try out different things, because that's how you come up with those unique images. Be sure to try out different things. I was asked by Canon to get a unique photograph, and I'm like, I was already scheduled out. I had like one day to go get it. So I ran out. I went up to the bristlecone pines, like a 9-hour drive, but there was clouds, it was stormy, it was high winds. I got stopped by the police. They wanted people to not go any further. Trucks were not allowed, and then I'm just like hoping. So I just kept going. I'm like, I'm just gonna go anyways. And I get up there and I'm photographing just there after twilight, after I've hiked out into the mountains and found a tree that I liked that was unique. And so I photographed it, and this is what I got. And then I went to light paint it, right? So I went to light paint it with the same flashlight I was hiking around with. And I got this shot, and luckily all the clouds had cleared up just for a little while, just after sunset. The winds died down and I was able to get the shot, and then I pull out my flashlight and nothing. There was no light. This is what I got. So sad. But I had an absolutely fantastic time, and at least I got that shot. So I was happy I was able to turn that in. They might have been expecting some light painting, but oh well. I did get him a second shot, so for that one, you could see here the same tree, but I moved around and I got down lower to the ground. So a unique viewpoint is to get very low to the ground, just a foot or two off the ground, and looking up. And here, that puts the tree up into the sky, all the way up to the top of the frame, making a creative composition to fill up that empty sky space. So that's something to consider when you are photographing. And this one, another 24mm, I'm looking for bodies of water. I found this lake. However, for several days it was windy and there were ripples and I couldn't see the reflections of the stars. And then on this night it was calm and clear, and I got the shot and I was able to get the reflections of the stars in the water. So that makes it lovely to be able to get that. So look for bodies of water on low wind nights. And then another thing for creativity is to do panoramas. Now this panorama was 5 shots. And what I did was I used the tripod, the leveling base, and I shot them vertically. So I took 5 shots vertically. I overlapped by at least 30% to 50%. And that allows the program to do a little bit of adjusting, as well as I left edges more on the top and bottom and farther to the right and to the left than I needed so that I could crop it to what I wanted. And so that gives you a little space and wiggle room there. And then I photographed them all at the same exposures, no auto settings, like no auto white balance or anything like that, so that they would all look the same. And so I shot them at f1.8, 20 seconds, ISO 2500 at the 24mm, and in sequence too. And then I put them together in Photoshop through Lightroom, and then this is what it created. And this is Zion National Park, the Watchman. And to create that, I used the vertical, goes the other way. Now, if your camera is not level, what might happen is you could see it goes at a panning like this. So you want to make sure you have it level. So what I use is a leveling base. If you don't have that, that's okay. You can still make it work. Just be sure to leave extra room. So I level it out with the leveling base here. So this is the leveling base. I happen to have really right stuff. I should be a little more careful. Really right stuff. And then I level it out. And then when I tighten it, and then I turn the camera, it's level. And that way I would be sure to get a nice shot instead of a pano of a mountain that goes up like this. Compositional tips that I recommend. What I like to do is take the camera, point it down, and then point it back up so that I don't get too much empty black space. I often see that when I'm leading workshops, is the foreground is just got nothing in it. So I'm just like, okay, just tilt your camera up a little bit as I'm reviewing images during the night so that they can be sure to fill up the whole frame with either the sky or the foreground. So I'll have like 1/3 of the foreground and 2/3 sky, or the opposite, 2/3 foreground and 1/3 sky when I've got a big foreground that I'd like to fill up. Another thing is often uneven horizon lines. I see that often. So use the level in your camera to level it out. And review the image afterwards, because sometimes you have a lake or a mountain that is at an angle and level doesn't actually look right. So it might look better to be off-centered just a little bit. So just adjust it as needed. Take a shot and then recompose, because you want to do a test shot, see how it looks, and review it. And you think to yourself, is it a print? Would I put it on the wall? Does it look great, right? And if you get no, then recompose until you get the shot that you want. So that way you can make sure that your shots are just as you want them. And another element for making our compositions is using light. And so at night we have the moonlight, and moonlight adds to our creativity. Here, moonscapes that are lit by the moon. The full moon is very harsh light. The moon has a strong light, harsh shadows. You can also check the apps to find out where the moon is in the sky so that when you go out, okay, oh, the moon is going to be here. So directly opposite, you're going to have that very harsh light. So this is an example of that. This is in Yosemite at El Capitan at f4, 20 seconds, ISO 1600 at 15mm. And you can see the very strong light here. And then this creates that more moody light, also in Yosemite, but this is the crescent moon that's off to the right of the frame, and it's just about to set. And so you could see that it's providing that nice soft light through the frame, and it's kind of a hazy light, but I like it because it provides an atmosphere. So use the light when there is a crescent moon to create some interest in the scene. And that was shot at f1.4, 20 seconds, ISO 500 with the 24mm. And then this one is by moonlight as well at Patagonia. And there was a crescent moon, but it already set. So by the time I was able to get out, the crescent moon set, and there's just a little bit of ambient light, and you can see that there's not a lot of light. It's a really quite dark image. And I photographed this at f2.8, 25 seconds, ISO 6400 with the 2470 lens at 24 millimeter. And you can see I just put a small amount of the lake in the foreground, then the mountains, and then the sky to give that layering effect and create the composition that way. And I just like the soft light of this, and I think that works quite nice. Next we have light painting. This is so much fun and I love it so much. So this will elevate your images and bring them to the next level for when you see light painted mountains or buildings and foreground elements. And for the light painting, you can use many different light sources: candles, lanterns, glow sticks, strobes, LEDs, headlamps. Sparklers are fun too. One thing to consider is the color temperature. So because we are taking the color temperature from daylight and shifting it to blue, at least that's what I'm doing, and it's not natural, but I like it, and then we can imagine that all of the colors are now going to shift to blue. So you can see on the color wheel, red goes to magenta, the green goes to cyan, and yellow goes to neutral and then to blue. So I like using yellow because it gets a more neutral color and makes it look really pleasing and nice. And I like that warm tone, it feels good. And you can use whatever colors you want, of course. And the household flashlights are often warm-toned. The krypton, xenon, halogen lights are warm-toned. LEDs and headlamps are often blue. And then you also have light panels, and they can be a single color or they can change in different colors. So the light panels are fun to use, and you can light a large scene. Some of them you can control how much output it has, so that way you can get it very dim, because a lot of times we don't need a whole lot of light. And then you could also control the color temperature with those. And that makes it really fun to be able to do that, and then you can have different colors in your scene. So there are no real rules here, and you can just do whatever works, take a test shot, and then adjust from there. So what I like to do is about 3 to 5 seconds. Then for a tree, if I have a very low light, I might be 10 seconds. For a whole building, I'm using 10 seconds or so, and depending on the power of your light source. And then for distant mountains, I'm using a larger flashlight and panning it throughout the scene. Here, photographing in Bryce Canyon, and you can see the cliffs are dark and they're silhouetted on a new moon. And f1.8, 20 seconds, ISO 4000 at 24 millimeter. And then here with my headlamp just behind the camera, you can see it's very blue light and very harsh light. And then I went off, photographed with a tungsten household flashlight. And you can see this provided a nice warm tone, and I like that look even better. But to take it up is to get off camera. So go to the right or to the left. I don't know why, but my light painting is always from the right. You'll notice that. And you can go wherever you want, just get off camera. And if you go into the scene, wear dark clothes and bring something to hide it so that you don't hit the camera with the flashlight. So I'll just bring a card and just light paint like in the scene wherever I'd like to. With this one, yes, you have that nice shading. So it's bright onto the right and then dark on the left. So that wonderful shading provides texture and depth and interest to it. So just get off camera, take the flashlight someplace else. And here, when scouting, I went to Yosemite, and during the day I found these trees and I was looking up, and I took it with the 16 to 35, and I thought, oh, this is good. But there's this empty space in the upper corner. So then I got out the 24 millimeter, and this is the shot I got. So you look up, and now I've filled up the frame with the 24 millimeter, and I like that better. Then I went back at night, and I got this, but it was very dark. As you can see, the trees with the silhouette didn't look very good because there were so many leaves, they really just blocked up and it didn't look appealing. So silhouettes of trees with fewer leaves, branches are gonna look a lot more appealing, right? And so I thought, well, I'll light paint it. So I light painted it, but it looked really strong, harsh. It was near the camera, and you could see this very harsh, direct light, so I didn't like it so much. Then a car went by, and I thought, okay, well, I'll just wait till the car goes by, and it's now ruined this image. I looked at the image on the screen, and this is what I got. Like, oh, I like that. It's moody, it's got that soft light. That's it. So now when I take workshop participants here, we take a Brickman flashlight, Q-beam, and I point it, it's just a large flashlight, and I just point it sideways, and here are the trees, and then the ambient light fills it all up. And so it gives it that soft light without having to point it directly at the light, and it gives it a unique look. So consider doing that with a large flashlight. And this was shot at f1.4, 20 seconds, it's ISO 6400 with the 24 millimeter. And then photographing at the bristlecone pine trees, you know, I love photographing there, it's beautiful, and took a snapshot of this tree during the day. Then I returned at night. I had left a rock in my spot, and I came back, and then I shot this one at night. And for here, I used just a regular household flashlight, and then I put my favorite softening technique on, the air sickness bag. So those barf bags you get at the airplanes, you put one of those on, and then I painted with light with that, and that gave it this soft, moody look instead of that harsh, direct look. And off to the side, again, to the right. Then Ghost Town, Rhyolite, Nevada, photographing there during a workshop that I was leading, and we light painted here the building for 10 seconds and also the interior wearing dark clothes, and then taking that red headlamp and painting the interior as well. And this was photographed at f2.0, 20 seconds, ISO 3200 with the 24 millimeter. This was photographed at Mono Lake. And Mono Lake is just beautiful. It has these tufa, and then we got the Milky Way in the background, and it looks beautiful. And the tufa go into silhouette, and then using the air sickness bag and a Roscoe warming gel over my flashlight, I light painted this and went off to the right, and then just did throughout the frame here, and then a little bit more on those farther ones that were back. I aimed it there a little bit longer to kind of even out the light source. So that's the 16 to 35 millimeter at 17 millimeter, f2.8, 25 seconds, ISO 6400 around the new moon as well. So those are some fun techniques you can do with light painting. Just remember to move away from the camera. You could go to the left if you like, and have fun with it and try out different things as well as different colored gels or light. Do you want to create magic and magical images? Up next we have composites, where we combine twilight with the stars. So let's go over twilight and that magic hour and photographing that. And it is where we have that transition from day to night and the beautiful qualities of twilight that we will combine then with another image later. Has that soft light, it's kind of blue or pink, and it's very appealing. It has low contrast, beautiful colors. Here's an image at twilight that we have with the belt of Venus, and that is the Earth's shadow. So opposite the sun, you will see at sunset or sunrise, you will see this belt of Venus, and it's that beautiful pink light on the horizon line and the Earth's shadow. So take a look for that, to photograph it, to include it in your shots. So when is twilight? In the US, the contiguous US, we will find that about 45 minutes before sunrise or 45 minutes after sunset, and that's that beautiful blue light hour. And then farther away from the equator, you will get twilight in the Arctic, 24 hours a day, of course, or no light at all in the equator, about 20 minutes, so depending on where you're at. And then this shot is with at twilight, but using it for 2 minutes, and then that allowed to get that wonderful look of the movement of the clouds going through the scene. And be sure to scout your locations for twilight so that you can get that great shot. So looking for the image that you want, and so go out and scout. So I went out in Iceland, but I forgot to scout, and this is what I found. Road closed, and this is how I felt about it. So be sure to scout your locations. In Death Valley, photographing, I photographed here 2 shots, so I made the combination. So the first shot is of the foreground, and so that is with the 16 to 35 millimeter at 16 millimeter, and I focus very close, just a few inches into the foreground, and that allows us to get that depth of foreground to background. And then in addition, there was a crescent moon. So photographed this one at the foreground at f3.5, 30 seconds, ISO 3200, with 16 millimeter. Then I left the camera in place as the then crescent moon went behind the mountains, and then the foreground became completely dark. And I took a second shot of the stars. And now the reason I use the 16 millimeters because you get a lot of those circles. 24 you get less, so I like the wider 14, 15, 16 millimeters for photographing the stars as star trails. And then with that, we get the beautiful circles, and I photograph for 2 hours and 8 minutes, and then leaving the camera on that entire time. And I also use something called long exposure noise reduction. So I turned that on, and the camera took another shot for 2 hours and 8 minutes. So that pretty much was right to the edge of the battery life on that. And then that second shot, what it does is it reduces the noise, and it does a great job. And I use the long exposure noise reduction on anything about 4 minutes or longer. It does a little bit at 30 seconds, but not enough for me to bother to use it. So you'll see a few pixels that will get out, like those red and green pixels will disappear when you use that. But so your choice if you want to use it or not, but anything over 4 minutes, I definitely use that. Then I combined those two images later in Photoshop and created a layer mask on the bottom, and then that way we have the foreground and the star trails in the background. And the second shot was at f5.6, 2 hours 8 minutes, ISO 100, and we sat out and watched the stars while we were photographing. Then left after a little while, had dinner, came back, and came to find it. And what we found, to find the tripod out in the middle of Death Valley at Badwater, then we photographed, I could put tape on it, so reflective tape, so when I do the flashlight, then I can see it. And some people might use a little light, but I just have a little reflective tape on my tripod so that I can find it later. Another image here with the trees, and the trees at twilight, photographing that, and then at night at Mount Rainier, and then I come back and I combine the images in Photoshop layer, and I did select subject, and it selected the subject, and then I did with the layer mask and just painted a little in, and then that's how we got the combination of the trees and the twilight. And another one with the tree, and this is at the Bristlecone Pines and photographing at twilight. Now this, I don't wait till actually at sunrise, because at sunrise the light is just too strong, and and then when it's actually really bright, it doesn't look very real to me, the really bright twilight hours and the stars. So I like it when it's really moody, really still pretty dark, so that it's really dark to our eyes. So that's why I got that. And then this with the stars in the middle of the night, where we get that deep core Milky Way gases. And then on shooting at f1.4, 20 seconds, ISO 200 with the 24 millimeter again. And then I combine them in Photoshop, and then this is the result here. And we have the combination of the foreground element and the background, and it just pops, and it gives it that mystical kind of magical look. So I like that a lot. This is at Lake Tahoe and photographing at twilight, and you can see we've got that beautiful light, little bit of glow on the horizon, and the wonderful lake as the foreground element, and some mistiness going on from the wind and the waves. And then I photographed that at night and with the shooting star, and then I combine those together, and this is what happened. So we get this beautiful kind of mystic looking image. You can see more images and read articles about the night photography on my blog at jenniferwu.com, with articles on the Milky Way, night sky, lunar eclipse, and many more. So another thing is you can check out my book, Photography Night Sky. Many thanks to Canon for sponsoring me. Thanks to B&H, and you can get all of the products that I mentioned there. Live the light, enjoy the night, and create the magic. So go create beautiful images. I hope to see them. You can reach me through my website, and I will join you shortly for the Q&A.
The B&H Optic Challenge Night Photography Award, sponsored by Canon, with judging by Jennifer Wu. The lucky winner will receive a Canon EOS R6 mirrorless digital camera with 24 to 105 millimeter f4L lens. And the winner is Dream Lake by Walter Jones. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
Chris Burkard is an accomplished explorer, photographer, creative director, speaker, and author. Traveling throughout the year to pursue the furthest expanses of the earth, Burkard works to capture stories that inspire humans to consider their relationship with nature while promoting the preservation of wild places everywhere. Burkard is known for his images that are punctuated by untamed, powerful landscapes. Through social media, Chris strives to share his vision of wild places with millions and to inspire them to explore for themselves. Chris has been super busy with a recent wrap-up of the film Milo, which we are going to debut later in this program, and also photographing the recent volcanic activity in Iceland for National Geographic. I virtually sat down with Chris and we had a great discussion on his work, both past and present. I asked some poignant questions and invite you to the world of Chris Burkard, Sony artisan. For the next 55 minutes, you'll see why I describe Chris as a modern master. Chris, welcome to OPTIC.
Thank you so much for having me. It's I feel like it's been, a long time coming for me to actually be a part of this amazing series with B&H, and I'm grateful you reached out, and today is going to be cool. I'm stoked to share.
I'm very excited. It's been years I've been trying to get you to come and grace our stages, and you're always busy. I think like one year I got a solid commitment and something super cool came up and it was like, all right, next year. But
yeah, it happens. It happens.
But in doing the research for today, now I understand everything.
Yeah, work tends to come at me sort of fast, and oftentimes it's like hey, can you shoot this next week, next month? And it's such a frustrating thing because there's so many projects I want to be a part of, so many events, so many speaking opportunities, but I'm so beholden to like my commitments as a commercial photographer and my clients. And I think that the beauty is that people often understand, like you said, later on, they're like, oh, that's what he was doing. Oh, that's what he was up to. He was somewhere. So I feel grateful for, the understanding and people always letting me understanding when I'm like, hey, I can only commit like maybe 2 weeks out, a month out. But it's challenging. I get it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, the word prolific was coming to my mind. And then I kind of thought of like, if this was like rock and roll, James Brown, you'd be one of the hardest working men in photography.
Oh, man.
So there you go. Okay. So that being said, the hardest working man in photography has to have a team behind him.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Looking at your work, and we're going to be running slideshows, it's a lot of work and it's intricate. These are shots that aren't easy to get in a big way. So my question to you is, what does it take to produce your work?
That's such a great question. And honestly, it's such a good perspective for a lot of younger or up and coming photographers or people who just are like, how do you do what you do? And I've always really been an advocate for the idea that, you can only give so much of yourself to a project or to an assignment. And the reality is at a certain point, in order for any career to grow, to expand, you need to learn how to delegate. You need to learn how to delegate, sometimes it's your post-processing. Sometimes it's having an assistant to orchestrate and organize things, a producer for a shoot, to pull permits, to do this and that. And so I think what happened is me coming up on my own, years and years of just working solo, living in my truck or whatever it was. I started to realize that I was being so limited by what I could actually do, my time, because I didn't have people helping me to orchestrate these things. And so eventually I got, one kind of assistant intern, and that evolved to two. And nowadays we have an office of 7 people, and it's an amazing mixture of human beings who help me out on shoots. I have 2 assistants in the studio when I'm doing commercial shoots for brands. They come in and they help assist on shoots. I've got, a producer in-house. I also have a photo editor, Hannah, where my role is to kind of create the content, direct the content, have the creative vision. I've found that if I can't teach somebody how to, post-process and edit the way that I like, is it really sustainable? And that word sustainable is really what I'm after. I want to create a sustainable business model that can grow, because at a certain point, you're going to burst at the seams when you're by yourself. So I'm able to overlook, the initial edits, the selections. I'm able to kind of give direction on what I want. But what I've found I really enjoy, David, over the last couple of years is I enjoy being in that directorial role. I enjoy working with young creatives and trying to have them help, create this vision for our studio, not for Chris Burkard, but Chris Burkard Studio, which we produce work for a lot of clients, and a lot of that requires a lot of hands. So it's been a long time coming. My business has grown and shrunk with political and monetary climates, right? Because of how, advertising dollars work. So I've just been trying to respond to that as best I can.
Well, that sort of explains a lot, having that large group being able to help you in delegation. There's some really good advice there. But you know what, Chris, if you allow me, I want to take you back. I want to really understand you from the beginning and showcase your work to our OPTIC people. And I want to go back to, can you tell me what that girlfriend's mom's camera that you were shooting when you were 16 years old? Let's go back to that early work and how you really started. And then we'll be caught up to you with your staff. And
yeah, well, sadly there's not enough time in the day to tell that entire story. But in terms of my first foray into photography, I was dating a girl. I was 18 years old. I was spending a lot of time doing art in high school. I actually had a scholarship for automotive tech to go to because I loved working on cars. That was like my dream. That was my career path, was like being a mechanic. And then all of a sudden I was like, man, I don't like being covered in grease all day. I wanted to be at the beach with my friends. And I did a lot of art in high school. I loved drawing and painting, but all of a sudden I'm at my girlfriend's house. Her mom pulls out a camera with like a hippie strap, the braided thing. I was like, this is so cool. Can I borrow this? And I took it and I went to the beach and I went in the mountains. And all of a sudden I was like, there's this art form that's an extension of me. It's like it's a part of me that can go everywhere I want to go. It could be in social settings and in nature. And all of a sudden it just felt like it opened up a whole new world, as opposed to being stuck on a hillside with an easel or being stuck in a classroom trying to remember what I saw. And so I ran a bunch of rolls of film through that, and I kind of fell in love with the process. It fell into place with me, meaning like I felt with my group of friends that I could be the documentarian of those adventures. And that's exactly what happened. They kind of, any kid who grows up in a situation where, I didn't have any brothers or sisters. I didn't have a dad growing up. So I was kind of a part of this group, and I felt like the camera gave me purpose and meaning within that. This was my role. And I think that, I'm not going to relate it to like a gang, but in some capacity, you feel this sort of relationship and familiarity with something that was really special. And that's really where my career path started. I was, spending my days ditching class, going to the beach, running up and down the coast, trying to find waves. It eventually led to me being a photographer for Surfer Magazine and Surfing Magazine and Transworld on staff. I was a surf photographer by trade for a number of years on retainer, and I was shooting editorial trips all over the world. And it all really originated from that origin story of just wanting to document my friends in the environment that I grew up in my own backyard, right up and down the California coast. So that's kind of like the origin of it, in the short term.
Yeah, it's all sort of tied together in an interesting way. How that the camera gave you your voice, it gave you that extension of yourself. And then what did you do? You went to the other things that you love, and that's going up and down the coast and surfing. And then all of a sudden, that's really your meteoric rise. It's surfing. That's where you're getting published first, and you're getting there. Tell me about the moment from you with that squeaky old Canon AE1 and then making a transition into getting the gigs from Surfer Magazine, because I would imagine that there's a lot of other people around there shooting too.
I mean, do you have 5 hours to chat? Because I could tell you that story, but it's not something this is what everybody loves. This is what everybody wants. Everybody wants, you included, they want, where was the moment where it all clicked? And I think the reality is that I'm an overnight success. It just took me 13 years. Right? There's no moment where it just happened. There's not a single moment. In fact, it's like watching dew form. If you sit there and watch a flower, you're never going to see it with your own eyes. But if you wait overnight, it'll slowly collect. And so there were many micro sort of, I guess, successes throughout that time, meeting somebody because I was at the right place, the right time, being at the beach, meeting the right athlete or surfer who had a connection with this brand, and that brand needed a photograph. So it was all these small connections. And here's the reality is that when you decide to quit your job and you decide to quit school and you give everything you have to a career or to an art form, you'll usually find that success will be there. But this is the problem, is that most people aren't in a place where they can do that. I look at it as a privilege in many ways to have found what I love at a young age where I didn't have as many responsibilities. And I think opportunity came from that. Do I think that could have happened for anybody? I think if anybody's willing to give their time. I didn't come from a family situation or a economic situation where I was really, able to afford the equipment, afford the education or anything, and so what I did is I used my financial aid money that I had from being a lower income family to basically just put gas in my tank. And I would just try to be everywhere I thought I could be. I was a big researcher, and research has paid well for me, in the places that I go now, places that are behind you on your screen, to the places that I would try to be as a young photographer, right? Like, where's the surf going to be best? I'm going to go there. I'm going to wake up there. I'm going to wake up in the morning in my truck there because I want to see who's there. So I would put myself in situations where opportunities could happen, and opportunities came, right? That's the thing, is like I met the photo editor at Transworld Surf through a friend of mine who I was, basically giving my time as like an indentured servant shooting in some way, because I was just like giving everything I could to do that. And I wanted to make connections. And so eventually I made one, and I did an internship at Transworld, and that kind of parlayed into like shooting 1 or 2 small assignments for the magazine, like, like tiny little, 1/20th page photos. And then all of a sudden it was like I had ideas of my own. I wanted to propose those ideas. And so when I was interning at Transworld, I would just soak up everything I could. I would listen to every meeting. I would listen to the editorial pitches. I would watch how the other photographers would submit their photos, the metadata they would use, the lenses they would use. I wasn't somebody who somebody needed to tell me what to do or how to do it. I was somebody who could look at the image and decipher and understand they shot this from this angle with this lens. And they, this is how this situation evolved, this great portrait that, you see the outtakes. And I think if you become a student of photography, you start to realize and learn how some of these maybe more sophisticated and or mysterious images come to life. And so I think that that's what boded me the most well. That's what really served me well. And in terms of like getting my first assignment, was nothing. It was like, again, it was somebody saying, hey, you should submit to this piece of the magazine. It wasn't like, Chris, we're going to pay you, so-and-so to do this. I don't think I got on retainer for the magazine or got an offer until I was maybe like 6 years into my career. And to be honest, having a retainer in some way, it takes away a little bit of the fire. It takes away, because right now I'm a freelance photographer. I have no idea where my next paycheck will come from. That's how it works. I've turned down opportunities to work on staff for brands or work on staff for magazines because I like and I love the idea that being freelance allows you the ultimate freedom, but it's also terrifying. And so I think in that early career path, there were small moments, there were small glimpses, but I think that they all kind of blend together as to where it's hard for me to even picture, oh yeah, there was this one quintessential photo that caught the eye of this person. It was more about consistency and hard work that they realized like, wow, this kid's going to get it done, even if he ends up like staying awake for 72 hours and sleeping in his truck at the beach or eating gas station food for a month or something like that.
If I could distill what you just said, I think it comes down to dedication, which you certainly have. You are dedicated, putting in the work. But then I think of Henry Cartier-Bresson and the decisive moment. He laid out the decisive moment, but what you've managed to do is that you're in that moment. You've made sure that when that moment's going to happen, you're there to capture it because you put in the work.
Well, you're absolutely right, David. I mean, a big part of, I think, opportunity is making space for it, right? And I think making space for opportunity means that you are going to submit yourself to being at the right place at the right time so that luck or whatever you want to call it can actually occur. And I think that that's a huge component of this is like, how do you find great moments? Well, you submit yourself to being there all the time. And sadly, sometimes, a lot of times you don't nail it. You don't, get the perfect light. You don't get the perfect image. I can tell you more failure stories than I could success stories. And I think any good photographer worth their salt should be able to.
Something tells me, though, you got up the next day and went back out to photograph and
yeah,
the shot. So, okay. So listen, let's talk a little bit about the past. Let's go a little bit more towards the now. On your website, and this is very interesting because that's your Instagram, your website, the work that you create. That's the gateway to figuring out who Chris Burkard is. And you have summed up your work into 3 categories: adventure, landscape, and commercial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is your favorite to produce out of those 3?
My favorite to produce out of those 3 is when they all blend together. For example, when I'm asked to shoot something for a commercial brand that combines sort of the adventure component, right? And I think that that's such a broad term. It's such an overused term, but what I think about it is anything that inspires people to get outside and get outside of their comfort zone, right? That should be adventurous, because what's adventurous to me might not be adventurous to somebody else, or it might be way, way, way on the extreme side. But the point being is that at a certain point, just simply getting outside of your safe and your routine, that's exciting. And I want to create images and I want to create campaigns that inspire people to do that, because I think that that's what the world needs more of. That's how you inspire people to care about wild places. That's how you inspire them to vote for the planet and to care about it. You don't tell them to do so. You just show them what you love and what you fear losing most. And that's the most exciting thing. So for example, I was able to shoot the Apple Big Sur campaign for the new screensaver and for the new operating system. You know, that combined my passion for aerial photography with a place that I love, like landscape Big Sur, right? And then I was able to parlay that into this commercial opportunity for them to go up and shoot. So I spent, 3 days shooting in my favorite place, getting up early, the hum of the helicopter, documenting this place, trying to, document the fog and the light and all these things in a beautiful way that then could be used commercially. But that purpose is to inspire people. They look at their screen every day and what do they see? They see nature. It's not like they're hiring Chris to go shoot a cityscape because that's where more people should be. It's no, I want you to be in these raw environments and I want you to have an almost mystical view of it that you could only hope to see because, we obviously spent days and days trying to capture that very finite, unique, personal, my perspective time. So to me, that's the good stuff. That's the dream, right? And I've done everything other than I've done shoots that were like personal projects that were just pure adventure. I've done stuff that was commercial, that was kind of just whatever, wasn't that interesting. And I think that when I combine all of them, that's when I just feel the most alive, in my work.
I just downloaded Big Sur and started the installation this morning. So nice. I saw that image. That is amazing how you slipped in like that. Okay. Here's another, just to lead in, and this is kind of fits into it. Chris, you have photographed from one corner of this planet to the other, all different environments, deserts, Antarctica, jungle, mesas, all these amazingly beautiful natural places. What is your favorite environment to shoot in?
That's a good question. I mean, I think that the image behind you kind of speaks volumes. I love places with a lot of vertical relief. If I can explain that, it's like, where you have steep mountains that meet the ocean, right? So you find that a lot in the Ring of Fire. You find that a lot in like Russia and Alaska and Japan and, up and down the west coast of America, Iceland, Norway, places where there's a dramatic landscape because it's so abrupt, right? Like the mountains just go up. And I think that places I've found where you can climb in those environments and you can surf in those environments or what have you, those are the most special to me. Those are the places where when people see them, they're shocked or they're kind of in some way like blown away by what they're seeing. So to me, I want to kind of match the drama of the landscape with my own enthusiasm. And I think that that's where I get the most enthusiastic. If you plopped me in the middle of Central America, right on the equator, I probably wouldn't be as happy. I'm not super stoked on warm places just because mainly because I've gotten staph infection really bad shooting in Tahiti, and I've spent my time there. I've done a lot of time in Central America and places like that. And there's a lot of other things that kind of come with that. There's theft. There's oftentimes a lot of poverty. A lot of times it's challenging to kind of get to those really wild and natural places. And I know this is just my own perspective of what I've experienced through work, but I feel like the desolation of harsher climates is something that I really cling to documenting because there's less people there and those places they're harder to get to. They require more of me. They ask more of me. And I respect that a lot.
Interesting. You talked about your commercial work and really you didn't quite give me a straight answer when I said those three because the three have elements of each other in them. So yeah. It was a trick question. But one thing that did bring me up, it was your clients. And I noticed three of your clients stood out. First off, Sony is one of your clients, and Sony equipment allows you to realize many of your images, of course. So that's a great partnership. But everyone here at OPTIC knows about Sony, and we're all stoked for Sony, and a lot of us shoot with Sony. But two brands came out, both, I think, wonderful brands within ecology and conservation, but Patagonia and Mountainsmith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I worked on staff for Patagonia for a number of years. When they developed their surf program, I was on retainer to shoot for a couple of years. Some of their athletes were really good friends of mine. We would travel all over the globe, and so it was fun to kind of document a company like that, kind of making their foray into cold water surf and bringing that perspective. It's always fun when you get a chance to kind of like help slightly direct a brand vision with imagery, you know. That's always something I really like. It's more challenging sometimes to just kind of blindly submit, and maybe somebody uses something, but it doesn't really reflect you as a whole. I feel like there was a period where they were using a lot of my work, and I was just really proud of that. And then, you know, Mountain Smith is just a brand that I actually did some consulting for when they had a changeover of CEO. So my work goes kind of far and wide. I've done quite a bit of photography consulting and social media consulting for brands, a lot of speaking on that behalf. So some of these brands, you know, I'm not necessarily even picking up a camera for. I'm not really documenting something for. It's more about trying to help them develop a better storytelling platform and helping them try to, in some capacity, gain a better perspective for what their demographic wants to see.
Interesting, because that's you're working. These brands are in line with your goals about content and ecology, which is really perfect. That's what stuck out to me. I want to go back. You worked with a photographer named Michael Fatali, working in the American Southwest, and Michael's a large format shooter. How did that? Tell me about working, because you have mastered the zeros and the ones, the digitals, both in the moving image and the still image, which we have to talk about your moving images. But how did it feel, or to be around and exposed to such an analog nature, so different on the spectrum of photography?
Right. You know, Michael taught me a lot. I would say it's funny when I teach workshops, one of the first things I lead with is a bit of my origin story and my experience with Michael, because as somebody who is so limited to bringing 3 to 4 sheets of film into the backcountry, lugging a massive 8x10 camera and a massive tripod, his approach taught me so much about how to look for light and how to be patient. And that was one of the beautiful things. Like I would look at his images, and he'd always have this number by them, like 4 days, 2 days, 22 hours. And I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, is that the exposure? I don't get it. And he's like, no, that's the amount of time I waited for the right light. Because he would go back there, and instead of just being reactionary, we're so reactionary, right? We pick up our phones, we pick up our cameras, we're just like documenting everything. He's like, I would have to find ways to kind of like curb my excitement and study this place in order to create the perfect exposure, because I have 2 sheets of film, or whatever that is. And so I always found that to be so amazing, that level of patience and fortitude to kind of create something in the mind's eye first, right? And then bring it to life. And so I think that approach, that analog approach, which I shot film for the first year of my kind of year or 2 actually of my career and whatnot. And I still shoot film today, and I appreciate the process. Sadly, it's a bit too romantic for me. And I don't think that the clients that I work for would appreciate it as much as I do personally. But what I gained from that perspective has sat with me always. Just the understanding that just because we have 1 million exposures, right, doesn't mean we need to shoot all of them. To me, what he kind of helped develop is that it's more important to be a witness to these experiences and to have something to say and something to share than it is to necessarily have 1 billion options, right? Or to feel like you're spraying and praying, right? Shooting something. And I think that one of the big takeaways I got from Michael is that he amassed this incredible body of work. He would sell prints for, $30,000, $40,000, like incredible pieces of work in his gallery. All of his work was within a day's drive of his home, meaning that everything he shot, his whole portfolio was in the Southwest. For me, traveling all over the world, I enjoy traveling. I enjoy documenting those faraway places, but his work and Ansel Adams' work is a good reminder that you don't need to travel far to create incredible work. And you actually don't need to travel far to create a historic and kind of momentous body of work. And so that's an amazing eye-opener that I took from that, and something I think about still today.
Chris, you're going to want to hang out for a couple of hours. We're going to have George Tice on, and he's a similar an 8x10 photographer. Photographs his native backyard, New Jersey, and that's all.
That's awesome.
Stephen King says you should write books that you know. So
yeah.
photograph what you know.
Yeah.
So just to give an example, keep on this theme of this well-rounded, hardworking photographer that you are, you also did a children's book.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think what this comes down to is I want to, at a certain point you become so limited because you're speaking in the echo chamber. You're just sharing work to the same people. So why make a children's book? Well, I appreciate children and their perspective as much as adults. I don't aim to create work just for, 20 to 35-year-old people, right? I want to create work that spans generations. And one thing you realize as a creative or as somebody who wants to share kind of your own vision of the environment is that if you want to speak to different audiences, you sometimes have to work in different mediums. So we wrote a book. I worked with a publisher out of Salt Lake, and I hired a digital artist, David McClellan, to basically illustrate some of my photographs and kind of bring them to life with animals and all this stuff. But the point being is that regardless of the fact that there's no images, no photographs in there, the message is the same. It distills down my hope and my message from what I hope people would take away from my images into a form that children could appreciate. And I think that's really what that book really is kind of a testament to the idea that as a creative individual, if you are so limited to one platform, to just your camera, you're really kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Like, you don't want to be tied up like that. Like the ability to direct films, the ability to tell stories, the ability to make books and utilize all these different voices to share meaningful things. Like that's what I'm after. That's what I'm seeking for. And that's where I feel like a book like that comes into play.
Okay. And one more question about that book. Was the title Was the title of the book inspired by David Bowie?
No, I don't. What's the reference there?
The Man Who Fell to Earth was a.
Oh no, sadly not. But I love Bowie. Big fan.
Looking at your body of work, there were many things that popped out at me, but one of them was a big question mark, and it was point of view. And you are equally creating great work when your feet are on the ground, as well as having a point of view that's very far up, whether it be helicopters, drones. Can you just talk about your point of view when you get these images that are, you're looking down on the mountain, brother. You're not looking up the mountain.
I think what this comes down to is often, I think back to that experience with Michael Fatali, right? He would have all this time to compose an image. And one of the things that he would kind of preach is like, when you have this time, you should study your subject. You should walk 360 degrees around it. You should get on your belly. You should look at it from every perspective, because if you just show up and you just start taking pictures, you're going to miss out on some other unique perspective, unique angle. Like this is kind of how we find and we decipher these unique perspectives. And so for me, the ability to use a drone, to use a plane, to be on the ground, take Iceland's volcanic eruption, for example. Like I would have felt so limited if my only perspective or way of shooting it was by foot, right? So being able to kind of offer people a 360 degree perspective around this volcano, from the air, from the ground, to me, that's doing this place a real, like doing proper documentary work, like actually showing it from every angle, every perspective. And so to me, that's important. I mean, if I have the time and I'm given a task, I want to make sure that I put boots on the ground and I've really explored the entire perimeter. I don't want to leave any stone unturned. And obviously these things evolve, they change, but at least I know when I was there, I didn't just walk up to the classic tourist viewpoint, pull up my camera, shoot and be like, okay, well, I guess I'm good. So I think there's always that extra effort, there's always that extra effort that's needed. Michael, again, he kind of preached that in his work with given the time that he had to study these places. This is why his compositions are so perfect, because he really thought about them. They were meaningful to him and he spent the time to digest and understand them. So I love that question. And I think that really makes me stoked that in some way you recognize that, because I try not to leave any place not seeing it from as many views or perspectives as I can.
So let's talk about what's going on in Iceland. This is very recent, and you were just there like only a couple of weeks ago, right? Or
about a month and a half ago.
Tell us about the experience, and we're gonna, while you're talking about it, we're gonna show some work on the
Yeah, so I was there on actually a commercial shoot for a brand, shooting a catalog and a little film, and then I had 6 weeks, and so I did that for 10 days, and then I had like 10 days in between to kind of just relax and have some downtime and hang with friends, and then I was going to do this big bike expedition through the winter, through the interior of the country over snow, a big bike packing trip that we were making a film on as well. So it was a stacked trip, and then all of a sudden during this 10-day window. This volcano erupts, and I knew that there was the potential that it might, because I had, read the reports and been apprised. But to see that happen, I in some way I was just like, "There's no way. This is so rare. Like, how did I get so lucky? How is this happening right now?" And so I really, didn't have much time to rest. I took every opportunity that I could. And we walked around it, we flew around it, we droned around it, et cetera, et cetera. I ended up going on assignment for Nat Geo to document the story.
Sorry, hold on, Chris. I'm sorry, hold on. Tell us about flying the drone into it. What's the deal with the heat?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So basically, if you fly fast, you can fly as low as you want. But the problem is when you hang out and the heat starts to rise, it'll melt the sensors, right? I saw a lot of photographers melting drones, and some were just like going for it, like just literally going right into it. they didn't care.
But for the heart of the sun.
Yeah, the problem is I needed to keep my drones for later. And the one thing I did do is I went to this DJI store in Iceland. I bought like 6 extra batteries because we were shooting so much. We would go out there with like 10, 12 batteries because we were just flying the whole time. And it was a really visceral experience. And I mean that in a way that was it's truly like it's not often that you're photographing something that you're feeling the warmth, you're smelling it, you're hearing it. And all of that coupled into one image or one experience is very unique. It's very important. And I think that it felt oddly familiar. Like we had been doing this for thousands of years, and there wasn't a lot of fear around it because I knew this was a low silica volcano. It's slow flowing. It's not an explosion, high silica. So we had the ability to go there. We were also, I was on assignment, like I said, for Nat Geo. So I was with some people who, volcanologists, amongst other people, to kind of know where to be and where to go. And so I got really awesome access too. And I'll tell you what, it was hands down, probably top 5 experiences in my entire life, like being there, seeing it, watching it grow, seeing it from the very, 18 hours after it erupted or 16 hours. I mean, I remember the night before just staying up in a frantic, trying to call everybody I could and try and get heli access. I was the first one out there in a plane the next morning, and we got turned around because of the gases. So it was a full body experience, and it's something that I just really appreciated, and I'm grateful that it happened.
Awesome. Cool. And the work is stunning, of course. All right. This is all super cool. We've covered a lot of ground. Krista, we talked about your past. We talked about your first camera. We talked about your current work, what led up to it, your children's book. One other little note, I just want to talk about marketing yourself. And you've done a very good job of marketing yourself. And one thing I noticed was like your website has a gift shop and it's filled with cool stuff.
Yeah.
Well done on that. Can you just talk a little bit about how marketing has integrated with your own work, marketing yourself in terms to your clients, but just you?
I think that, the truth behind that is like, I'm not really here to sell, trinkets or things that I think serve no genuine purpose. I love making books. I've been lucky enough to publish 7 books through different publishers and some self-publish and make a number of films. And I think what I realize is that along with those projects, it's often really awesome to make something supplementary, a poster or a pin or something that kind of commemorates that experience. Because to me, those are large and important experiences in my life. And so I always look for ways to kind of in some way iconoclast sort of some of this body of work, whether it's a pin from my alpacas that I own, that I've shot. People might want to have like a small memento of that, to experience it. And I've been lucky enough to do make a lot of equipment, like whether it's a camera bag or clothing with a brand or something like that. And I think one of the things I always think about when creating something or putting something in the market is like, does it solve a problem or answer a question? Because I definitely am really aware of this idea of consumerism and just creating more because it seems kind of meaningless. But when something can be, you're proud of it, it again like helps make your life a little easier or brings a little joy to you, then I think that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, we've been lucky enough to I have a physical space, I have a gallery. A lot of people come in and they want to say hi or they want to see the work. And so I love being able to offer some of those things that we've created and made, and we're really proud. We're really proud that we are able to transcend just the image and actually have something tangible people can walk away with, and that's really important.
Okay, we're slowly running out of time. We could,
we are.
You said we could talk about for 5 hours. I want to cover two things that are interconnected, and the first thing is that a recent film that you just made, Milo, which I just watched it and we're going to play it for everybody, and it's really touching and just a beautiful film, and also your faith. And I want to ask how your faith has guided you in your work.
Yeah, it's a great question. Which one do you want first?
I think they're interconnected in a way because Milo, that's about faith. It's about a spirituality. And
it's a really important topic and something that I hold really dear as well. Milo, the film itself, it's a film about a Native American photographer, Navajo, is Dine. His name is Navajo Milo, or Milo Fowler. And he's somebody who I met over social media, actually. And what's so interesting is that some of my best friends, some of the people that are most meaningful to me, I've met over social media. So that tells you something about this platform. As frivolous as it may seem at times, it can foster real relationships, real connection, if you allow it to. And that's what I aim for it to do for me. And so I will always be grateful for it for that purpose. And when I look at it from that lens, I realize there's great stories to tell. There's great stories to find if you're willing to look. If you're on there just, frivolously looking at the next thing to buy, then it's probably not going to be the most useful tool. But for me, I met Milo. I fell in love with his work. I researched his message, his purpose. Why does he, where is he from? What's his story? And I realized that he had basically utilized photography as a way to give back to his people after a couple, just heinous events, the Gold King mine spill, and amongst other things like, COVID, having distance learning kits, and then not having, any energy to their homes. So he was providing solar power. So ultimately, I just was like, this is the person who I aspire to be like. And I want to tell that story. And so that's kind of where a lot of these stories come from. They originate from something meaningful within inside myself. My other films, I've made a lot of just surf films about exploration and the adventure of all that, which is great. And those are inspiring in a different way. But I feel like as you get older, as you grow up, as I've become a dad, I've got my own, my own concerns and thoughts and feelings. You want to tell stories that are meaningful and deep to you that might even be about an issue that you face personally, but it's easier to tell it in a perspective of a film. So a lot of times I think as a director, I'm trying to kind of emote what I'm going through personally or what I'm feeling in some way. Those are the most meaningful stories. Those are the ones that you'll get up at 4 a.m. to go shoot, or you'll go through sleepless nights because you're connected to them in some way. You have to find stories that are personally connected. And with Milo, we share the same faith. And one of the beauties of that experience is that I had a deep understanding of kind of what he was going through or what he's gone through in his life, trying to balance family and, his culture and his religion and all these things. And I think that in some way, I don't want to, get too, deep and spiritual here, but my hope and my goal is that my work can in some way glorify the creator, whatever creator that might be for you, and I think that the beauty there is that if people can appreciate what's out there and spend more time in those environments, for example, nature, hopefully, that they will draw closer to that entity for them, and closer to themselves. I've found personally, like I've said, growing up in a single parent home and whatnot, that nature, traveling, and photography, these tools have helped me understand a very complicated world, helped give me meaning and purpose to a very complicated world. And to nowadays be able to tell stories that address those things, I feel like this is like the greatest gift I could ever have. It's the greatest calling I could ever have. And even having a platform like this, for you guys to share, like it's super meaningful to me. It's why it's really important to be able to be up here or sit on a podcast or just talk about these things, because I feel indebted to what nature has provided me and what it's given me and what I've seen it give my friends, what I've seen it give my colleagues, what I've seen it give my kids. And I think that, in some way, to think that it wasn't intuitively created as a healing tool would be just, I don't know, some kind of a disrespect to what it really has to provide. And so my children's book and amongst other things, this is kind of why I wanted to share those messages and help people realize that they can ask hard questions in these environments and get answers.
Chris, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to roll. We're gonna finish up with Milo, and we're gonna roll Milo. This has been a lovely interview. Thank you so much for joining us, sharing your work and your message.
David, thanks. Thank you, buddy. I always appreciate someone doing the research and asking me some tough questions. And these are the things I love, these real, honest conversations. I think this is what the world needs more of, is more face-to-face, more interaction, more real conversation, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to make this happen. So cheers.
There was one question I didn't ask you though.
Yeah.
What kind of film was in your girlfriend's mom's camera?
The film that I always used, the film that I loved, was Ektachrome 100 BS. That was always the film. Push it once, one stop, push. That's the best for California light, right?
Look at the color. That's how you get the color.
That's it. That's a secret.
Thank you so much for joining us, Chris. You rock. I hope to see you soon on the road. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was a little kid, and we went out far in a horse trailer. Far. Let the horse out. He had his rope trying to chase it away. And then he closed the back of the horse trailer, got in his old truck, and we drove away. And out behind us was this cloud of dust. Hailan kikete ilwal. That's what I asked him. Grandpa, what is running behind us? And he stopped, pulled over. Horse is right there. At that moment, my grandpa gave me a lesson. He said, the greatest test you can give yourself by having a horse, especially a wild one, is you take that wild horse all the way back to where you found it. You take off your saddle blanket, your reins, everything, and you tell your horse to go and be returned to the land. At that moment, that horse is going to do one of two things. I grew up on the Navajo reservation in a small home that was probably 600 square feet at most, with a 30 square mile backyard. For me as a kid, that pile of red dirt, that pile of nothingness is what sustained me. It fed me and kept me warm. It was all I knew, and it provided. Like over around this ridge over here is where I learned how to track rabbits. This was it. Old saddle. Dang, this has probably been here for like 30 years. By the time I was in preschool, I already had 3 horses that were mine. I just had that early bond with them. I had a spiritual leader in my life who once told me, he said, I know you love your people. I know you love your land. I know you love where you grew up. And he said, I'm giving you counsel that the greatest impact you'll have on your own life and for others is going to be when you move off the reservation. You can't tell me I got to move away from the land that raised me. You can't tell me I got to, go move off the reservation. I spent many days fasting and prayer and being alone. And I just basically asked one question. Is he right? Then one day, I finally got an answer. Sa dagon siya, ara do eats ada. Asaha na shanda, el trobel bez ni bel. Solizem bego epedin need. Hagula di shah. When I left, I was very fluid in the life I had had on the reservation. Now, I had to learn a whole new language of life. I had always envisioned establishing my own homestead and living off the land like I did with my grandparents. Now that foundation was gone. I had no path, no horizon to set my eyes on. My early days of photography gave me some direction, but honestly, looking back now, I can see that I was mostly chasing recognition. This wasn't the reason why I should have left. It wasn't connected to anything deeper.
New video has surfaced from the EPA of the Gold King mine spill back in early August.
For the first time, we're seeing exactly what happened that day and hearing how EPA workers reacted.
In 2015, the Gold King mine spill happened. The San Juan River, the most farmed on the Navajo reservation, became toxic. And overnight, my people's water was turned off. And I got a small idea to sell some photos of mine. Maybe I could deliver a pallet of drinking water to a couple of families. Through $5, $10, and $20 prints, we ended up delivering 7 semi-trailers of drinking water. Wow, so this is all the water we got from all of your donations. This is awesome. That day I saw a new purpose as a photographer. Helping a few families was a lot more meaningful than all the recognition I could possibly ever receive.
From Denver.
Being connected to the different generations and doing my part by giving back, it's important to me. Our language, our culture, our interactions, they're shared and passed on through these connections. These years, the put it on the front. The beautiful thing about a camera is that it's a tool that allows me to preserve my heritage and pass it on to the next generation. Wait, I don't wanna go. I don't wanna leave. In my family, our two kids are half Navajo and half Bilagana, half white. See the fog around you? Yeah, it's everywhere, huh? Yeah? You're happy to be here again? The only chance they have to know our language, our culture, lies solely on me. Every day, I just hope I am doing enough. My hope is that these images can inspire the youth. More importantly, I hope they can understand at one time our land was taken away from us. And just that story of Huelde. I just have the utmost appreciation for the land we still have. And as we roam about, as we go about, my hope is that we are what we're supposed to be, and that's caretakers of the land. Whenever I'm around wild horses, I simply close my eyes and I just feel like sometimes I don't need to take a photograph. I just get to spend time with them, and we're not afraid of each other. Oh my gosh, come on. Literally, they're in the last spot available with light. Look at this. That is insane. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wild horses survive the weather, the harsh conditions. They move together as a herd. They understand the importance of community, of family. And it's the same thing with us. We all have big questions. We all go through so much. I think sometimes we lose sight of our true beauty, that we can all make a difference. Turns out Grandpa was right all along. No matter how far I roam from this land of my ancestors, I'll always find my way back home.
Save all your good luck, all your good luck charms. They may be the only one that's gonna save you from harm. Save up all your good memories, stick 'em high up on the shelf. What do I got to do, mama, just to save it from myself?
Wow.
We say we ain't ever lost.
As a kid, I went just about everywhere with my grandpa, man. It was the coolest summers I've always had. And my grandpa would always be driving like this with his hand like this, elbow right here, always on alert, and he'd always be like, you never know, sometimes you always got to turn this way, and so it's faster than be quick. And he'd drive like this on the highway too. I don't know why. I was like, dude, Grandpa, it's like a straightaway. Why you gotta drive like this? Why not like this? And he's like, there's one reason why. He goes like this. Oh, I miss that guy. My grandpa was cool as heck, man.
The B&H Optic Challenge Street Photography Award, sponsored by Sony, with judging by Ira Block. The winner will take home a Sony Alpha A6600 mirrorless digital camera with 18 to 135 millimeter lens. And the winner is... Nothing's Gonna Make Me Late to Work Again by Andrew Robello. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
Hey OPTIC attendees, stay tuned as we take our break and an afternoon stretch with Autumn Schrock. Autumn is a full-time photographer and a member of the Sony Alpha Imaging Collective who specializes in travel, astro, and landscape photography. When Autumn's not behind a camera or a computer, she also enjoys yoga, sour candy, which I do too, film scores, and obsessing over someone's dog. I can't wait to introduce her to my Chihuahua Eisenhower when we finally meet up. Autumn is going to show us special stretches made for photographers. Let's face it, the cameras have gotten lighter, but the muscle aches have gotten worse. Thanks, Autumn. We really needed this.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying OPTIC so far. My name is Autumn Schrock. I'm a professional travel, landscape, and astrophotographer. I'm a member of the Sony Alpha Imaging Collective, a B&H creator, and I'm also a yoga teacher. You might be wondering why there's a yoga class at an imaging conference, but when you think about it, in our jobs and hobbies as photographers and videographers, we bring a lot of tension into our bodies. We carry around a silly amount of heavy gear, which puts a lot of strain and tension on our upper backs, our shoulders, our necks, and that's followed by hours, days on end sitting at a chair behind our computers editing, which brings a lot of strain into our lower backs, our hips, and our hamstrings. Yoga allows us to release and ease some of the tension that builds, and it also teaches us to hone our concentration and our focus so that we can all be better creatives. I'm so excited to be here with you today to lead you through some yoga. I feel like we all could use a little more nature in our lives, so today I'm coming to you from the great outdoors. So go ahead, hop out of your chair, head on over to your mat or wherever is comfortable for you, and let's get started. Come into child's pose. Bring your knees wide, big toes touch, sit your hips back, extend your arms out, gently rest your forehead down on the mat. Close your eyes, bring your attention to your breath. Start to deepen your breath now. Try to continue this deep breathing through practice today, and don't worry if you forget. That's why I'm here. I'll remind you. Slowly come up into puppy pose. I think this is one of, if not the most important poses for photographers and videographers for whenever we're carrying around our heavy backpacks. This is an amazing shoulder release. So come up onto your shins, knees about hip width distance apart. Keep your knees stacked underneath your hips as you walk your hands forward. Draw your chest down toward the mat. Reach your fingers forward, but press your tailbone toward the back. Reach, reach, reach forward, press your tailbone, feel your spine lengthen. Either bring your forehead down to the mat, or you can bring your chin down to the mat, whatever is most comfortable for you. Breathe. Slowly inhale up. Come into a tabletop position. Wrists stacked underneath your shoulders, knees stacked underneath your hips. Let's rock forward and back, stretch our wrists out a little bit. We don't often think about needing to stretch our wrists, but we are photographers and videographers who, carry around a lot of heavy things, which puts a lot of strain on our wrists, so it's always a good idea to stretch them out. Maybe point them toward the edges of your mat, rock side to side. Maybe point them back toward your knees and sit back. This is also a really great forearm stretch. All right, let's shake them out a little bit and come back to that tabletop position. Cat-cow, inhale your head up, tail up, drop your belly down. Exhale, cat, round your spine, gaze toward your belly button. Inhale, head up, tail up, drop your belly. Exhale, cat, arch your spine, really press the ground away. Inhale, one more, cow. Exhale, cat. Come back to a neutral spine. Tuck your toes, come into a plank. Notice if you're kind of dipping down into your shoulders. We want strong shoulders, so really lift yourself up. Sit your hips back. Downward facing dog. Our hamstrings might be a little bit tight today, so let's walk our dogs out a little bit by lifting one heel and pressing the other one into the ground. Whenever you find comfort in your down dog, inhale your left leg up, three-legged dog, or tripod pose, as I like to call it. Gaze forward, step your left foot in between your hands, come into warrior one. Spin your back heel down at a 45-degree angle. Front knee stacked over your front ankle. Inhale, arms up. Belly in, big breath in. Exhale, open up, warrior two. Arms reach for opposite ends. The side of your back foot should be parallel with the back of your mat. Shoulders down and back, gaze over your front fingertips. Inhale, reverse your warrior. Keep your legs where they are. Inhale your left arm up toward the sky, right fingertips down toward the ground. Exhale, cartwheel your hands down to frame your front foot. Tuck your back toes. Let's see if we can kick ourselves up into a supported warrior three. Shift the weight into your left foot. Kick your back leg out so that it's at a 90-degree bend, parallel to the ground. If you need to bend your front knee a little bit, that's okay if our hamstrings are a little bit tight. And let's play around with some balance here. Maybe we lift our hands off the ground, see if we can stay stable. We tend to think of balance as being purely physical, but it's as much mental as it is physical. Notice if you're kind of wobbling around, your mind might be distracted. I find the same goes for me when I'm out on photo shoots. If my mind is elsewhere, I find that my art tends to suffer. So bring yourself back into your body, focus on your breath, and see how that improves your balance. Let's challenge ourselves a little bit more here into half moon pose. See if you can inhale your right arm up, open up your hips so they're stacked on top of one another. We're basically trying to make our body on one plane, like we're trying to fit into a narrow space. Hold it. One more breath. Exhale your hand down. Bring your back knee in, bend it, take a little break here. Cross your right leg over your left onto your toes. Inhale, halfway lift. Long, straight spine. We're kind of trying to make an L bracket shape with our bodies here. Exhale, fold forward. One-legged pigeon pose. Shift the weight onto the right ball of your foot. Kick your left leg back. Draw your right knee down toward the right edge of your mat. Right foot comes in toward your pelvis. If you have some knee injuries, we don't want to anger anything, so you're welcome to take the reclined variation. So cross your right ankle over your left thigh, and draw your left thigh toward your body. Otherwise, feel free to take the more traditional variation. Square your hips toward the front. Inhale, long, straight spine. Exhale, maybe we fold forward onto our forearms. This is one of my favorite poses for those really long edit days when we're stuck in a chair for long periods of time. Our hips get really tight when we sit at that sort of 90-degree bend, and this is one of the best hip openers. Breathe. Slowly inhale back up. Keep your feet where they are. Just roll yourself onto your sit bones. For head to knee pose. Square yourself off toward your left leg. Inhale your arms up. Exhale, fold forward. If you need to bend your knee a little bit for hamstrings are tight, that's okay. Yoga is not a competition. There's no one watching you. There's no one judging you. Do whatever feels right in your body. Breathe. Slowly inhale up. Cross your left leg over your right knee for a twist. Bring your right tricep to the outside of your right or left thigh. Left fingertips behind you. Long straight spine, sit tall, chest forward, gaze over your left shoulder. Deep breath. Release yourself. Bring your hands back to the front of your mat. Step back, downward facing dog. Notice how this down dog feels in comparison to the first one of the day. Maybe it feels a little bit more comfortable. Inhale your right leg up, tripod pose. Gaze forward, step it through, warrior one. Spin your back heel down, shoulders squared, hips squared toward the front. Inhale, arms up. Really reach up like you're trying to get your drone out of the tree. Big breath in. Exhale, open up, warrior two. Edge of your left foot should be parallel to the mat, shoulders down and back. Gaze over your front fingertips. Inhale, reverse your warrior. Right fingertips lift up toward the sky. Exhale, cartwheel your hands down to frame your front foot. Tuck your toes. See if we can come into that supported warrior three. Shift your weight forward. Kick yourself up. Back leg parallel to the ground. It's okay if you need to bend your front leg a little bit. And let's play around with that balance again. Maybe we lift ourselves up. Maybe we come into the full warrior three. Whatever is calling to you today. Strong in your standing foot. Let's challenge ourselves a little bit into that half moon. Inhale your left arm up. Stack your hips so that you're on one single plane, trying to fit into that narrow space. It's okay if you fall. I think it's important that we challenge ourselves because we don't grow if we don't challenge ourselves. One more breath. Exhale, bring your hand down, bring your back leg in, bend your knee, take a little break. Cross your left leg over your right onto your toes. Inhale, halfway lift. Long, straight spine, crown of your head presses forward. Exhale, fold. Pigeon pose. Shift the weight into the ball of your left foot. Kick your right leg back. Left knee goes down toward the left side of the mat. Left foot in toward your pelvis. If you took the reclined variation on the other side, do that on this side too. We want to create balance in our bodies. Inhale, find length in your spine. Square your hips to the front as best as you can. Exhale. Maybe we fold forward onto our forearms. Breathe. Notice if this side feels different from the other side. Slowly inhale back up. Keep your feet where they are, into that head to knee pose. Just swivel yourself onto your sit bones. Square yourself off toward your right leg. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, fold forward. Again, it's okay if you have to bend your knee. No one is watching. See if your breath can take you a little bit deeper. Slowly come up. Cross your right leg over your left for that twist. Left tricep to the outside of your right leg. Right arm behind you, long straight spine, gaze over your right shoulder. This is another pose that I love to do when I take little editing breaks. You can do it while you're just sitting in your chair as well. It's a nice way to loosen up your spine, especially your lower back. Release your hands, swing your feet so that they're at the front of your mat, come down onto your back. Legs up the wall. You can either grab a blanket to put underneath your hips, or you can even just come with your hands under your hips. This is an amazing pose for those long shoots when you're on your feet all day long. Sometimes your ankles, your feet get a little swollen. This helps to relieve some of that swelling, get the blood circulating. I like to take turns pointing and flexing my feet. Just helps speed things up a little bit. Bring your knees into your chest, give yourself a squeeze, maybe sway side to side, massage out your spine a little bit. And then rock and roll forward and backwards, massage your spine a little bit more, and then roll yourself all the way up to a sit. Whatever is most comfortable for you. Sit tall. Close your eyes, bring your palms face up on your legs or your knees. And take a body scan. Notice how you feel after this practice. Take some shoulder rolls down and back. Maybe some neck rolls. And come back to a neutral spine. Slowly open your eyes. Let's take one more deep breath together. Inhale your arms all the way up. Bring your palms to touch. Exhale your hands through heart center. May you be happy, may you be healthy, both in body and in mind. May you be safe, and may you be loved. Thank you so much for following along and moving with me today. Hopefully you feel refreshed, energized, and more focused so that you're able to really make the most of the rest of OPTIC. Have a great day, everyone.
Well, we hope you're enjoying OPTIC, with so much inspiration and pent-up energy to get out as the world opens up. You'll need to do a review of your camera kit and score some new gear for that trip you've been waiting to go on for over a year. Now what if I told you that you could do a massive gear refresh and have 6 months to 2 years to pay it off without interest? Well, now you can with the B&H financing card. You'll want to hop over to the B&H website to read all the details, but it's just one more way that B&H is here to help you out. And now, back to our programming at OPTIC.
At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H. Fred Smith here told us that B&H Photo helped change his life. Fred, tell us your story.
I was a fitness instructor in Atlanta, and I transferred to New York, March 13, 2020, right as the city went under lockdown.
Oof, that's rough timing.
All the studios shut down. But with B&H's help, I started Workout with Fred. It's an online fitness platform with cycling classes and off-the-bike classes taught by me.
Talk about lemons to lemonade.
As I started looking for equipment, everybody I spoke to was pointing me to B&H. I needed a camera, a lens, microphone, capture card, audio interface.
Whoa, Fred, we're running out of room here.
Well, here's the thing. That setup is really complicated, and that's where B&H came in. I felt like every expert I spoke to had been in my shoes before, whether I was on the chat or I called. Anytime I had a question, they had a solution. I was like, I wish I'd called you earlier.
We're always here for you, Fred. Say, where do you film all this?
Let me show you. My living room is essentially a recording studio. Everything in here, except for the couch and the TV, are laid out so that I can do my recording.
Amazing. What's next for you, Fred?
One of the things I wanted to do for years was start a video podcast. So I started something called Join the Convo. We discuss important topics in a safe space.
Fred, you're a real mensch. Thank you for sharing your B&H story with us. If you're thinking of starting a virtual business like Fred, check out bnh.com.
Hey Team Canon, Rebecca from Canon USA, here to introduce a dramatic new lens for serious image makers. Introducing the new Canon RF 14 to 35mm f4L IS USM lens. This lens is an all-in-one wide-angle zoom that takes EOS R system users from the visual power of 14mm ultra-wide imagery through a more classic focal length of 35mm. This lens is a great choice for travel, landscape, interiors, architecture, group photos, content creation, and so much more. The Nano USM focus motor is a must-have for video because of its near-silent autofocus and the smoothness of its focus transitions. Plus, the autofocus is extremely quick for video and still photography. Another great feature of this lens is its close focusing capabilities. At all zoom settings, it can focus to less than 8 inches. Optical excellence is expected with all Canon L series lenses, and the 14 to 35mm f4L lens does not disappoint. It has a strong design and includes special optical glass and lens coating technologies. It also has a weather-resistant design with gasketing and sealing at all of the key areas throughout the lens, even at the lens mount. Now, let's talk about image stabilization. There are up to 5.5 stops of shake correction with the lens's optical IS alone, and up to 7 stops of coordinated IS when used with cameras like the EOS R5 or EOS R6 with their in-body image stabilization systems. Even with its ultra-wide 14mm coverage, this zoom lens is really compact and it's lightweight. It weighs more than half a pound less than the RF f2.8 wide-angle zoom lens. This lens has a constant aperture design, so the maximum aperture of f4 does not change as you zoom the lens. Incredibly, this lens accepts standard 77mm screw-in filters. This is extremely rare on full-frame lenses with 14mm coverage. This will be a huge asset when capturing nature and will be especially convenient for landscape photographers and videographers or anyone shooting outdoors. This lens is a massive development for a variety of passionate photographers and content creators. This one compact lens covers a broader range of wide-angle possibilities than any previous Canon lens designed for full-frame cameras. I hope you've enjoyed learning about this new ultra-wide-angle zoom lens. For Canon USA, I'm Rebecca Nichols. Thanks for watching.
Twee de Rooij is a wildlife photographer, naturalist, and author of many books on wildlife themes around the world. Born in Belgium and raised in the Galapagos, Twee is also an ardent conservationist who has combined her life's three passions, wildness, photography, and conservation, into a successful career as a world communicator, striving to sensitize her audiences to take better care of our natural planet. Twee has been involved in several BBC natural history film productions and has hosted an Audubon Society feature film, Galapagos, My Fragile World. I met Twee on a Galapagos Lindblad expeditions trip in 2015 and spent a few weeks at sea with her. Her story is really one for the ages, how she learned photography and essentially grew up on a deserted island. It's like if Swiss Family Robinson had a daughter who pursued photography. So I've been trying to have Twee brought to New York City for OPTIC since I first photographed alongside of her. But alas, the Galapagos is across the world from New York City. But now, in the virtual world, I am deeply pleased to introduce to you Twee de Rooij, OPTIC 2021 keynote speaker, as she shares her first 50 years photographing in Darwin's favorite 10 islands, the Galapagos.
Hi, I'm Twee de Rooij, and I've lived here all my life in the Galapagos Islands. I came when I was 2 years old, when my parents decided to be pioneers here, and I've been photographing these islands now for 50 years. I've gone all over the world and photographed all sorts of wonderful things, and then I keep coming back and discovering just how special Galapagos is. What I would like to share with you today is not a lecture about photography, but rather a photographic story, which is my life in these islands and how I have observed the islands. I have discovered and rediscovered them over and over again through my lens. And that's really what I would like to show. So I would like to let the photograph speak mostly, and I will be doing the commentary for the photos rather than the other way around. And I hope you will enjoy this, because I'm really sharing what is very, very special to me, which are these incredible islands that I've had the great good fortune of spending more than half a century documenting with my camera. The Galapagos Islands, young volcanoes that are seemingly suspended in time and space, just like this giant tortoise in the sunrise glow, have been my home now for 65 years, and 50 of those years I've been photographing their wildlife and their wild places. And this is what I'd like to share with you today. I would like to call this Dreaming Through My Camera, because it's Galapagos dreaming through my camera or my lens. Because it's not about how I got the shot, it's more about the story of the wonder and the magic that I keep discovering through my photographs, looking at this peaceful scene, this peaceful volcano that can suddenly turn into an outburst of volcanic activity, lava flowing into the sea. Some of the wildlife will die, some will survive, some will adapt. And that's what Galapagos is all about. And that's really what makes me so passionate about these islands that are my home. And that's why I never ever get tired of photographing them, because every time you look, there is something new, something different, a moment in time that is unique. We have unique species here, penguins on the equator, iguanas that dive into the sea for their food, marine iguanas. But that's not really the point. The point is that each and every day over the last 50 plus years, I've always found something different to photograph. From sunrise with a frigate bird still resting on its perch, right through the day with giant tortoises grazing in their meadows while the volcano is puffing behind them, or as the sun sets over a flightless cormorant drying its wings. There are just endless and ever more moments that are so special, so unique, they never happen again. And the wildlife is calm and trusting, if you are calm and trusting with them, so that you can take it from different angles. You can use different lenses. You can choose what level you get at, and you can capture that spirit of wildness with the animals peacefully going about their lives as the clouds change, as the weather changes. And you can use different techniques, slow motion as the wave breaks over a feeding marine iguana, or a fast shutter speed to capture the wave in crystal clearness. But all of that really happens when you have time. And time is certainly what I've had in Galapagos, from the lovely morning glow of the sun coming over the horizon and the peaceful Nazca booby incubating its eggs, or an afternoon with a hawk looking for food, looking for its next meal while the island that it lives on is casting a shadow over the sea. And some more dynamic moments, behavior, activity, with the landscape included in the picture. It's one of the few places where you can really do wildlife photography with a wide-angle lens. The beautiful thing about Galapagos is that you don't always have to use a telephoto lens to do your wildlife photography. You can do a beautiful shot with a wide angle where you get the whole background and this beautiful landscape and the animal within the landscape. And that's what makes it so special, is that you really get the sense that you've got a wild animal in its environment. But not all photographs need to be taken with a wide angle, of course. Sometimes you want to focus on something very specific, like this blue-footed booby doing its courtship landing to impress its mate, or a little yellow warbler feeding in the tide line when the tide is going out, looking for little gnats in the algae, or a flightless cormorant trying to fly for just a moment as the tide comes in. And sometimes it's actually the wildlife that is still and the elements that are moving, like these Sally Lightfoot crabs waiting for the tide to go down and the waves are breaking over the shore. Or a booby that, after missing its catch during a dive, erupts out of the water and chases the needlefish on the momentum that it gained from coming up from a dive. That interface between air and water, air and sea, is so special, so full of energy, because so much in these islands happens at the waterline. You can see what's going on from above, and you know there's plenty more going on down below. This brown pelican that's just dived and has a beak full of fish, and the brown noddies are actually trying to cash in on that. If you look at it from below, it looks very different. In fact, I think a lot of people would be hard put to recognize a pelican when it dives, if you're looking at it from below. And it's not just pelicans, there are other animals, wildlife down here under the surface. The Galapagos penguins right on the equator, chasing little fish because of the cold currents that nurture the rich waters around these islands. And the largest of all the cormorants coming up from a very deep dive. They are the biggest, strongest cormorant because they've lost their ability to fly, so they can actually dive and chase fish underwater. And sometimes the best shot is actually above the water. I really like that interface between the two elements. Here's a marine iguana warming up in the shallows of a tide pool with the little pufferfish cleaning some bits of skin, or a freshly born little black-tipped shark baby in a very calm inlet with a giant cacti in the distance. And as you go deeper into these inlets, you reach the mangrove lagoons that are perfectly quiet, perfectly still. And you get surprises there too, a little sea lion coming in for a little playful romp, or sea turtles that after feeding in the cold currents come into these warm sheltered waters to rest and digest their food. But when you go out into the deeper water, you see other aspects of their lives. This is looking down from the surface at a sea turtle swimming through a giant school of striped salimas, very gregarious fish. Or sometimes sea lions at play. These pups are playing with a chocolate chip starfish, passing it back and forth and letting it sink and then catching it again. These are these moments that happen only once. And if you're lucky, you might get it in a photo. The fish life under the surface is quite interesting in the Galapagos because of the mixing currents. So you have quite a few species that are found only here. And when you get into the deeper areas, the steep walls that drop off into the abyss, you get some incredible congregations of oceanic species like these scalloped hammerheads that migrate across the eastern Pacific and come back to these steep walls where unbelievable numbers of pelagic fish, tuna and various other kinds like jacks, and so many fish gather here as they pass through on their way to who knows where. And if you climb those walls and you get above the sea level, you find a whole other world of seabirds nesting on these islands. These are the northernmost islands in Galapagos, Darwin and Wolf, isolated outposts about 75 miles from the rest of the archipelago, and large numbers of seabirds come to nest here. But there's also land birds, one of the famous Darwin's finches, called appropriately the vampire finch, because these little birds, when it hasn't rained for quite a while, actually have learned to make a living from getting their food and moisture from the blood of the boobies. And they'll come and pick at a wound or even create wounds, tiny wounds at the base of the feathers of the boobies' wings, which bleed quite profusely but are not a severe wound. And from this they can survive during dry periods. So there are innumerable chances and surprises to be photographed. And after half a century, I still haven't run out. When the sun goes down, it's a whole other atmosphere that takes over. With the last colors of the sunset disappearing and the marine iguanas settling down for their quiet time as the day cools off, other things start to happen. A pelican takes off and goes out to try to catch the last fish of the day. A booby, on the other hand, comes up and tosses a little herring, also his last catch of the day. This is a blue-footed booby. A Nazca booby, on the other hand, feeding further offshore, comes back to roost at the colony as the sun goes down. And it's a noisy affair because each one of them angrily reclaims its perch in amongst many others. The latecomers are literally looking like ghosts appearing out of the dark as they approach the island. But at that same time, another species is heading out to feed. This is the swallow-tailed gull, the only nocturnal gull in the world with huge eyes. And they fly out of their colonies just as the sun is setting and head out to sea to feed on squid. Their huge eyes are obviously what they use, but I also personally believe that they actually use echolocation because they make a clicking sound when they're zeroing in on squid that are leaping out of the water in the darkness when they feel disturbance. And they can catch squid that are almost as long as themselves and bring them back to feed their chicks in the morning. And then during the day, they're just resting, and so are the chicks under the protective cover of their parents, waiting for another night to come. During the daytime, the giant cacti that line the shoreline of many of the arid islands don't look like all that much. They're just part of the scenery. But come nighttime, these cacti acquire a different character. They sort of start looking like soldiers marching off into the distance if you use a little bit of imagination. And if you use a 6-hour time lapse, you get the entire movement of the stars rotating around the southern hemisphere, looking south as the cacti are silhouetted. Other nighttime creatures come out, like the short-eared owl, which is found all over the world, but here in Galapagos looks a little different, smaller and darker, and they become active as the last light fades. This one was particularly curious of my flashlight that I laid on the ground so that I could photograph it, just from the light of the torch that it was investigating. Barn owls, too, are different, similar to the ones found the world over. And this pair of fledglings has just received a giant Galapagos centipede from its parents. Little sea turtles, green turtles hatching out in the cover of darkness, heading out for the sea and trying to run the gauntlet of predators that would be waiting for them if they were to hatch in the daytime. All these are moments that I've had the good fortune of capturing over and over again over the years. Sometimes even the scenery can be captivating at night. This is a caldera of the youngest volcano in Galapagos, Fernandina Island, and over it the clouds are drifting across the moon and the starlit sky, while in the distance another volcano on Isabella Island is actually erupting and competing with the moon glowing in the sky. On another volcano on Isabella, without an eruption, the moon is just rising as the tortoises are sleeping below a spray of clouds, and nothing is stirring during the night, only lit up by the moon. By morning, as the first colors of dawn illuminate the sky, the tortoises start to stir, and they start to move out of their resting pools and into the landscape looking for fresh greenery, as the clouds are swept along by the winds, and those that linger in the ponds draw interesting designs in the mud wallows that they love to spend time in. And it's these magical islands that I had the incredible good fortune of spending almost my entire life, experiencing, exploring, discovering, and of course, photographing. And all of that I owe to two people. And these two people are my parents, Jacqueline and André de Roy, or de Roy if you pronounce it in French, came from Belgium, where I was born. And as a young couple, after the war-torn years of World War II, they had a dream. They wanted to live somewhere close to nature. Here you can see them in Corsica when they first married, before I was born. They wanted to live on a tropical island somewhere, and they came to Galapagos. This was our first home, a tent on a little platform on stilts in the cloud forest, where I spent my 3rd year of life. We arrived in Galapagos on my 2nd birthday. After a year, we moved to the coast, and there my brother was born in a little lava rock house with our faithful flock of milk goats. Life was very simple, very basic. We swam in the sea, we bathed in the sea, and for me, it was just a huge, wonderful learning experience. Nature was my classroom. I learned from the animals around me. My parents taught me how to read and write, but the wildlife, the wild animals were my friends, and I befriended many. I really had a wonderful childhood, but for my parents it must have been very, very hard, because making a living on a desert island when there is no cash economy, you have to build your own boat, you have to go out fishing and hunting to get food on the table and a little bit of milk from our flock of goats. But my father and mother were both artists, and they had many interests, particularly in nature. And my father was quite clever, really. He had made his own underwater camera. This is a photo that he took with his own homemade underwater camera back in 1952, before I was born. He was not happy with the results. The shutter speed was too slow, but he had no money to buy a camera. He just made his own. I actually borrowed one of his cameras when I started to become interested in the birds in Galapagos, and I wanted to record their life cycle. I took this picture when I was about 12 or 13 on one of his little cameras. But when I got my first SLR, I think that's really when I became hooked. And I like to say that my cameras have changed more than I have over the last half century. This was the first photo, the first roll of color film that I ever shot in my first SLR. That was in March 1969, and it's still one of the best photos of a great blue heron that I remember ever taking. And this photo was taken just over 50 years later, in July 2019. And there's been a few photos in between, obviously. A picture similar to this one graced the cover of Audubon magazine, which was my first cover story, which was published when I was just 19 years old. It was taken on Alcedo volcano on Isabella Island, and I've been back dozens and dozens of times to this incredible volcano. It hasn't erupted in living memory, but it has plenty of reminders of its volcanic origins. And here lives one of the largest populations of giant tortoises left in Galapagos. And so I've been back there over and over again. Here they are so numerous that they can actually shape the landscape. They create these close cropped meadows and these dugout ponds that they scrape out where the rainwater gathers and stays for long periods after the rainy season. And so really, this is an opportunity to see the old and the new meet. A tortoise that could be 200 years old and a spider web that could be less than 2 hours old. And I've photographed this place. It's become part of me. The mating season, when the males become quite rowdy and quite obsessed, really, as males do during the mating seasons, and the babies in the flower gardens that grow during the rains, the tortoises coming and going about their lives the way they have for thousands and thousands of years. And when it dries out, they just wait. They sleep away the days in the dust, waiting for the next rainy season. Occasionally, a funny encounter, a hawk uses a tortoise as a perch. And sometimes smaller birds. Here's one of the Darwin's finches that actually performs a cleaning service, and the tortoise stands up stiffly, waiting for the finch to clean the ticks off of its skin. And this is really the cycle of these islands that I've been part of for such a long time. But they were also my launching pad, because here is where I started, and from here I can say that my cameras have taken me all around the world. And they've taken me into very different dimensions, different climates, different environments, always in pursuit of the most pristine, the most remote, the most natural places that I could possibly reach. All the way from the Arctic, here on Bear Island, north of Norway, down to the Antarctic in a blizzard, which is the way you should see the Antarctic. It's far more interesting to see the penguins in the environment that they were made for than when it's bright and hot and sunny. I was once lucky enough to circumnavigate the entire Antarctic continent. I was the expedition leader on an icebreaker for 66 days, and we went deep into the emperor penguin country. I've also been to a few high places, like Tibet. That's me looking up at the north face of Mount Everest. And low places like the Atacama Desert, the seabird islands off the coast of Peru where the Peruvian pelicans nest. And to some rainforest, like the Amazon, where I learned to climb trees and get into the topmost canopy to photograph some of the birds that are found only there, like the macaws and many other species up in the rainforest canopy 150 feet off the ground. I just always like to show the animals in their own element, being themselves, being wild, being part of nature. And when they give me a chance to be part of that wildness, that's when I really feel that I'm alive, such as this hornbill feeding its mate in a cavity nest in a tree in Indonesia, in Sulawesi Island. I've had the incredible luck to go to some places that I think no other photographers have been to, like this one, Torishima Island, south of Japan, an active volcano where I can freely say the most beautiful of all albatrosses lives, or comes to nest rather. They live in the ocean, they nest on land. And this bird, the short-tailed albatross, was actually considered extinct in the 1930s. It had been killed off for its feathers and its eggs, and it was gone. And it was about the time that I was born that a dozen or so birds returned from the ocean and started nesting again on the island when everyone thought that they were gone forever. And so on a project that took me nearly 15 years to complete, I did 2 books. One on all of the albatross species of the world, 22 species, and it took me to some of the most remote parts of the globe in the southern hemisphere. Some of the most colorful species, like the Buller's albatross on the subantarctic islands called the Snares, or the sooty albatross in the South Atlantic, to some islands that nobody had set foot on, the Bounty Islands of New Zealand, for 7 years when I was able to visit there. And to Gough Island in the South Atlantic, where the yellow-nosed albatross are found. Just a few samples of what this project actually entailed. And the other book, the twin project, was penguins of the world, 18 species, also all over the southern hemisphere, from the very largest, the emperor penguin that nests on the sea ice, or rather lays its egg on the sea ice of Antarctica, to the smallest penguin, the little blue penguin of Australia and New Zealand that comes ashore under the cover of darkness. I've spent weeks camping amongst penguins in the Falkland Islands and elsewhere, and that's where I feel happiest, is just being out there, me with them, trusting me and me trusting them, capturing sandstorms with the king penguins, seeing what the rock hoppers do best, which is hopping, and an occasional whoopsie, 2 Gentoo penguins colliding as one was jumping into the water as the other one was jumping out. But I've digressed quite a bit now, and I'll go back to Galapagos, where we also have penguins. But here, the penguins are actually in a different kind of company, with turtles and marine iguanas, sea lions, flightless cormorants. But all this was still during the days of film, which was quite limiting. And during a period of 40 years, I amassed what I considered to be a tremendous collection of photographs of Galapagos. I had about 80,000 pictures, all taken on film, all filed away, before the time of digital photography came along. So you needed to use fill flash to subtly light up the shadows. At night, you had to take long exposures. Long exposures meant that if the wildlife moved, it would be blurred. So it was very limiting. Sometimes blur was what you wanted if the animal didn't move. But it also gave me a tremendous perspective, a time perspective on some of the changes of the volcanoes that erupt quite frequently. This, again, is Fernandina Island, the western and youngest of all the Galapagos Islands, taken in 1975. And this is the same view taken in 2017. You can see how much the volcano has changed. And you can also see how the quality of the photography has changed because of the arrival of the digital age. But what I was after is how these iguanas actually live on this volcano, and the fact that most of the female iguanas actually go down into this caldera to lay their eggs in the warmth of the volcano on the caldera floor. And that's something that no other photographer has ever documented. So over the years, my first book was published in 1980 with a photograph similar to this one, not this exact one. And my second book came along in 1987 called Islands Born of Fire. And this was the cover photo, and that book is still in print today. It's my longest living book to date. In 2009, I published a book called Preserving Darwin's Legacy with this photograph on the cover. And last year, in 2020, my most recent book on Galapagos came out amongst 13 books that I've done on these islands. And this was a cover photo, A Lifetime in Galapagos. But I suspect it's not going to be my last book on these islands. They are just too magic to stop here. And I will continue to document that extraordinary nature, the extraordinary variety of wildlife, but not just the wildlife, the place, the atmosphere, the days and the nights that blend into each other, the wild weather that hits the shore where the marine iguanas are feeding, or just a seabird colony. But they're not looking at me, they're looking at something else that's far more interesting. Always trying to capture that feeling of place. It can be quite messy because the black lava, the bright sky, the bright water, white beaches, dark animals, it's complicated to get into one frame. But I keep trying, and I keep finding special moments. A frigate bird displaying on a little bush, and underneath it a pair of Nazca boobies courting and looking after their eggs. It's kind of hard to just photograph landscape in Galapagos because the wildlife is so attractive. But sometimes the landscape in itself is really all that you need. The raw volcanic landscape and the bizarre plants that grow on it, or the changes of the seasons, the clouds building, forming, the rains falling, the sun setting. But it doesn't take long before I'm tempted to just get yet another animal in the scene. Sometimes I find that it's best to have the wildlife present as a kind of a backdrop, as an afterthought to the landscape, or just a texture, and in it is a red-footed booby bringing a note of color, or maybe just more texture, a stunted tree with various seabirds, Nazca boobies on the ground, and a frigate bird sitting on its egg, and a red-footed booby as well, sitting on its nest, all in the same tree. Flamingos casting their own reflection, as well as the reflection of a hill. So again, it's wildlife in context, wildlife in its wild place. A yellow-crowned night heron coming out as the sun goes down with a blowhole blowing in the distance. The dry vegetation dormant during the dry season with the brilliant spot of a frigate bird courting, showing off his huge balloon. You might ask, is this a picture of a wave of the sea, or is it a picture of a waved albatross? It's both, of course. And that's really what I like, is to show the wild animals being wild in their wild places. Here, wide open beach with two marine iguanas traveling in different directions, and it just so happens that a frigate bird flew over and cast its shadow. At night, those boulders are actually tortoises, barely noticeable. One of them moved during the time exposure. So this is just the mood of the islands, the mood of the cloud forest with the high note of a little vermilion flycatcher. But also telephoto view of the same flycatcher and the warming itself in the glow of the morning sun on a fern about to unravel. Wide-angle wildlife photography is something I find really enticing because you can tell two stories in one. The story of the marine iguana in full breeding colors, as well as the story of the cold currents creating sea fog with a fog bow in the fog itself in the early morning. Or maybe the rainy season approaching, the big clouds forming over the warmer patches of water that are approaching the islands with a frigate bird just sitting on a branch. And is this about a pelican or about a rainstorm? Well, I guess it's a rainstorm with a pelican in it. I love clouds. I find clouds really quite interesting. They create another dimension. I think a lot of photographers like to have clouds rather than blue skies in their pictures. But here we can also have wildlife with those clouds. I use a fisheye lens quite a lot. That means in order to avoid distorting the horizon is putting the horizon in the middle. It's supposed to be a no-no in a lot of photography courses, but I've never taken a photography course, so I just take what happens to look good to me, and sometimes the horizon is in the middle. Sometimes it's just a case of a small note of wildlife in the big, wonderful landscape that they happen to move in. Like this hawk in the rainy season with a rainbow and the last glow of the sun just slipping through between the clouds. Or another Galapagos hawk setting up to hunt under a rather heavy sky. Those hawks are actually the top predators in Galapagos, the top land predators. And during the marine iguana nesting season, they can actually capture the females that are out on the sand and after eating part of it, take it back to its nest. This is a juvenile hawk having fun, it seems, perching on a giant tortoise, mating. So it's losing its balance all the time, trying to stay perched in place. They come and play in the steam, in the fumaroles. They play with each other. They're quite inquisitive and curious. But if you put a wide angle on, then you suddenly realize that they're part of a landscape, and a complex, huge landscape. I've often been asked if this was a photoshopped picture with several birds in the same frame. But no, here in Galapagos you can actually take wide-angle pictures of flying birds as well. Or like this one with the landscape behind it, a frigate bird. And the other way to integrate the wildlife in its landscape is to get down low, to get down at its level. It gives you the feeling of this flamingo just landing on the pool of salt water. Or a short-eared owl making contact. It's like a mesmerizing moment of eye contact with a bird in flight, and a wide-angle view just disappearing off into the distance on that smooth, smooth sea with a distant island, and a Sally Lightfoot crab on a beach. Just moments, moments, moments in time. But when you have time, you get the moments. A sea lion rubbing its nose, just waking up in the early morning light. I once tried to do some movies, and I didn't actually like it because I had to premeditate what was going to happen. Whereas with still photography, I can just get that apex moment and preserve it. I don't have to worry about what's happening before or after. It's the moment of the land iguana eating this shore petunia in the late afternoon, or another land iguana eating a prickly pear cactus, spines and all, a fruit. And a sea lion playing with a Sally Lightfoot crab. You can also tell life stories. I love to tell life stories. That's what I set off to do 50 years ago. These are the frigate birds that seem to completely escape gravity. They just hang on the wind. They're not riding a thermal. They're just hanging on the wind. They're the lightest bird in the world to wing area to weight of body. They just simply defy gravity. But they're very clever hunters, and they can capture different prey on the wing, in this case a shearwater. And this one actually pulled the sea turtle baby out of the nest under the sand. It wasn't visible, but it actually got the cue of where the turtles were under the sand because it saw a heron pull one out of the beach. They are also much maligned for stealing from many other birds, like stealing nesting material from a red-footed booby, but that's what you have to do if you live on the wing. And you bring back your trophy to your mate sitting on the nest. The courtship display of the frigate birds is really quite magnificent when the males inflate their huge pouch that develops just during the courtship period, and the female pick the one with the most dazzling pouch of all. There can be some arguments between the males that could look rather dangerous. But as soon as the pair is formed and the union is sealed, then the pouch shriveled up and eventually will disappear into the male's plumage when they get down to the serious business of raising their family. The blue-footed boobies are another wonderful subject to photograph because they're such active birds. Their courtship dance is fascinating, including the showing off of their feet and sky pointing and various postures and noises, and it's a rich ground for photography. The courtship landing display and all that, of course, is all aimed at one thing, and that's having their little babies, which are very vulnerable, completely naked and devoid of down when they first hatch. But if the parents are able to bring back plenty of food, then they will grow quickly into large, strapping, downy babies. But the fishing tactics of the blue-footed boobies are quite amazing. I have watched it thousands, tens of thousands of times, and I have tried to capture it on film innumerable times, and it is just incredible how they dive. The speed at which they dive, about 100 kilometers an hour at least, maybe faster by the time they hit the water. I know that with a 2,000th of a second, I haven't actually stopped the action completely, as they pull their wings behind them to create this perfect arrow to hit the water. And when you're in the water, it sounds like an explosion. There's a cavitation produced by the bird as it enters the water and creates this channel behind it of air bubbles being dragged behind it. It sounds like an explosion underwater. It's so quick. And once they're under the water, they can actually chase their prey as well. It's not as though it stops here. They can actually fly under the water, well beyond where their original dive took them. It's really quite fascinating. The marine iguanas are another story, another wonderful story, because they are so photogenic in their kind of primeval look. They blend in with the lava. They live right along the shore. In fact, when Charles Darwin visited Galapagos, he called them imps of darkness. But I find them quite elegant, quite graceful, really, in their setting of dark lava shores and bright water, basking on the lava, clinging to the rocks, or going out to feed in the early morning, heading out when the tide is low to eat seaweed. They're quite good swimmers too. They can make it right through the breakers into the cold waters, but they can't stay in the water for very long. They graze the seaweed that covers the rocks under the water, but they can only stay at most about an hour in the water because they become too cold, being reptiles. So they have to eat fairly quickly, graze the lush seaweed fields that are nurtured by the cold currents, and then they have to make it back to shore in time to be able to warm up again. And here they bask on the shoreline sitting in the sun. That's probably why they've become black. Their ancestors would have been green iguanas of South America, and here they can digest their food by warming up in the sunlight. If it rains, there's nowhere to go, they just wait for it to stop. And if the nights are cold, they gather up together to pool their energy. But come the breeding season, they become quite stroppy. And here the males are fighting for little territories where they can attract females to mate. It only lasts a few weeks. The rest of the time they're quite gregarious. And the females likewise, when they're laying their eggs, digging burrows in the sand, they become quite feisty for the best spots. The little hatchlings emerge a couple months later, and they have to run a gauntlet of predators, and they often stick close to adult iguanas, not that they're their parents or that they're being looked after, but just because it offers a degree of safety. They have many predators, like the great blue heron, that capture the small hatchlings when they go out to feed, and Galapagos snakes that are lurking right where the hatchlings emerge from the sand. But I find them quite sculpture-like in terms of photographs. When they're warming up in a warm tide pool, quite still, they're just really quite statuesque. Their textures and details. I don't think I'll ever get tired of photographing marine iguanas in Galapagos. But having talked about all the things that are fairly obvious, there are some that have surprised all of us everywhere in the world, and me more than anyone. Behaviors that we never knew existed. It's only a few years ago that this behavior was discovered. There are just 2 little coves in Galapagos where old wise bull sea lions have learned to actually herd yellowfin tuna from the open ocean into these coves and trap them there. The tuna can swim much, much faster than the sea lions, but these old bulls actually know how to herd, how to intimidate the tuna in the same manner that sheepdogs drive sheep, by cutting off their exit and slowly driving them into these traps. And as they get into the shallows, it becomes quite wild. The younger bulls don't know quite how to do it, and they chase the fish, but the older bulls just cut off the escape. And in so doing, they actually trap them in these shallow channels and inlets in the lava. And you can see the enormous size of these tuna that these bulls are able to catch to feed themselves and fatten up so that they will be the beach master during the breeding season. At this point, when they really reach the shallows, it becomes quite wild, and it's a complete frenzy with the fish already injured, still trying to escape, and the sea lions driving them right into the shallow and right onto the shore. And once they've captured them, then they actually take them back into the water, and that's when they start to feed and rip the tuna apart. And it's just an absolutely phenomenal thing to observe. And I believe that I'm still the only photographer to have completely photographed this process here, because it's only in the last few years that this has been discovered. How the bigger bulls get the biggest share, they eat the best part of the fish, the younger bulls then eat what's left. And of course, they're not the only ones. The sharks follow close behind, and sometimes the sea lions follow close behind the sharks. They don't seem to mind, but the sharks try their hardest to actually steal the food from the sea lions, and sometimes they succeed. Here's a tug-of-war between a black-tip shark and a big bull sea lion right along the shore. And in this case, the shark got the prize. And the sea lion's still chasing it, trying to get it back, but he's not going to get it this time. There's a whole retinue of scavengers and opportunists that come along to get their part of the catch. Here's a frigate bird just pulling the food right out of the sea lion's mouth. Even the Galapagos hawks come in for the scraps, the heads that the sea lions don't eat. Pelicans, crabs, other fish, all sorts of scavengers come along. It's just a wild, absolutely wild scene in these 2 places where the sea lions do this. And even more recently, I discovered something that nobody else had ever seen before, and in a way even more fascinating. This is a place where an entire group of sea lions will actually collaborate and work together to drive very fast swimming scad, which are small fish like mackerel, very quick, and it takes a whole group of sea lions swimming at absolutely full speed to drive them through the open water into a little cove. And the pelicans are quite aware of this, so they're following close behind. The sea lions are nearing the shore, swimming at absolutely full speed, porpoising to catch a breath. And seen from the top of the cliff is where you first start to see the school of these mackerel-like scad that are being driven straight up onto the beach and immediately being attacked by the sea lions and the pelicans. And it's just an absolutely wild, wild feeding frenzy where pelicans and sea lions are grabbing fish right, left, and center, and the whole thing lasts about half a minute. And in that much time, all the food, all the fish are being consumed by pelicans and sea lions, and before you know it, they all had their own way with a belly full. It's just an incredible sight to see, and that it had been happening here under our noses, under my nose, for 50 years, and it's only a couple of years ago that I discovered this particular cove where this behavior takes place. It just gives me goosebumps to think about it. But before I finish, I just want to go back to one of my favorite little birds, and also one of the famous birds in Galapagos. In fact, the 17th species of Darwin's finches, who acquired his name long after Darwin came to Galapagos, in fact, long after he died. But these birds have become famous for how they illustrate evolution. Different species have adapted to different ways of feeding. The small tree finch here eating aphids on the flowers, the cactus finch feeding on nectar and pollen. And well, each one has its niche, but they're all very similar to each other, and as a result, they really demonstrate evolution. But for me, it has nothing to do with evolution, because when I was a little girl, I was befriending all these little animals around me, and I managed to get a family of finches come to my hand. And then more finches came, and more finches came, and I grew up and I traveled the world. And when I returned from time to time, my mom was still feeding the finches, and there were more and more of them coming around, and so I would join her and relive old memories and share new stories. And when my mom turned 80, she said, I really want to do something different. I want to go on a camel ride in the Sahara, in the sand dunes. So we went to Morocco and went on a camel trip in the Sahara, and then she said, I want to go dog sledding. So we went to visit some friends in northernmost Norway in the middle of winter, and she took me and my brother and his wife and daughter along, and we went for a short but fascinating dog sled ride through the snowy landscapes of the winter in northern Norway. And that really was the spirit that my parents gave me. And the greatest gift of all was this curiosity about exploring and seeing the world. And so I would like to dedicate this presentation to two very special people, Jacqueline and Andre de Roy, my parents. My parents are the ones who made me who I am, who gave me Galapagos for my second birthday. Every time I go out into the wilds of Galapagos, my whole way of thinking, my whole way of looking at things completely changes. I just become totally engrossed in my surroundings. I become hypersensitive to the smallest little things. And it's not just the photography, but the photography is the result of that new state of mind. And I move slower, I'm silent, and I just take it all in and pick out those moments that I consider to be really the special moments. And I've taken that with me to other places in the world, but I think it's because I know Galapagos so well that it had such an effect on me is because I really am under the skin of this place. It's just like magic. I rediscover the pleasure of discovering Galapagos through the eyes of people who come here. And visitors, tourists coming to Galapagos are incredibly important. They're incredibly important to the future of the islands, because it is thanks to them that we have the tools to preserve the islands, to protect them, to defend them against fisheries, against all sorts of other pressures. Without tourism, the islands would be lost. And in that role, Lindblad Expeditions has played an incredible position, an incredible role to put forth the values of travel and combine that with the values of conservation. And I'm really proud to have been part of developing that program here in Galapagos and seeing it blossom. And now, as we hopefully get over the worst part of the pandemic, seeing it being reborn as we speak.
The B&H Optic Challenge Wildlife Mammals Award, sponsored by B&H, with judging by Charlie Savely. The winner will receive a B&H $500 gift card. And the winner is Emerging Freedom by Jenny Hamilton. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
Nikon ambassador Joey Terrill began his career as a photographer for the Los Angeles Times before moving to magazine and advertising photography for clients that included American Express, Coca-Cola, Disney, Golf Digest, Major League Baseball, our beloved Nikon, Red Bull, and Sports Illustrated, and many more. Currently, Joey teaches workshops and speaks at the Summit Workshops, Popular Photography Mentor Series, Photo Plus Expo right here in New York City, WPPI, and many regional photo conferences. When Nikon suggested Joey speak at OPTIC, I reviewed his work and thought it didn't really fit into the OPTIC theme. It was better off in Depth of Field, our other conference that we produce. But when I first spoke with Joey, I told him as much, but he explained to me that his macro work was his personal work, and that is what he wanted to showcase. Joey proceeded to show me his super interesting photography that harkened back to the days of skillful analog large format photography. Now, if his work didn't win me over, which it did, it was his shelf of cameras in his studio. So you'll want to check out our recorded OPTIC webinar we conducted a few weeks ago, which is available on our website to view with Joey. This is a sort of primer for what Joey will be presenting next. So you won't see Joey's commercial or portrait work, you're going to be seeing a super competent photographer espouse with passion his favorite type of photography by looking closer, transforming ordinary subjects into fantastic photographs with Joey Terrill.
Hi, I'm Joey Terrill, professional photographer and Nikon ambassador. Welcome to my macro studio. I want to talk to you today about macro photography and all the amazing things that you can do with it. So why don't we just jump right into it and look at some pictures and talk about some techniques that might help you to try some of this on your own. So one of my favorite things to do is search around my house, my studio, and find things that are you wouldn't normally think of as a subject for a photograph. This is a good example. This is a coffee filter. All I've really done is I've used a kind of a colorful background to reflect into the coffee filter, make an interesting picture. This is something a little different. This is a dragonfly wing, and it's magnified to about 5x, 5 times life size, which is kind of a special technique, but it just goes to show what you can do when you move in close. This is a good example of using light in a very controlled way. Obviously, there's light behind it, coming through the petals. There's also a light that's like a spotlight that's right in the middle of the rose to bring out that center portion. But it's a good example of using light kind of in different areas of the frame so that you draw the viewer's interest into only part of it. I grabbed an old piece of stone and a leaf and just sort of raked the light across the leaf in kind of a very, very late afternoon kind of a feel. And I mixed warm light with cool light. You'll notice that the stone that the leaf is sitting on kind of has a little bit of a cool tone to it. And then the leaf itself is a little bit warmer. And that's just an example of mixing a couple different colors of light together to kind of create a little bit of a mood. And it's kind of the same thing here. What I've done is I've changed the white balance setting on the camera to 3200 degrees. By doing that, it makes everything go blue. But if you add a correct color of light to that, meaning all the flowers are being lit by normal daylight color, like a speed light kind of a light. And what happens is if you set the camera to 3200, when you do that, everything turns blue. But if you use one of the speed lights in such a way where it's the correct color, meaning you filter that speed light for the setting that you've got set up on the camera, you end up with a correct color flower, and that's what we have here. This was really fun. What I did is I took an LED panel and I just put some colored gels on the LED panel and then set the whole thing on a Lazy Susan and spun it back and forth I think the exposure was about 5 seconds, and the idea is by hesitating at one end of the spin, you get the dot, and that gives you the feeling of a direction to the spin of the lights. This is an example of a couple things. Controlled lighting, where you're only really lighting parts of the petals and not the entire flower. And then the other part of it is I'm using focus stacking here, something I'm going to be talking about in just a little bit and describing in detail how you do it, techniques and all of that, but we'll get to that in a few minutes. But this is just an example of placing the focus exactly where you want it and only where you want it. This is a cocktail strainer sitting on a piece of plexiglass. And so you see the cocktail strainer reflected in the plexiglass, but it's also an example of using different colored lights to bring out different parts of a very common everyday household item. This is an antique of mine. This is a 100-year-old light meter. And I just had some fun with it by lighting the edge of it with a little bit of a blue gel and then really narrowing down the beam of light that's hitting the numbers themselves. So you have kind of a tone of light to sort of a little darker, and then the blue tone, and then the background's a little something different just to give the feeling of depth, so it doesn't feel quite so two-dimensional. Just a box of pencils that I picked up at a local art store and kind of arranged them, and again, really careful with the lighting, making sure that only part of the pencils are illuminated. You'll notice the highlight on the part of the pencil that is not sharpened. That's a light slightly below them, and you need that little highlight, otherwise that all goes very, very dark. A very simple picture. Really all this is a bit of wrapping paper, kind of a iridescent wrapping paper, and just by hitting it with the light, we got all these very interesting patterns and colors that weren't there if you were just looking at it. You wouldn't see it like this, but with a macro lens, you end up with kind of really fun results. Digging into my kitchen drawers, this is a kitchen whisk, just shot from the top. And I played with the aperture so that only one part of the tips of the whisk were sharp, and so the rest of it kind of goes out of focus. You'll notice that it really goes out of focus at certain points, and it kind of gives the feeling of it almost like expanding or exploding or even moving. Speaking of moving, this is the inside of a dryer hose. Just stuck the lens right inside the dryer hose and put a light at the other end of it and shot directly into the light, and this is what happened. This is kind of an interesting technique. What's going on here is, again, similar to the cocktail glass where we had the long shadows, it's the same kind of light, 25, 30, 35 feet away. And that's how you get those long, distinct shadows, is by having a source very small and far away from the subject. That created the shadow. But then I added a second light, and I added like a turquoise gel to it. And what that did is, by just turning the power up a little bit more until it filled the shadow just enough, we could see that blue color. If I went too far, what would happen is the rose light that are lighting the glasses and casting the shadow, they would mix and I'd get a different color. But by just turning the power up on the second light, the turquoise one, we end up with this. So what I'd like to talk about now is something called focus stacking, and it's actually very, very simple to do, and it's really simple to do now, primarily because some modern cameras actually now have this built into it, and so you can do things with it that you just can't do any other way. So this is just some eucalyptus leaves. By stacking them, you end up with everything absolutely tack sharp. And you can see at the bottom, it's approximately life size, and there's about 35 captures in there. Butterfly wing, same thing. And the same thing with the light, is we're really trying to pull out the texture and color and detail of that wing. A flower that would look entirely different if it were not for focus stacking, and very controlled lighting as well. I mean, this is, to me, I look at this picture and it's just every last part of it is tack sharp. And the only way you can pull this off is through focus stacking. Again, the same thing, common dandelion, I just grabbed it out of my yard, made it look so as though it were, you know, towering over us. You know, a colorful background, but the focus stacking is really what makes every part of it sharp. Controlled lighting on the background and on the subject itself, and focus stacking to keep it all sharp. This is a tiny little macaw feather. It's much smaller than it probably seems. It's about the size of my pinky, and it's tipping away, which is why there's 200 captures. But by doing the focus stacking and some lighting there to really bring out the lines of the feather, I mean, you just see every last detail. It's like hyper real in that you see just every last detail of this flower. And talk about hyper real, seen in a way that even with the naked eye, you just can't see this kind of thing. So focus stacking is something that it allows you to combine a bunch of images together and you end up with everything being sharp. And when you move in really close, this is 5 times life size. This is a butterfly wing, and you see the scales there. They're just absolutely gorgeous, and you could just never see this with the naked eye. But focus stacking helps to see it and helps to show it to your viewer. And if you get into really high magnification, this is 10 times life size. That's what those scales look like, really, really close. It almost reminds me of like ribbon candy. It's just so beautiful. Let me talk a little bit about the difference between focus stacking and depth of field. One of the most common things that people ask me is well, you know, why would I want to do focus stacking? I can just stop the lens down. And I always say that they're very different. Depth of field has a single plane of focus. There's really only one part of any image that's really, really sharp. The rest of it, you're just sort of perceiving sharpness. You also have like minimal control. You can't control really where the focus begins and ends because, you know, when you stop the lens down, there's a given range, like I say, of there's only one spot that's really sharp, and then the rest of it just sort of slowly but surely goes into less and less perceived sharpness. And then the other thing is that no lens performs really well when you stop the lens all the way down. Generally it's in the middle of the range of the lens, somewhere between 5, 6, and 11 that the lens performs at its best. And, you know, when you go down to something like 22, 32, 45, the lens really isn't going to perform the way it's designed to perform. So if you move into focus stacking, you have multiple planes of focus, which means from the nearest part to the farthest part is going to be sharp because the lens is focusing on each part of, like in this case, that leaf. And so you have precise control over what you want to have in focus. In this case, I wanted the leaf to be sharp, but I didn't want the background to be sharp. So I stopped the focus as soon as I got to the tip of the leaf, which is the furthest point away. And by doing focus stacking, you're really getting the lens to perform at its optimum because you're doing it at, like I said, 5, 6, 8, 11, rather than trying to get it all sharp at say 22, 32, or 45. So let me illustrate this a little bit. This is a common toothbrush, and what I've done is I've obviously illuminated the toothbrush. I've got a background. What I want you to do as I go through this, you'll be able to see how much of the toothbrush is sharp as we go along, but also what's happening in the background. So we go from 4 to 5, 6, not a really big change. As you go to 8, you see the background comes into much more focus, and also we start to see that the toothbrush is becoming maybe a little bit sharper. At 11, a lot more background is now in focus, but we still don't have all those bristles sharp. At 16, now the background is almost, at least to my eye, it's beginning to fight with that toothbrush, meaning the background to me is sort of competing for my attention with the toothbrush, and I want the toothbrush to stand out. Now it really is at 22, and I still don't have all the bristles sharp. At 32, that background, what to me was really pleasant earlier now is no longer pleasant. It's sort of a, you know, what I want to know what's going on back there, and I still don't have all the bristles sharp. And even at 45, I don't have all the bristles sharp, and the background to me is very, I don't know, it's just objectionable. So for me, f11 is the optimal aperture for, not for the background for sure, but it also is where the lens that I'm shooting with performs very well. So that's where I want to shoot for the background, but also for the lens. So here's an example of that same image focus stacked. So it's 71 captures at f11, and I've got the best of both worlds here. I've got every bristle tack sharp, and I have the background exactly as I want it to look. So there's really, hopefully you can see from that illustration, there's no real other way to do it if you want to maintain total control from front to back. So some of the things you need for basic stacking: a digital camera, quality lens, obviously, a tripod. Now, you can focus stack without a tripod, but any movement really introduces all kinds of problems into the stacking process, and I'll explain how the stacking process works in just a second. But so you want, if you can, you want to have the camera on a tripod. Now, you can manually focus in focus stacking. One of the things, most people when they're thinking about focus stacking are thinking about doing it for something like macro work, which is the most common place that you would do it. But you can also do it even with a wide angle lens and even for landscape photography. So for example, let's say that you have a flower in the foreground and a rock in the middle ground and this big giant mountain off in the distance, and you want to hold everything in tack sharp focus. You can focus stack. Now it may only need seven captures to stack together, but it still works the same way. It's the exact same process. And you can manually focus that if you want. There's another technology that exists now, and it's internal captured focus stacking. It won't stack in the camera, but the captures will be made automatically by the camera once you set it up. And so Nikon calls this focus shift shooting. So there are certain cameras that will do focus shift shooting. The Z7, Z6, Z7 II, Z6 II, D850, and there might be some other ones that do it, but I know for sure that those cameras all will do it. So besides that, you obviously need a razor sharp AF lens. The reason you need an autofocus lens as opposed to a manual lens is the camera will autofocus the lens each step of the way, meaning as the step process goes, it'll make a capture and then refocus the lens, make another capture, refocus the lens. So as long as you have an AF camera with a focus shift capable body, you're good to go. Now you can add some light. I add light to almost everything. It's just the way that I like to shoot, but it's an optional thing to add some speed lights to it. And then a key thing is a stable tripod for me. I just feel like if I put the camera on a tripod, I'm just gonna have more success. So the workflow is pretty straightforward. The first thing, as we talked about already, you wanna set up the camera for your optimum aperture. I tend to test all of my lenses, so I know which f-stop is the sharpest for each lens, and it's not always the same. Sometimes you'll think, oh, it's got to be f8. F8 is in the middle. That's a good one. In all likelihood, f8 will be a good choice, but I have found sometimes 5.6 is the perfect one. Sometimes f11 is the perfect one. So test your lenses and see what's best for you. Then you want to decide, how do you want to handle the images themselves? You want to shoot JPEGs, TIFF, RAW. I shoot everything RAW, and then what I do is I convert them out of the RAW processor into a TIFF after I've toned and color corrected and sharpened, and then at that point I build the stack. So in focus shift shooting, you've got a few choices to make. The first one is, how many shots do you want to make? There's no real way to know how many you need, but after doing this a few times, you'll get a real sense of it. The great thing is the camera seems to know when you've got enough. And so if you set it up for too many, once it gets to the last point of focus, the camera will stop. It won't just keep going. So I always set it up a little further than I think it's going to need, and then it stops if it needs to. The step width is how much difference in autofocus do you want between each shot? And so I always set it to the minimum. I would, which is 1. I would rather give the focus stacking software more information to work with than less and have it try to interpolate in between the frames. So I almost always use a focus step width of 1. And then the interval time can be different depending on the situation. I tend to be a patient person, so I've got it set to 5 seconds. And what that is it's the time between a capture is made and the next capture is made. And so you might say, well, why 5 seconds? Well, a couple reasons. One is at high magnification, you want the camera to settle. So as the exposure is made, there might be a little vibration internally in the camera. And so I want the camera to stop moving before it makes the next exposure. The more common reason is I'm often working with strobes which need to recycle. So I want to give them enough time to recycle before I take the next picture. Otherwise, the strobes won't be up to full power before that next exposure is made. And then I always select this, which is silent photography, and it minimizes the movement that the camera is going to make. Camera controlled and manual focus stacking begins by capturing a series of images all focused on a different part of the subject and then merging them together to create a single image that is precisely sharp anywhere you want precise focus. That pretty much distills what focus stacking is. And if you look on the right, you can see that image of a guitar. That's the sequence. There's 66 captures starting from the bridge of the guitar all the way to the tuning machines on the head. So all the way down the neck, it's capturing 66 images starting at the beginning all the way to the end, and it's doing all of that internally. It's amazing to me that this is possible. The other way of doing this, and the old way of doing it, I might be jumping ahead a little bit here, is you can use, I always refer to it as a sled, but essentially it would mount, when I do it, it mounts right here, and then the camera mounts to the sled, and then the sled itself actually is moving. And so when that occurs, you're physically moving the camera, but it's controlled by a computer and there's a lot more involved in it. The idea that this can now be done inside of the camera and you don't need any additional stuff other than the software to stack it with, to me is absolutely amazing. So once you go to assemble the software, you need specialized software, and what happens is it builds masks on each one of the images all along the way, and it only takes the part of the image that's sharp. And so it looks something like this. As it goes along, it's just picking out the sharpest parts of the image and then building the stack. And so it analyzes every single frame. Obviously, I've sped it up here, but that's essentially how it gets built. It's kind of amazing technology. And for me, a lot of people say, well, isn't this cheating? To me, it isn't cheating at all. Essentially what it is I'm using a two-dimensional medium to show something that we, with our eyes, can actually see. This is how our eyes would see it. So you have a couple choices when it comes to software. Adobe obviously makes Photoshop, and you can build a stack in Photoshop. It's a challenge. There are much easier ways, but it is possible to stack within Photoshop. It's probably easier if you're going to do something with just a handful of images. But if you're going to move on to more than 4 or 5, I think probably specialized software is a better choice. One of them is made by Zerine System. It's called Zerine Stacker. It's a really awesome piece of software. I use it extensively. The other one is called Helicon Focus. It's made by Helicon Soft. Another awesome piece of software. I use this one all the time as well. The reason I use two different ones, each one to me functions a little bit differently and does a little better job depending on the subject. So I tend to use them both. other technique I'd like to talk to you about is water droplets on glass. And when I do it, I use this platform here, and what I do is I build glass here and another piece of glass here and a background here, and then the camera mounts here and it's looking down straight through the glass. This is an upgrade from what I used to do. When I first started doing this, I wasn't sure that it was going to be something I was going to continue to do. So I actually built my own platform, and I'll show you that in a minute in case you decide you want to undertake this kind of stuff. But the possibilities are really fun. This is, for those of you that drink coffee, this is the bottom of a French press. It's the strainer that holds the grounds back from going into the part that you're going to drink. And the way that this works is it's a series of water droplets on a sheet of glass, as I said, and the water droplets function sort of like a lens. It magnifies whatever's underneath it. And so you can see, if you look very carefully, kind of on the right third of the frame, you can see the out of focus part of the strainer. And that's actually the background. You're looking through the glass, looking at the strainer. So that's how it would look if the water droplets weren't there. But since I'm focused on the water droplets, that part in the background is out of focus. But the water droplets, like I say, function as lenses, and they're sort of what's focusing on that strainer. Now, the third part of this image is the magenta part, which is behind the strainer. So it's essentially, think of it like layers. This is the magenta part here. This would be the background. And then there's another piece of glass here that's holding the strainer itself. And then there's another piece of glass that's actually where the water droplets are sitting. And that's essentially the setup for every one of these pictures. This is a little different. These are cupcake holders. And what I did is I soaked them in water, and with the idea that I would flatten them out. I soaked them in water, put them under a book or something like that so that they would be flat. And then once they were dried, I used them as a subject underneath the water droplets. And so again, what you see there in the background, all those colors, are the cupcake holders themselves. This is out of focus water droplets. And you can get this effect with, I've tried this with different subjects. This happens to be bubble wrap. But when you throw the water droplets out of focus, you see all kinds of interesting things inside of those water droplets. What I've done is I've taken an LED panel and I've covered it with different colored gels, and I've put it on something that will slide back and forth diagonally. And so by using the water droplets as the subject, if you will, or the part that I'm focused on, it magnifies the movement of the LED panel that's underneath, and the colors themselves are what end up creating the stripes inside the water droplets. This is just a drain cover that you would put over your, like if you were gonna do the dishes and you want to make sure, like if a ring fell off, it didn't go down the drain. $5 at my local home store. And essentially, all I did is, as I, again, set that on a piece of glass. Water droplets are here, sitting on a piece of glass, and then down underneath is that turquoise background. And then I lit the edge of it with that sort of rose-colored light. And if you're really careful, you can create, you'll notice there's like a out of focus holes in the drain cover itself that are part of the background. Part of what makes this kind of photography really interesting is all the different layers that it seems to create. This is similar to the image with the lines. What I've done again is I've taken an LED panel, covered it with different colored gels, and then rotated it. By rotating and then stopping and rotating and stopping, you create a dot where it looks like there's movement in a certain direction. And in this case, the movement you're seeing is in the background there, but it's tack sharp within the water droplets itself. This is a drawer liner. It's what you might put in your kitchen drawer to keep silverware from sliding around. And by lighting it with different colors, you end up, kind of creating this interesting shape. This is a juicer, what you might squeeze an orange with. Same kind of thing, multiple levels of color coming through the juicer and then being sharply rendered by the water droplets. And this is just, it's a miniature colander with holes in it and with a background behind it. And again, a different version of the spinning LED panel magnified by the water droplets. This is a sink mat. The kind of thing you'd put in your sink so that if a dish slipped out of your hand, you wouldn't end up breaking the dish, hopefully. It's just made out of silicone or plastic or something like that. And it creates those interesting patterns in the background, but when you're focused on it, it ends up looking like this, I don't know, it's just like an interesting looking orb. So I want to talk a little bit about the gear required and some of the techniques to do the water droplet photography. Again, a DSLR, a mirrorless camera, is a necessity. A good sharp lens. This is the new S-line macro lens that Nikon has just come out with. I had the opportunity to use it for about a month, and I just got to tell you, it's a absolutely amazing lens. I can't wait to get my own. Gonna be a while, I think, but I'm really looking forward to it. So here's the shooting platform. I built this out of ABS. It's something you can get at your local home center. I was cheap to begin with because I was like, well, I'll try this technique, and if it's fun, we'll see. So I just got a couple pieces of regular window glass, and like I say, I just cut a couple notches in the ABS plastic, and so it could hold the multiple levels of glass, and went to town. And for a while, it worked out really well, but I upgraded to this, which helps immensely. So the other thing you need clear glass. And when I first started, I ended up using, just like I said, window glass, but I switched to something called Starfire glass, it's much more optically clear, and it's low iron or no iron, I'm not sure which, but what creates the green you see in window glass is the iron in the glass. And so Starfire glass, which is a brand name, has very low iron in it, and so it's very clear. And so you need that and some distilled water. And then obviously a nice stable tripod is an absolute must. Something called Rain-X. Most people use this on the windshield of their car so that water kind of doesn't build up on your windshield, I think is the reason for this. But what it does, they call it a hydrophobic product. What it does is it causes the water to really bead. And so if you don't use this, the water just sort of lays flat. But when you use this, it creates almost like a perfect semicircle, almost like a lens. And so the technique behind this is essentially, if you just follow the directions on the label, it's essentially spray it on, wipe it on the glass, spray it on something else, not on the glass, spray it on like a lint-free cloth. Wipe it on, let it sit for 4 or 5 minutes, and then buff it really clean, and you should be good to go. I don't use a misting bottle all that much. I use it occasionally. I tend to, you'll see in a minute, I use hypodermic needles, but sometimes a little bit of mist, just like a kiss of it, just a little bit, can add a little something to the image. This is my preferred way of placing the water droplets. They're just hypodermic needles. I draw a little distilled water into it and then inject each droplet where I want it to be. One thing you want to make sure of is that everything's level. So you want to make sure the background is level with the subject is level with the water droplets, and most importantly, the back of the camera is level with the water droplets. The other two aren't as critical, but if they're not, what ends up happening, if the camera and the water droplets aren't parallel to one another, meaning the sensor and the water droplets themselves, if they're not parallel, what ends up happening is you've got parts of the water droplets in focus and parts of them are not, and that's generally doesn't look that good. An interesting subject is, what's interesting about water droplet photography, and I learned this the hard way, is that things you think are going to be great sometimes aren't, and things that seem like they're not going to be all that interesting turn out to be amazing. And so you saw this earlier, this is the sink mat. This turned out to be great, and I didn't expect it to be good. And then I've gotten other things where I'll try and make a picture with it, and I'll work for hours, and I just give up and realize, you know, this is just not meant for water droplet photography. So play around. Some advanced gear, speed lights with flexible positioning. To me, it's really important to be able to put the light exactly where you want it. I use a ball head. That's the best way for me. You know, any method that works for you. I'm kind of a stickler for, I want the light right there, as opposed to, yeah, that's good enough. So a ball head is perfect for that. One of the things I use when I'm using speed lights is I trigger from the camera, which means I don't have to go out to each individual speed light and adjust it. I can just adjust it right at the camera and change, you know, how much power I want coming out of each different speed light. Really kind of handy, and wireless. I use light modifiers a lot. This is, these are grids, and what it does is it just kind of keeps light from going everywhere. So if I just want light to hit the background only, and I want to make sure it doesn't spill up into the subject, or worse, into the water droplets themselves, the grids really help with that. And then I use colors a lot. Sometimes I use this kind of gel, sometimes I use the kind that come in sheets. They both work equally well. I have a lot of backgrounds. I collect them, frankly. And each one does something a little bit different. They're fun to use. You can go to almost any art supply store and you can find, you know, handmade paper, printed color paper, pattern shapes, prismatic ones. There's all kinds of different backgrounds, and they all do different things. Biggest preparation for doing water droplet photography is you have to experiment with different subjects. These are just colorful straws that I kind of rubber banded together and stuck into the frame, and they worked okay. They're not bad, but sometimes you think they're going to look different than they actually do. One of the things you'll notice here is I have part of the background exposed, meaning the straws are not taking up the entire frame. They're only taking up the right 2/3. And so because of that, there's another part of the frame, and that's the background. And so that affords me the opportunity to light in depth, but it also, you'll notice in the water droplet itself, the particular ones off on the left, most of them are black, and that's because there's not enough subject to cover the entire water droplet. So you can use that to your advantage, and sometimes it can be a flaw, so something to keep an eye on. You're looking for things that have patterns and shapes and colors and textures. You're generally going to get the best result with that, but there's all kinds of different ways and different subjects that you can try out. I can't stress this enough. If I had a dime for every time that I've not cleaned the glass well enough, and you end up spending, you know, an hour retouching all the little dust particles off the glass, it's insanely frustrating. So yeah, you want to take the time to clean the glass completely, all sides of it, top, bottom. There are a number of factors here that affect how the finished image looks. And so here's a good example of what a setup looks like. These are the flattened cupcake holders. And so you want to think about the spacing between the camera and the glass and the subject. So in this case, glass to subject is the water droplets to the cupcake holders. And then what's the distance between the subject, which is the cupcake holders, and the background? So in this case, I chose to have the cupcake holders be the entire background. But if I'd put them off to one side, I'd be seeing all the way through to the bottom. So that relationship matters. And then the background relates to everything. And I'll show you what all this looks like in a second. The other thing that you want to do, you want to align the camera sensor and the glass surface. That will give you, I mean, it's terrible to go to so much trouble to get all the water droplets just the way you want them and then figure out that, you know, parts of the shot aren't that sharp. I inject the water droplets and I actually move them around. I'll take the tip of the needle, and because of the Rain-X, the water droplets will actually slide on the glass. So I can take the tip of the needle and push them into position just the way I want them. So here's the way that all those interrelationships work. The aperture determines the depth of field within the droplets and to the subject itself, meaning that how much is sharp within the droplet, that's going to be determined by the f-stop you choose. But it's also going to determine how sharp the actual subject is. So it looks kind of like this. As you go through those, you can see the water droplets become sharper, but so does the background. So here we're further away, and so obviously the droplets have become smaller, and so the spacing from the lens to the glass really is what determines how big the droplets are in the frame and, you know, what kind of depth of field you have, because obviously the further away you go, the more the subject itself is going to be sharp. As you move in closer, you can see that the droplets become bigger and the background becomes much more out of focus. Get really close, and now you'll notice that really only one droplet is sharp. You know, most of them are some degree of soft to my eye, but the background is as well. The spacing between where the water droplets sit and where the subject actually sits, meaning this spacing. So you've got the camera and you've got the water droplets, but you can adjust this level here. And so the closer you bring it, obviously, the more in focus the background is going to be. The further away you move it, the more out of focus it's going to be. But at some point, you're going to start seeing outside of your subject. So you'll notice as I move it further away, see the black outline around the subject, meaning in the water droplets, there's now this black outline that wasn't there before because I've moved the subject further away from it. And here, in this case, I've now got it off to the side and I've got no light illuminating the background. So in this case, we've got 3 layers. Again, we've got the water droplets here. We've got the subject matter here, which is one of the cupcake holders, essentially taking up 2/3 of the frame. And then you've got the background, which is down here. So I'm trying to create sort of a feeling of space, but I also want to create a feeling of depth. And so one way to do that is by adding a light on that background. And it ends up giving you this sense of, if you think of this as space, it's like, well, deep space. If you want a little more color, you just turn the power up and bring out a little more color. You'll notice though, in the side of the water droplets that are sitting out there in space, you can see it's magnifying that blue background. So all of this relates to each other, and it's the challenge, but it's also the fun in that, you know, you have to play with it to find the exact relationship that works for the picture you're trying to make. So couple of tips here. I tend to work tethered to a computer. I like seeing the image really, really big, and it tells me a lot of things. One, is it sharp? Is it really sharp? And also it tells me, you know, do I have any defects? Sometimes like a water droplet will have a water droplet within it, and it looks funny. It almost looks like 2 eyes or something like that. Those kinds of details I want to see large before I, you know, tear down the set and figure out I'm done, and only to find out there's a defect. I use a remote release so that I don't actually physically touch the camera, and that way, you know, it minimizes vibration. I use a flash a lot to freeze movement as well. And again, like we just talked about, the experimentation part is really key. You've got to play with aperture and its impact on the depth of field, those interrelationships between the water droplets, the subject, and the background. There's no one right way to do it. I've had it so that the water droplets were here and the background was right underneath it. The subject was right underneath it and the background was way down here. And I've also had it so that the subject was way far away. So, you know, depending on what you're trying to say with your pictures, you know, try it in a lot of different ways. I'll just talk about the picture a little bit. This is, again, a defocused water droplets. And, you know, I have a background that's creating a pattern, and it gives you that out of focus circle thing, but it also gives you these interesting shapes within the water droplets itself. I really like to inject the droplets using different size needles. The different gauge needles allow me to pass different amounts of water through the tip of the needle. You will all discover this, I'm sure, when you start using one of these hypodermic needles. They're not smooth, and so you will invariably get a perfect arrangement of water droplets, and you'll be trying to just get a little bit more out of the needle, and it will suddenly release, and it'll just spray the entire setup with all this water, and you have to start all over. It's part of the process. Got to be patient. So when it comes to the subject, you want to experiment with light and really think about how it is that you can make whatever it is the subject is have some shape. So in this case, this is that sink mat that we talked about. This, what I did is I lit the background one color, then I lit the sink mat a different color, but the same color, I used the same color on the other side. So you'll notice that on the mat itself, there's this orange gel color, and in the back behind the sink mat is that same color. You'll also notice that there's the purple, and all those colors are mixing together, and it gives you this dimensionality that wouldn't be there. The key part, though, is no part of the light is actually hitting the water droplets. You have to be very careful to shield the droplets themselves so that the light hits the subject and the background, but it doesn't hit the droplets themselves. Everybody has a different feeling about what kind of colors work well together and how much you want to use them. One thing I've never done, it occurs to me just as I'm sharing this with you, is I've never done a black and white of water droplets. I love black and white, and I've never done it. And it's, I think, because the water droplets have always lent themselves to color, so it's just not something I've ever tried. But, you know, if you think about tones, if you want to try black and white, think about it in terms of tones. If you want to stick with color, think about how the colors play off one another, how they complement one another, or how they might fight one another. Transparent and translucent subjects are really, really interesting. I started off working with things that were solid, like those colanders and things like that, where there were just holes. But it turns out that translucent stuff like this sink mat tend to work really, really well. And then when it comes to the background, I find that what works out best is if you have the background cover the entire frame. And if you think about what a water droplet is, it's almost like a fisheye lens. So it's seeing the whole area. So even though normally when I'm shooting here, I've got an area that's like the size, I don't know, maybe of a $50, maybe smaller, a nickel, but this whole area is being seen because it's treating it very much like a fisheye would. So you're seeing all the way to the edge of the edge of the frame. You know, I tend to try to use tones and colors to create depth. The whole thing that makes this fun is that you're creating something that feels three-dimensional. It doesn't feel two-dimensional, and you can help it along with, you know, by using light in such a way that it just adds dimension to what you're doing. And then, you know, experimenting with background combinations. Obviously here, this is again, you know, one of those subjects that's got a bunch of holes in it. And what I've chosen to do is light some of the holes one color and some of the holes a different color, and you end up with this kind of an effect. It's a real key part of this is how does the f-stop and how does the relationships affect what's going on in the background? So in this case, we've got the sharp water droplets, but when you look in the background there, you've got that glowy center and the soft part that's around it. How soft do you want that to be? You determine that by the relationship of how close is that subject to the water droplets, and also what f-stop have you chosen. The way I look at water droplets and the way I look at macro kind of in general, one of the reasons I built this studio in the first place was because it's a place to get lost, meaning all of us have stressful lives, and you know, we're looking for a way to stay creative, but at the same time not feel like you have to work too hard to stay creative. And so macro, at least for me, is that thing. It's that escape into some world for 2 or 3 or 4 or sometimes all day, trying to make a picture that you're creating from beginning to end. And so, you know, I've said this before, some people do yoga or they go running or whatever the case may be. In my case, I love to just get lost in trying to work through the iterative process of creating a picture. And I use that word intentionally. Creating a picture is, you start with absolutely nothing. It's like it's an absolute blank canvas, and you say, I'm going to build a picture. And so in this case, what I've done is I bought 2 silicone trivets. They're the kind that you would put like a hot pan on or something and you would keep the kitchen counter from getting scorched by using these. And what I did is I, butted them up against one another, and then just sort of raked light across the surface of them so that you would have highlights on the top of the ridges and shadows down in the valleys of them. And then the water droplets, just, of different sizes, turned them into this, very space age, trippy kind of a thing. But, it took probably 4 hours to produce the picture. But at the end of the day, it's exhilarating to do it. And you get lost in it, which is, if I can encourage you to explore a little bit, there's a state you can get into, and I sound all woo-woo, but it really is true. It's an amazing feeling to get lost in creating. And so all of a sudden you'll look at your watch and a couple hours have gone by and you go, where did the time go? Well, the time went into you trying to perfect your craft and make something amazing. It's also an opportunity to, experiment, design, stretch, discover, evolve, create. It really is. It makes macro photography something that you can really dive headfirst into, particularly the kind where you're making the picture. There's the kind of macro photography where you go out in the garden, you see a really pretty flower, and you take a snapshot of it. That's macro photography as well. This is a little bit different in that essentially you're creating it out of nothing. So I'd like to finish with a series of pictures that I've been working on lately, and it's mixing oil with water. It's magical to see an image like this come up in your camera, and it's not hard to do. It's really, I just use, like a glass dish filled with distilled water, and then put the oil onto the surface of the water. And then again, very much like the water droplets, you can move them around. The key ingredient here is you want to use a little dish detergent, which sort of breaks the oil's surface a little bit, and you end up with these bubbles. This is a little different kind of light and a little different kind of background. I've chosen to essentially, put this gigantic bubble and little tiny ones around it in a big sea of water. I like the solitary feel of it. But in this case, I was looking more for, as many bubbles as I could get. This is a series of oil bubbles climbing up the edge of a glass. So essentially what we're looking down into a glass that's holding the water, and the surface is covered in these bubbles. And they're up in the top there, you can see they're reflected in the sidewalls of the glass. Change the lighting, stay with, big bubble, medium bubbles, small bubbles. Change the lighting and you get a whole different picture. I have so much fun looking at this because it looks like they're just going to roll off the edge. It just feels like they're going to roll off and there's not going to be any bubbles. This is one big bubble and one small bubble. It feels planetary to me for some reason. It feels like a gigantic planet and a tiny little baby moon. Just a collection of bubbles that I moved around and arranged into a grouping that looked pleasing. So let me show you how I do this. It's a short little video, kind of explains in here how it all works. It turns out that when it comes to pictures, oil and water do mix. Hi, I'm Joey Terrill, professional photographer and Nikon ambassador. I've been wanting to experiment with combining oil and water, introducing a colorful background, adding some artificial lighting, and then capturing the results with a razor-sharp macro lens. Combining oil and water creates some truly interesting shapes and patterns, and the possibilities invite experimentation with different magnifications, unusual lighting, and a variety of tones and hues. Bubbles and light are an endless playground for photographers. You can create hundreds of bubbles or just a few, and then illuminate them in countless ways. The bubbles are created by placing some water into a dish, introducing some olive oil or mineral oil, and then adding a drop or two of dish detergent to help to disperse the oil and create the bubbles. You can use almost any oil, and with each variety you'll achieve a slightly different result. You can even gently coax the bubbles into the composition that looks best to you. For every one of these images, I used a single small softbox with a fabric grid to light only parts of the background. Because of the uneven light, each area of bubbles appears to have a slightly different intensity depending on the background and the position of the light. Now, every photographer I've ever known is perpetually searching for two things: new subjects or new ways to photograph the familiar ones. That answer is often found through a change of perspective, such as through a new lens or a newly learned technique. Other times, though, it's found through limitation. Well, the last year has definitely limited the movement of most photographers I know, and that's made it a great time to rediscover what's familiar or handy or worthy of being photographed. The last year has really reaffirmed that making pictures is a joy, even when it's being done safely indoors. Whether it's kitchen gadgets, bird feathers, or mineral oil bubbles, the subjects are there to discover, interpret, and share through photographs. And with that, I just want to say thank you for spending time with me today. I want to thank B&H for inviting me to do this. I want to thank Nikon as well for supporting photographers. Both B&H and Nikon support photographers in ways that we could not do our jobs without them, and I really appreciate it. And thank you for spending the time with us today. It was really fun.
The B&H Optic Challenge Travel and Culture Award, sponsored by Nikon, with judging by Joey Terrill. The winner will receive a Nikon Z5 mirrorless digital camera with 24 to 200 millimeter lens. And the winner is Floating in the Sun by Timothy Salas. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
I'm not just going after big, wide, epic landscapes. I like to get little emotions on someone's face or a small little flower that's being hit by the light just right. My name's Tim Kellner. I make work for all sorts of commercial clients, and I also work on a lot of personal projects. A lot of them are travel related. For this project, working with the Nikon Z6 II, I wanted to explore some of these places that I've known from childhood all the way till my professional career now. For me, the color and tone of my films are very important, and so I set my picture profile to flat profile. I often like to do bluish or purplish tint or hue, and with this flat profile I can pretty easily grade towards whichever direction I want to go. For this shoot I used a variety of Nikkor Z lenses, and they all had a fairly consistent look, their sharpness and their character, what kind of bokeh they have. I really enjoyed using the 20mm 1.8. Even though it's so wide, it's not distorted, and it has f1.8, so you can still shoot some nice bokeh and in low light. Over the last few years, vibration reduction has become really important to me. I could go all the way to 200mm and still get this super steady shot even when I was handheld. A lot of times if you make something for fun and your heart is really in it, people can really feel that and see that. And I think that's why people have connected to my work on YouTube or Instagram or Vimeo. With social media and creators like me who are making their own personal projects, this is a great camera for being able to get high quality videos and photos, but have it in this small package that you can do everything yourself with.
Joe and Mary Ann McDonald are a husband and wife wildlife photography team who have been teaching workshops and leading tours for 35 years. Their images have appeared in every major natural history magazine and calendar. They have photographed the 7 big cats of the world and completed 107 mountain gorilla treks in Rwanda. How cool is that? They have both won the prestigious BBC Wildlife Photographer of the Year award and were also awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by the North American Nature Photographers Association. While consulting with my director at B&H, he had suggested that I look into this power couple, and wow, what a dynamic duo these two are. While they may have been restricted to their local boundaries in rural Pennsylvania during the lockdown, they were on a mission to find the hidden photo gems right around the corner and never missed a photo beat. So let's delve into the technique and inspiration for next door photography, dispatched from the deep in Hoot Hollow, Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Joe McDonald.
And I'm Mary Ann McDonald, and we are honored and pleased to be part of the OPTIC conference this summer. For those of you who might not know us, Joe and I are a professional wildlife photography husband and wife team, and we've been doing this now for 34 years.
Yeah, I've been doing this ever since I was a kid, basically. I started when I was around 13 and selling photographs when I was in high school and then on through college, and this is basically what I've been doing my entire life.
So today we're going to be talking about some of those photo gems, those hidden gems that might be right around the corner from you. None of us can really travel that much right now, so let's utilize or let's look for those things that we can photograph now.
Yeah, we'll be showing a little bit of what we've done in the past and some of our favorite places, and then we're going to fine tune that into this COVID world that hopefully will soon change.
So let's get started by doing our image presentation. So we're going to be talking today about photographing wildlife and nature, finding those photo gems that might be right around the corner from you. Now, as we said, we've been doing this for 34 years, and this is kind of a photo journal of what we looked like when we started and what we look like now, and some of the crazy stuff we were doing last year during the height of the COVID pandemic. We started out 34 years ago leading photo tours and workshops here in the United States. We started out in the Everglades, and even back then we were photographing, or we were getting some award-winning photos such as this.
Yeah, this shot, Mary being so tongue-tied because she's so modest.
Yeah.
This was a BBC first place winner in the Wildlife Photography Contest of the Year.
In bird behavior.
Shot with manual focus and manual exposure.
And it won in 1994, so it just shows you how long we've been doing this. Besides the Everglades, we also did photo tours and workshops in Yellowstone, and all the seasons from spring through fall and into winter. And this shot was...
that was the cover of my second edition of a book that was done by Amphoto called The Complete Guide to Wildlife Photography.
We also, for the past 30 years, have been doing hummingbird shoots, photo workshops, and tours in Arizona. And we are known for our hummingbird shots, and Joe is actually known as the master of flash. But over the past 10, 15, 20 years, we've started to travel more and more. And in fact, the last 7 years, we've been traveling for 32 weeks of the year, from places such as Svalbard, up above the Arctic Circle, north of Norway, going for polar bears, which was our main subject, but everything from king eiders to walrus. We then have been going to the Falkland Islands for almost 25 years as well. And of course, there we focused on penguins.
Yeah, the Galapagos Islands, the Falkland Islands are often considered like the Galapagos of the Atlantic. And unlike the Galapagos, which is a fairly crowded and very popular tourist destination, on these islands, which are privately owned, you have a chance often to be the only small group with a colony of penguins, or sometimes on the entire island. It's a wonderful place.
We've branched into Central and South America, starting first in Costa Rica, where we've, of course, went to photograph hummingbirds, but have found all sorts of other subjects there as well. We've also gone now into Ecuador, a place that we love. One of our target species there is the beautiful male cock of the rock. But once again, our main emphasis is hummingbird photography. One of our favorite places, though, in South America, one of two of our favorite places, is Brazil. There's so much stuff to photograph. There's so much behavior, such as this caiman doing the bubble dance.
Yeah, the males will arch their back like almost like a medieval dragon.
Besides some of the other animals that you can get, the tamandua, the giant anteater, the tapir, and then the Einstein monkeys or the capuchin monkeys who actually use a rock as a tool to open up palm nuts. And the birds, there are so many good birds in Brazil, including the hyacinth macaw and the toco toucan. And we also work a lot with diving and flying birds. But our key species, of course, is the jaguar. And this shot, I'm honored and pleased to say, was one of Joe's first place winners in the BBC Wildlife Photographer of the Year Mammal Division. And working with the compositional elements, working with the habitat, you need to show these animals in habitat or people will think you're in a zoo.
Yeah, one of the dream shots I always had was of a jaguar up on a log overlooking the river. And it took me maybe 7 years before I finally got a shot like that. And now on these trips, with them being as habituated as they are, it's a pretty common occurrence.
But I have to say, the place that is nearest and dearest to our heart is Torres del Paine, a place where Joe and I have always done our own vacations. And from Torres del Paine, you get incredible mountain sceneries, Andean condors flying overhead. But our main subject is the beautiful puma.
Yeah, and the point behind this is when you do any trip to anywhere, don't just concentrate on the target species because you may not even get it. But if you're photographing everything from the landscape to the other wildlife to the birds, macro, etc., even if you're not successful in the animal that you're after, you would still have a really successful trip.
And even though that first image showed a rainbow, we tell people to don't chase rainbows, to take it as it comes. And once again, to always shoot the habitat shots to show these animals in the incredible environment in which they live. Joe and I have many favorite locations in the world, but one of our true favorites is India, where, of course, our target species is the tiger. And it's a place where if we had to spend any time, and especially Joe, that's where he would spend it.
Yeah, if I had 2 months to just kick around in any country, it would be in India because of the diversity that's there. It's truly like from Dorothy with the Wizard of Oz, lions and tigers and bears.
Oh my.
And wolves and a variety of primates and birds. It's really, really incredible. However, photographing tigers is not as easy as the other big cats. These are forest animals and you have to stay on the game drive trails. So you're limited on the road and you're looking for a cat that lives in the woods. So it is tougher, but it's really worth it when you do find those cats.
But there, as Joe said, there are so many other species in India, and it's one of those stop and smell the roses, because when you stop to do a leopard or a peacock or a green bee eater, and you hear the other animals doing the alarms, that's how you find the tigers.
And by the way, that sloth bear back there is probably the most dangerous animal, but tigers are nothing. The guides are afraid of sloth bears because they're very, very unpredictable.
We've been able to finally photograph snow leopards in the wild, which has allowed us to, in 4 different years, photograph the 7 big cats of the world. Now, we're probably most known for going to Africa because we've been going to Africa for 34 years. It's a place that's near and dear to our heart. In fact, Joe was going way back in 1985 when Kilimanjaro still had a lot of snow up in the glaciers on top of the mountain. We've been to several different countries in Africa, including Ethiopia, South Africa, Madagascar, but our love and we're known for East Africa. This was a shot that I won first place in the AGFA photo contest way back when from South Africa. And these 2 shots of Joe's, once again, placed in the BBC Wildlife Photographer of the Year competition.
Yeah, I got to say something about the lion and the buffalo. My leg was actually shaking like I was on a cliff. I was so excited, and I could remember thinking, wow, I'm still really psyched about this stuff.
But there have also been times when we've had great shots that we have lost thanks to digital that could have been award-winning shots.
Yeah, the mantra is back up, back up, back up. And I was backing up, but somehow I put a file that I had this shot, which was really one of my favorites, and somehow or other, it didn't end up in that file. And as I cleared my laptop to make room for more images, because I had everything backed up, I didn't have this backed up, and I lost all but this JPEG.
We're probably, out of all the places in East Africa, we are known the most for going to Rwanda. To date, we have done 106 treks for those beautiful gentle giants, the mountain gorilla in Rwanda. We have photographed babies, like newborn babies, and we photographed them from the time they were little till now they're silverbacks. When you're spending that much time with them, you can play, you can have different compositional freedom, you can go for tight shots, headshots, but what a thrill it is to be on the ground with these animals and photographing them. But in saying all this, you can get really inspired and get all these great shots when you travel. However, nobody's been able to basically for the last 12, 14, 15 months. So we want to take you to some places that we love around the United States, places that might be in your backyard, from wildlife refuges to actually your very backyard, to get inspired to get out there and to find those photogens and to photograph them. Starting off with Alaska. We always would go the last week of August, first week of September, when it goes from summer to fall to winter very quickly. As you can see, as the tundra is turning into the fall colors. A great place for moose, caribou, and for scenics, especially if you had a clear day without smoke, to get Denali in Wonder Lake. But even, a lot of times you can't find those big animals or the subjects you're looking for, but it's those hidden photo gems that really help make the trip, such as the tundra or a willow ptarmigan. Our love is either in the southwest or the southeast corner of Alaska, including the southwest, where we've been going for brown bears for many, many years, including coastal Katmai, where we're right on sandbars or riverbanks, photographing these bears running past us, chasing down fish. Here are just a few examples of some of their different fishing methods that they use to catch these salmon. But you're hoping for a shot like this where the bear is running straight at you, chasing down those salmon, and it looks like it's coming right at us.
Yeah, and that's where I wanted to interject, because Alaskan brown bears are technically grizzly bears. Grizzly bears are Alaskan brown bears. It's the same species. In Yellowstone and Glacier National Park, where you could also find grizzly bears, if you tried to take a shot like this, you'd probably be killed. Those bears are completely different in temperament than these bears on coastal Alaska.
At this time of year, which is in August when we go, they are concentrating on building up their fat reserves. So we're nothing to them. They want those salmon. And even though we want the big bears to catch a fish, sometimes when the mamas catch a fish, they'll give the heads to the babies to play. And this is a lot of fun to photograph as well. Now, we would like to share some of the outfitters that we use when we go up there. But before I do that, just to show you that when the high tides come in, you can't be out on the mud flats with the bears or at the river. So you might go out in a skiff to look for some of the other wildlife of Alaska, such as sea otters or eagles. Now, to share those outfitters, we have gone for 20 years plus with Chuck Keim on the Coastal Explorer 2, Katmai. So I highly recommend checking him out. He's one of the best. We've also started to go down on the Southwest Peninsula to work with another outfitter who's more internally in Katmai. We stay on Lake Iliamna and fly from there to different places. Once again, we're along rivers on the inside or interior of Katmai with the bears catching the salmon. And you can see that at that time of year, it's the reds or the Chinooks that are running. And yes, we go to Brooks Falls, and it might not be the peak in July when all sorts of stuff, but you can still get these shots.
Yeah, Katmai National Park with the Brooks Falls, a very, very famous place. But during the peak in July, it can be so crowded that you can be on the viewing platform for about an hour and may have to wait several hours to even get up there. And it's a mile walk. And after you're there, you have to turn around and go back and get in line again. Later in the year, there's not nearly as many people, and sometimes you can be there the entire time.
The person that we go to here is Jerry Jacks with Alaska Grizzly Safaris. Highly recommend him as well if you want to experience a different brown bear experience other than the coastal Katmai. Now, if you want to get whales, you go to Southeast Alaska. And we had worked for several years with outfitters out of Juneau, and we switched then down to Petersburg and work with Dennis Rogers. He is a photographer as well, and he knows how to position the boat and get you where the action is. And once again, going in August, you get the breaching, you get flipper flaps, and especially get bubble net feeding. But besides that, you get a chance to visit other locations, going ashore for some of the beautiful flowers, looking for black bear that are coming in for the dog salmon run down there, or even photographing the salmon fishermen as well. Once again, here is Dennis's information. He's Alaska Sea Adventures. Now, we're going to go from Alaska down to Arizona, and I know there are a lot of things in between California, Oregon, Washington State.
Yeah, our portfolio is kind of limited because for the last 30 years, we've been doing international travel rather than domestic travel and have only hit a few key places.
But in Arizona, around the Phoenix and Tucson area, there are some hidden gems that you may not be familiar with, such as the Gilbert Water Ranch, which is a suburb of Phoenix. This water ranch, it's a water treatment plant. And during the winter, you get great migrants there. We were there in the spring, and it's just a great place to visit morning and evening. Also in the Phoenix area, east of Phoenix, is the Boyd Thompson Arboretum. Of course, it's an arboretum. There's going to be beautiful cactus and plants, but you can also, it's a great place for birds, lizards, and other things. You just take your time, walk the trails, and look. We were just introduced while we were down in the Tucson area to the Sweetwater's water treatment plant. It's known for its family of bobcats that have become habituated to people, and we were lucky enough to have one of the young males walk right past us as we were photographing a Sora rail.
Yeah, several communities around the country are now making wetlands out of their water treatment plants. In Florida, there's several of these. And they've grown up into like wildlife refuges that are really wonderful for photography.
Some of the other places to go, we're not big zoo photographers, but the Sonoran Desert Museum is one of the best. They've got a great hummingbird aviary. They've got the small animal canyon, which is where this gray fox is. And plus, there's a lot of wild birds on the property that you can get pictures of as well. There's also some photographers who have set up places to photograph, such as Ron and Janine Nybrug with their desert
photo retreat.
Yeah, photo retreat. And they're just north of Tucson, and you can find them on the internet, as you can Dano Grayson with the pond at Elephant Head. But he runs basically spring through summer into fall. You can get bat photography at night. It's a great place to visit, just as with Ron and Janine's place. Many people know about the South Texas photo ranches, but they're still worth mentioning just in passing to let you know that there are some great places to photograph, such as Laguna Seca or Santa Clara Ranch. Check it out if you're a photographer. You can go with a group, you can go with it as an individual, and you will get stunning shots.
Yeah, the nice thing about all those places is that it's kind of like plug and play. You know, they're already set up for you. And all you need to do is get there with your lens, and the birds and the wildlife is coming in. So it's very easy to get quality photographs without doing any kind of work. So what we've just shown you was our world pre-COVID. And with the restrictions we've had over the last 12, 14 months, and who knows how long it's really going to go into the future, that does not mean that we can't be photographing. So we've done a heck of a lot of stuff locally. And To give you some motivation in that regard, we're going to talk about some of our locations that we've gone to. We live near the capital of Pennsylvania, and there's this wonderful spot called Wildwood. It's a marshland, and in that marshland, there's a little trail, and along there, the subjects are used to people, which is the key to great wildlife shots. For example, the bullfrog, painted turtles, greenback herons, sometimes eagles fish there, and ospreys, and mammals that sometimes are very, very elusive out in the field in non-preserved areas can become very tame, like this mink here and the groundhog, which in many areas is simply persecuted as some type of pest. I have a friend that's a real fox enthusiast, and every year friends of his find dens, let him know, and I've joined him on a couple of occasions to get some wonderful shots of red fox. And this might be a great example of just networking. And networking might be via Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, where you can make some friends and perhaps share information and get to photograph things that otherwise you might not have a chance. Local swamps, in summer at least, and here we are in summer, are great areas for insects. And this dragonfly was about to land on the little stem here, and I caught it in action by a feature called Pro Capture, which is an Olympus feature we'll talk about a little bit later. As I said about networking, we made friends with some local high school and young adult birders, and in our friendship here, we've shared information, and they told me about this long-eared owl roosting spot. It's not a spectacular photograph, but without this networking going on, I never would have known about this bird. We usually are in India during March, and during that time, one of the most spectacular migrations on the East Coast occurs in Pennsylvania, where sometimes over 100,000 snow geese land in a place called Middle Creek Wildlife Refuge, where in migration, they rest for a few days before moving on. It is an incredible spectacle for both snow geese and whistling swans.
Yeah, many people know about Bosque de Apache in New Mexico, but the East also has spots like this, but more in spring than fall.
Not very far away, there's another area called Conowingo Dam.
On the Susquehanna River.
Just south of the Pennsylvania border in Maryland, where sometimes scores of bald eagles congregate to fish below the dam. Near Ocean City, New Jersey, there's a causeway that leads to the barrier island and a visitor center there, which overlooks a wonderful colony of herons like the black crown and yellow crown, glossy ibis, little blue herons, a variety of egrets. And you're looking right into these nests or down onto them, and birds are flying in constantly. It's becoming an extremely popular and very rewarding spot. But you don't even have to travel. And often we overlook things that are right in front of us, and we just take them as mundane, like a cottontail rabbit. We've had people at our house that, oh, that's just a rabbit. But if you make a definitive portrait of it, it can be quite an attractive shot. And chipmunks. We think of chipmunks sometimes as just pests around your bird feeder, but they can make wonderful images as well. Using that Pro Capture feature that I mentioned before with Olympus, let me explain how that works right now. When you press your shutter down halfway and you have Pro Capture as your drive mode in, with the shutter halfway, the camera records images continuously, but it doesn't write them to the card. It just has them in the camera buffer. And when you press your shutter down all the way, it records that shot, which is probably the shot that you missed because the chipmunk's already gone, and the 35 frames that preceded that, or less if you set it for less than 35 frames. So things like a squirrel that, again, could just be a portrait shot could now become an exciting action shot because you can capture them in mid-leap and birds launching off in mid-flight with this Pro Capture feature.
You may think this is hard to do, but last year because of COVID and nobody could travel and we were basically in a quarantine lockdown place, We habituated our animals right here in our yard by having feeding sites where they started out with the feeding site right by the launch point and then just gradually moving it away so that they learn to jump between these plats. It's so easy to do, and you can do it in your backyard just as easily.
And the point of that is you don't just go out that day and get something done. You plan for it. And the squirrel, as Mary mentioned, was a perfect example of that. And same thing with hummingbirds. They may be coming to various feeders, but you want them to come to a particular feeder. And if you set that up and give it a few days, that's going to happen. So with our birds around our home, by putting out or having a constant feeding area, but then putting perches above the feeders, the birds invariably will land on those, maybe only for a second or two, but you'll be able to get nice portraits of the birds that don't look like they're at a feeder. And this is this very complicated yard scene here is all of our feeders that are set up. And they're on poles and pipes so that squirrels and chipmunks can't steal the seed. But when we're actually going to photograph, we remove most of them so that the birds have to come to the feeders that we are set up at, where we also have our props. And here's an example, just right off our porch. There's a little knot hole in that log. I put sunflower seed in there. The chipmunks know it. And they come in and feed on the seed, and you get these wonderful portraits of the chipmunks as they're sticking out of a hole. Also, just a few feet away from that is a semi-permanent bird feeding setup we have. I change the props constantly. I have a drilled hole in the log so I can slip them into a pipe, if you will. And from there, then, we're getting a variety of different birds, white-breasted and red-breasted nuthatches, and by changing the props that are on either side of the feeders, we get very natural-looking shots, but right below that is a cup with birdseed in it.
And one of the key things with all of these woodpeckers and birds that like suet is Joe actually drilled holes into these wooden limbs or parts of limbs and trunks so that he would stuff the suet into that so the birds would come to the wood and set it to suet holders. What we wanted to show here is thinking about your background and how you want to shoot for things.
Yeah, and because I'm shooting right from my porch, I can change my backgrounds by simply my angles of view or where I put my logs. So you're not really pigeonholed into one position as you might be if you would go to a park or a reserve where there might be a photo blind set up. And you can't change anything. On your own property or a place that you might visit frequently, you might be able to make changes that are inducive for exactly what you want to photograph. Here's some raccoons, a nocturnal animal that I set up a multiple flash setup to get these raccoons as they were visiting this water hole. And I could shoot it right at water level at times in any position I wanted to, because this water hole that you see here that looks like a nice pond in the middle of a forest is actually a fake water hole that I built that is about waist height. So if I'm sitting on a chair, I can be shooting right over the lip of the pond and getting these eye level views. And then or water level views. And then what I'll do is set up flashes around this to give me the lighting that I want, because the raccoons are coming in at night. If you have some property, whether it's for raccoons or deer or birds, you can do a setup. And it doesn't have to be big.
And we always say, if you build it, they will come. And even a small water set can be built right on your porch or right in your backyard. Birds will come in to take baths and things. It's a great way to get shots that you might not necessarily get.
Yeah, if you live in an area where there isn't any water and you provide water, you will get birds and probably other animals as well.
Now, starting January 1st of this year, Joe had kind of didn't know what he wanted to do with the shot. So I gave him the challenge of taking one shot, at least one shot a day, and posting it. I wanted him to feel his creative juices flowing. I wanted to get him out there and shooting in all types of weather and all sorts of conditions.
She wanted me out of the house is what she really wanted.
Well, that was maybe part of it too.
But this photo challenge that Mary's describing here, I really wish that everyone would do something similar, because it really pushed my creative juices, as you'll see as I progress through the year, up to the point that we are right now, which is about half of the year, or almost half of the year has gone by. So it started on January 1st, just on my backyard or my front porch with one of those logs, and you can see there that the suet is visible. I wasn't as sophisticated as I would soon be as I'm doing this photo challenge. On January 4th, we had a snowstorm. So on that day, it was kind of a no-brainer to just take a landscape of the forest. And then January 6th or so, I still wasn't sure if I was really going to be getting into this. I didn't spend much time, and then I just walked outside and found some squirrel tracks and fresh snow and took a shot. So early on, it was a real challenge that I wasn't sure I was really up to.
He had to be thinking on what he wanted to take a picture of.
And this shot kind of shows the beginning of the evolution here. Because again, in midwinter, in January in Pennsylvania, unless you're going to shoot birds every day, subjects can be kind of
far and few between.
Few and far between is the
Yes.
word. And I found some blue jay feathers that I arranged into some type of little abstract, if you will. And it began to have me thinking about, well, I don't have to just shoot everything literally. I can be expanding my horizons, which the photo challenge ultimately does. One day we drove about 90 miles to try to photograph short-eared owls, and we didn't see a one. It was towards the end of the day, so I took this very lame, like whatever you'd call it, plant shot of the
grass shots in the snow.
So I had my shot of the day. But as we were going home, we passed by our state capitol, which we have done thousands and thousands of times and never photographed it before. And Mary said, "There's your shot of the day." So we stopped and I did a time exposure, a very short time exposure of the city lights of our capitol. Again, something I never did before, but the challenge made me do it. Photographing right from my porch, or you photographing at an area that is easily accessible to you, gives you the chance to try different things. Photographing from my porch, I often, or at least I started, by using a photo blind. And this one is called a chair blind.
And you can find this at Walmart or Cabela's. It's easy to find.
And you sit in the blind, and then you just simply pull the cover over the top. The lens goes through there. And then with that, birds that might be skittish and that are not accustomed to you you'll be able to photograph them.
But before you get in it, put the blind out for several days so they're used to seeing the blind there. And then you go in it after that.
After a bit, because I was feeding these birds every day, sometimes several times a day, they associated me with food. So instead of having to use the blind, I could simply be sitting out there. Mary could be serving me lunch.
And hot drinks.
And I could be getting shots like this as a cardinal launches itself to come into the bird feeders. Now, photographing from a easily accessible spot like my porch, or perhaps a local woodland area near you, or some spot that you can visit often, gives you the chance to be creative and try things new. So I have my camera set up with a hot shoe flash, and I'm photographing a red-breasted nuthatch with a little bit of fill flash here. Pretty easy shot to do. And then after I got this, what can I do differently? Let's push the envelope on a different day. And I used multiple electronic flashes, maybe 3 of them here, 2 in the front and a strong backlight. And instead of using a natural background, I put up a poster and have the flash illuminating that as well. So it gave me a whole different look. And then on another day, I used a range IR, an infrared triggering device, to catch birds as they were flying in, and then the electronic flash froze the action.
There are some people that we've talked to who actually use their house as a blind, and they'll set things up outside of a window, a bathroom window or a kitchen window, and shoot out through the window as they're blind. It can work anywhere for you.
Yeah. And if you're going to do that, if you can, open the window. Some people shoot through the glass.
And you get reflections.
Well, you may not, but you're certainly going to degrade the quality of it a little bit. This chickadee here looks like it's right on a cliff edge or on the forest floor. Well, it's actually on a little set that I have mounted on a pedestal in our yard. And the ultimate result, though, is an illusion. And that's what you're doing when you're putting up a prop by a bird feeder, or like what I'm doing right here. With this photo challenge, as I got into it, I really thought then, okay, I am going to get a shot a day. I'm not going to give up. And some days, there didn't seem to be very much around. I was at that place called Middle Creek I was talking about earlier. Middle Creek, right? Wildwood. And at Wildwood, I found this feather. It's something I probably never would have shot otherwise, but now, okay, I got my shot of the day. But then luckily, later on, I found something that I was really excited about, and that was a muskrat. And again, striving to get a better shot for the day made the image. A friend of mine has a nice property that was on the a flyway for eagles and hawks, and I set up this blind using bamboo and camouflage netting that you get in an Army Navy store or buy from Cabela's. It's made from bamboo that I lashed together. By the way, Marianne?
One of the worst things I've ever planted in my garden was bamboo, and now we cannot get rid of it.
Yeah, so it makes for a good blind material. And then with this, being inside this blind, sometimes for 5 or even 7 hours straight, I've gotten some wonderful shots of birds of prey as they're flying by or flying in or perching, like the bald eagle you just saw, or the red-tailed hawks here, or an immature bald eagle that perched on a branch that was within range of my lens. And there were some days when I'd be in that blind that and I'd get nothing really came in, and I might go and end up shooting a woodpecker at our feeder or something for the day's shoot. But most of the days were pretty rewarding. Now, I mentioned earlier about
Middle Creek.
This location, and there's another one up in the coast of Washington. I'm blanking on the name right now.
But there's also down on the Delmarva Peninsula, there's lots of places like this during spring migration where the snow geese and the swans will gather before heading north.
And again, having this challenge gave me the motivation to finally say, hey, we got the time. Let's go down there and photograph those tundra swans and those snow geese that we've always wanted to do and never took the time to do. Mary's brother lives down in Northern Virginia, and there's an area down there called Huntley Meadows. And this winter, there were otter that people were taking pictures of, sometimes with cell phones only a few feet away. So we made a special trip down to Huntley Meadows. We didn't see the otters, but we had hooded mergansers and Canada geese. Seen some wonderful photographs from that location. And again, around home again, with the opportunities that you have. Sometimes I'll only be out for a half hour, but during that time I get the magic shot I want and I can get back to work to do whatever.
We were heading to visit some of the state parks in Pennsylvania. Once the restrictions are lifted for travel and everything, we decided to start checking out some of our state parks, which we had never had the time to do. And on the way to one of these parks, we found this beautiful red fox walking down the middle of the road, which then went and just sat at the side of the road while we could photograph outside or out of the window with our lenses that had been on our lap.
Yeah, we're using these Olympus Micro Four Thirds cameras now. And with a 300 millimeter in our lap, it's the equivalent of 600 millimeters. So it was really quite easy to open up the window and hand hold the smaller lens to get a shot of that red fox, as we've done with some other things as well. We had a red squirrel that began coming in, and I saw something that just, I never read anything about or whatever. But if you look carefully there, you can see it has like a kind of like a vestigial thumb, and it uses those pads there to hold seeds that they're then eating. I've never read anything about that. I've never heard anything about that, but here I had a shot that actually depicts that going on. And as a biology, as a zoology enthusiast, this was exciting to me. When we're doing these postings, when we do them on Facebook and sometimes on Instagram, I usually do a write-up on it as well. And explaining something like this. This is a zebra-tailed lizard. It's named for the black and white tail. And when it's disturbed, it will put its tail up over its back so that if a predator goes to grab at it, it will probably grab the tail, which then breaks off and wiggles like mad as the lizard then scurries off with the predator's attention to this wiggly thing in its talons or in its beak. Now, for this challenge for myself, it was 1 shot a day. And you may, because of work or family demands or whatever, not have the time to shoot 1 shot a day, but you could do maybe 1 shot per weekend or 5 shots per weekend and still do what I'm doing here in challenging myself, like with the spring peeper, where not only just the shot of the peeper, but then the peeper in its breeding with blowing out its vocal sac and giving a long trill. Some of the shots too, you don't just go out necessarily and get the shot right off the bat. Some of these things take some planning. For example,
for this woodcock, we knew it was time for the woodcock mating display. So we went up to a local field where we knew they did this and watched them for 2 or 3 nights before setting this up. So we knew the exact spot or the exact, basic location where they launched to do their flight.
Yeah, so what I did here is I set up 5 flashes covering the area where I thought the woodcock would be staging from before they did their flight. And I went into my blind, the chair blind, and because the Olympus camera has something called
silent mode,
and also has a live boost where it enhances live view boost where it enhances the image, I could see what I was looking at even as it got darker and darker. In spring, when this challenge really got into gear, spotted salamanders were breeding, and they were coming down to vernal ponds, where I was able to get photographs of these salamanders as they were coming in to breed, and red-spotted newts and frogs and the birds that were coming in as well. So again, with the challenge, I had a reason to be out there trying to photograph. Back in the day, I think I was always guilty of just doing these like frame-filling portraits. And I think because of the challenge, my perspective has broadened. And now I'm really looking for shots where I have animal or plant in habitat. And for that, I'm often using a wide-angle zoom lens, the equivalent of like a 14 to a 28 millimeter. And with that, then, I'm not only getting the subject, I'm getting the habitat and I think a real sense of place. We use Olympus, and it has a very nice articulating screen that goes in several different directions.
A flip-out screen.
But I would really recommend that if you buy another camera, that you get one that has a great flip-out screen that would make it easy to view from any position. Because with that, then, you can be doing especially ground level work where you can lay the camera down right on the ground or on the shoreline or on a beanbag on the ground. A position like this, I'm squatting, I'm looking down on the viewfinder.
And he's saving his back, because at this point in our lives, we need to save our backs.
So it's a great accessory. For this was in one of our vernal ponds. And again, it kind of illustrates that some of these shots for our week-long or
our challenge,
our daily challenge didn't just occur overnight. I had baited these wood ducks in at our pond for several weeks. Then I put a blind there, and then I ended up with 2 cinder blocks with a piece of wood over the top, and I could lay the beanbag on the wood and shoot at
inside
of a blind for some really effective and intimate views of the wood ducks.
Now, this shot is interesting because we were going on our first trip in 14 months to Arizona. And because I was so out of practice, we were packing at 2 a.m., 2:30 in the morning. And Joe decided to...
I knew that the next day would be involved with travel. So at 12:01 of the next day of our challenge, we had a full moon. I put my 150 to 400 with a 2x converter on it. So this is an uncropped shot at 2,000 millimeters of the moon. So it fulfilled my shot of the day.
And he didn't have to worry when we got into Tucson very late at night.
Yes. And then we started our vacation trip, if you will. And this was one from
Sweetwaters.
Gilbert Ranch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gilbert Water Ranch.
Yeah, right off a boardwalk of Elise Bitter, and I was really excited about getting this. And then, as Mary said before, down at Sweetwater in Tucson, we were lucky enough to get this bobcat walking right by us. There's several places in Florida too that have habituated bobcats. And so, there's locations like that around the country. We went up looking for this species of rattlesnake called a twin-spotted rattlesnake, couldn't find it. And as we were driving down from the mountains where these are located, we stopped to look for a woodpecker. And I was backing up to get a better view of the woodpecker, stopped, and got out of the car instead. And just as I did so, this twin-spotted rattlesnake was right behind my tire. I would have run it over if I had gone any farther. So I crawled off the road, went into this little patch here, and I was able to get shots of the snake that we looked for over 2 hours. We continued on to Oklahoma.
And this just shows how visiting different wildlife refuges around the country. This is from Wichita Mountains Wildlife Refuge. And it's a great place to photograph, as are many of the wildlife refuges around the country.
But we had target-rich environments, and we had targets like the prairie dog here giving an alarm whistle, and then continuing on to Arkansas, where we were hoping to go through this National Wildlife Refuge, which was almost completely flooded. We did get one of the species we were after, and that was the prothonotary warbler, one of the prettiest warblers, and it's generally found in swamps. And then besides the wildlife, as opportunities arose, we also photographed
cactus blooms
and kind of agave, what would you call that?
Leaves, I guess.
Yeah, and basically just a part representing a whole. But one of the things that I try to do on any trip is use every single lens that I brought with me. And again, thankfully, or thanks to the photo challenge, instead of just shooting a traditional shot of a mayapple flower, well, the last one certainly showed a different view, but here's the mayapple flower as well, with the 7 to 14 millimeter, equivalent of 14 millimeter, to not only show the flower, but also the plant and the forest as well, giving it a sense of place. When we were in Oklahoma, although we did another shot for the shot of the day, I also played with just experimentation. We used slow shutter speeds here.
We had a tremendous wind, so we had these gorgeous beds of wildflowers, but we couldn't shoot them just as wildflowers because of the wind. So we experimented with different shutter speeds.
And here's another example. This was from White Sands, New Mexico, as we were traveling across. And what you're seeing there, although it could be sea turtle tracks or crab tracks, these are little beetles, darkling beetles that were going across the white sand. And it makes for a kind of an interesting pattern. And then one evening when I came home, I was trying to photograph our raccoons, but they never came in. But with the lights that I was using to illuminate the set, insects were flying all about. So I used a feature of Olympus called Live Composite, which records light that did not previously exist on the sensor without overexposing what's already there. So I created this insect trail at night, which was kind of reflective of the sand trail that I did earlier.
And what was your inspiration?
My inspiration
was Jackson Pollock.
Ah, yes. This was my Jackson Pollock. Throw
paint on a canvas and see what you end up getting.
And throw bugs on the sensor and see what you get. Another feature that Olympus has that we just love is this thing which we talked about earlier called Pro Capture. So knowing that these horned larks might take off or fly, I had that on, and it turned out that they ended up having a little spat, and I was able to record that basically after the fact, because when I shot it, it was already done. Here's where it really shined for me. I'm using that flip-out screen, so I'm laying my camera flat against the mud in front of this wood frog. Wood frogs, when they call, unlike like some frogs that give this like long trill, these guys go like whack, whack, like that.
It sounds like chickens calling.
Ducks.
Sure, ducks.
And it happens so quickly and generally without any kind of warning that this happens and it's gone before you can respond. But having that ready with Pro Capture, as soon as I saw that happen, I fired. The shot I recorded, it was already finished. But Pro Capture captured that. It is an absolute game changer for wildlife. Another example, Gila woodpeckers on our trip in Arizona. And they were often flying into these saguaro flowers, but sometimes they'd have little spats when they did so. So turning on Pro Capture as my drive mode, I was able to get several different series. of these guys fighting in the air or rolling down a cactus, and I wouldn't have been able to do that with any other system. Another feature that Olympus has, and this did not require software, was focus stacking, where instead of just shooting a flower with a blurred background, I was able to get both the hepatica flower and the background in focus, or very close to being completely in focus, to again give it that sense of place. Now, often when we're shooting macro, we're using great depth of field. But if you close your aperture down to, say, f22, you're going to have the background appearing. It may not be sharp, but it can be a distraction. By using 2.8 and using focus stacking or focus bracketing in the Olympus camera, I was able to roll basically my focus across that whole egg case of a praying mantis at 2.8. The camera stacked it together, so I have edge-to-edge sharpness on the egg mass, but the background, because the whole image was shot at 2.8, is still a complete blur. And then in our vernal ponds, where I photographed the wood frogs and the wood ducks, the wood frogs and salamanders lay their eggs there, and then I collected a couple of these for in a mini aquarium to photograph a wood frog tadpole and a spotted salamander larvae. And then these guys, which are called copepods, are literally the size of a pin head. And again, in a little mini tank and using electronic flashes to give me sharpness and some speed. And this is the setup for that.
Now, we didn't want to get too technical with this talk. I mean, you may not have all the toys that Joe does to do some of this, but we have a bunch of how-to videos for sale on our eJunkie site. But How-to books, ebooks. But also on our YouTube channel, we have some how-to videos and how to use some of these features and what to do. So if you're interested in any of this and you want to improve your photography, check out these sites. And we hope today, as you've listened to our presentation, we have inspired you to go out and do a challenge like we have, to look for things that you can't see, to hopefully improve and excel with your photography as well. We'd like to thank B&H Photo for inviting us to participate today, and also their co-sponsor, Seagram Expeditions, for having this conference. And thank you for watching our presentation.
Thank you.
Well, we hope you're enjoying OPTIC. With so much inspiration and pent-up energy to get out as the world opens up, you'll need to do a review of your camera kit and score some new gear for that trip you've been waiting to go on for over a year. Now, what if I told you that you could do a massive gear refresh and have 6 months to 2 years to pay it off without interest? Well, now you can with the B&H financing card. You'll want to hop over to the B&H website to read all the details, but it's just one more way that B&H is here to help you out. And now, back to our programming at OPTIC.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
We have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H. At B&H, we found a way for you to save the tax. Have to have the latest Sony camera and save the tax? You got it. Need the new MacBook Pro? It's yours. How about a supersonic high-def telescope? We got you. Meet Paybu. You pay the tax, we pay you back, just like that. B&H. This is a real B&H customer story. Jack and Barbara, professional wildlife photographers and B&H customers for 30 years, live in remote Alaska. Hey, what's the population there?
About 50 to 52 people and bears.
We're definitely not in New York anymore.
It's just quiet here. It's beautiful. The wildlife photography out here is amazing.
While they could order equipment from any number of sites, they don't.
Anytime we need anything, B&H is our go-to. We can send an email. We have used the chat feature, and of course the phone if our phones are working.
If the phones are working.
Hi, Jack. What can I help you with?
I needed a tripod, and it had to be light, it had to be sturdy, so I talked with somebody at B&H. I think his name is Charles, and he pointed me toward a certain tripod and liked it so much that I bought a second one.
Nice one, Charles.
When it comes to getting gear, things were shipped quickly, packed well, made it through the harrowing journey, going from plane to smaller plane to somebody's hand, thrown to somebody else, put in the back of a truck, and arrives unscathed.
That's quite the schlep. It must be incredible when it gets there.
Oh, it's like Christmas. I mean, honestly, it's better than Christmas.
Yeah, it's my birthday.
B&H has everything that we need. I mean, when have we ever looked for something and it wasn't available?
Well, there was bananas.
Yeah, right.
Bananas indeed. Thanks so much for your B&H story. And please be careful out there.
I always tell Barbara, if I don't come back, just look for the circling magpies and ravens.
We would like to thank the OPTIC 2021 sponsors, which represent the state-of-the-art in imaging. From cameras to computers and everything in between you need to create world-class photo and video, the OPTIC sponsors represent the industry's best equipment and software manufacturers. Lisa Langell, Tamron and Photo Pro Ambassador, is an award-winning photographer whose work has appeared in numerous prestigious publications, galleries, and more. Lisa currently sits on the board of directors for the North American Nature Photography Association, NAMPA, an organization that B&H has a long relationship with. Lisa has worked as a floral designer, a licensed psychologist, a university instructor, a researcher, a writer, and an artist. However, Lisa's first love remains photography. Lisa is a fighter and an inspiration. The word indomitable comes to mind. Now, Lisa has presented at many past optics, and she's a favorite of mine because her message is both valuable and sharp like a Tamron ED lens. What I adore about Lisa's presentations is just how useful they are, and especially if you want to sell your work. Now, did I just get you excited with these prospects? Well then, without further ado, here is Lisa Langell presenting what you can do if you only have 1 hour at a location. That location happening to be Alaska. Take it away, Lisa.
Hey, my name is Lisa Langell, and I am here on the beautiful Kenai River. I'm at Marlowe's on the Kenai, where I run my Alaska workshops every summer. It's my favorite place to be. I love being here. But if you'll notice, the sky is a little bit cloudy today, and it's actually been raining a little bit. And so what I want to talk to you about today is what to do when you're on your next workshop or tour and it's a little bit crappy, right? So I'm always about, there's a photographic opportunity in everything, and the soft light can really, really help. And in Alaska, when it's the land of the midnight sun, we get 16 to 20 to 22 hours of sunlight. And so the diffuse skies are wonderful, but sometimes you're just in a situation where you need a little inspiration, and I want to give you some today. So one of the things I want to talk to you about today is not only using this light, but I'm going to give you some ideas to think differently about how you memorialize your next tour or workshop or location or vacation, or even in your own backyard or hometown, and give it a little bit of a different feel than how we traditionally shoot things. So I'm a big fan of creating collages or galleries of images that work together to hang on the wall, whether you're in an office or home environment or what have you. And I also really love commemorating my workshops and tours and vacations and those kinds of things in different ways. So we're going to start out learning 3 different ways, 3 different locations where I can help you learn how to do this. So the first location I'm going to start with is right here. And so in this location, we've got a beautiful river, the Kenai River, world famous river. And if you notice, you can see some clouds behind me that have a little bit of texture to them. We're going to learn how to use that texture and create some really cool images. I'm also going to show you how to create those collages by thinking differently on the things that are around you. We're not going to be thinking about photography in very traditional terms. I want to give you a little inspiration and some different ideas and takeaways that you can create some looks that are interesting, beautiful, and appealing to the everyday consumer. So let's get started. The best way to do this is to start with your inspiration first. Think about the size, the number of images, and the location that you're going to be hanging the gallery of images, and then go shoot for that size, that space, and that place. So one of the things I want to show you today is thinking about simplifying your images and shooting in high key style. So high key style is one of my favorite things to do, But you're going to be using skies like this to do it, which are perfect for this. So for example, one of the things I want you to do when we collect these collages is look for things that have high key potential. High key meaning very light and bright skies and a very defined subject. So we want to blow out those skies. So see this tree behind me here? Simple elements of this tree, if you zoom in with a long lens and then overexpose, are going to create a high key look. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to go and win a contest, but together in our collage, it's going to create some really nice pieces that go well together. So with collages, one of the things you need to understand is that it's not about every picture being a contest award-winning picture. In fact, collages come together because they team up together. So if you have 5 or 6 images in a collage, for example, you might have 1 or 2 that stand out, and then the rest complement it. So you don't need every picture to be a contest award-winning picture. You need it to be well done, but they need to complement. You need detail and close-ups, and then you need to pull back and have bigger scenes. Very simple subjects work together. You can't have a lot of complex things on the wall. You need very simple subjects, clean lines, and they all need to go together. So we're going to start with that. So one of the first things I'm going to do is shoot some leaves and the branches of this tree in high key, and that will give us some details to add to our collage. All right, so I have my high key image here. High key meaning that I overexposed the background because the sky was hazy and cloudy, and I wanted to make it pure white in camera, and that also brought out the details in the leaves. Now, I like to get a little more creative than this, and so I'm going to apply a little bit of a treatment to my image and make it look a little bit more vintage. So you can see the original here, and here is the one that's a little more of a vintage look. I just changed some color tones and added a background that was cream and just had fun with it. The sky's the limit for what you can do with these types of things, but in a collage, best practice would be to keep the theme consistent. So if I do this for one, I should probably do them for all of them in the whole collage. Otherwise, it looks very piecemeal. One of the secrets of collages is that you have simple color palettes. You don't want a lot of different colors going on because it looks way too busy. Think about the composition of the whole thing, and that's going to help you keep it simple and keep a unified look so that when I put it into my gallery, we can start to see something that'll come together and everything will have a similar palette and feel. So this is my first image. We've got 4 more to go. By the way, I do have an idea for what I want for this main image here, but we've got a long ways to go before we get there. And we're going to do it all in an hour. So this is definitely something you can do when you're pressed for time and you really want to do something creative. So let's take it to the next step. Okay, so I'm here at the Marlows and I'm looking for things that I can shoot in high key that have strong contrast and line and can be a focal point and larger part of my collage. Because in collages we have some bigger pieces and some smaller accent pieces, and they all need to work together. It's like having a chorus. Everybody's got a job and a role, but not everybody can be the lead singer. So this tree, for example, this spruce tree, we can shoot in high key as well. If I position myself correctly, those clouds, which are starting to part and we're getting some blue skies, but the right angle, I can start to shoot that high key and get a stronger subject. And we're just going to shoot the top half of the tree. Okay, I have my spruce tree. I've overexposed. I've let that sky go white and I've brought out the detail and the color of the subject. But I'm not done here. And yes, it's a very simple subject, the top half of a tree. Most photographers are probably looking at this right now and thinking, Lisa, you've got more in you than just the top half of a spruce tree. Yeah, I probably do. But again, when we're doing collages, it's not about every image being this breathtaking, award-winning calendar or magazine level photograph. It's about telling a story with the collage. And a lot of times your simplest images are going to be the ones that carry off that theme and that story. So today is about the forest in Alaska, and I'm going to be using this pine tree as one of my main images. What I've also done is I've taken that image and we are going to add a treatment to it. So I'm going to change the colors and the palette, and we're going to bring it so that it's more of that vintage style like what I had in the previous image of those leaves. And we're going to take it and put it in the gallery. Now, the fun thing about these galleries or these collages that you're putting together with your images is that you get to personalize it according to the things that are most meaningful to you or most memorable from your trip. So I've been picking some beautiful trees and things because I think it depicts so much of what Alaska is about, the beautiful spruce trees and the growth each spring. But I have to pick a moose because they're just adorable, and they're one of the things that I love about springtime in Alaska. And this moose is just a baby, and it happened to be right outside our lodge the other day. And so I'm going to add this to my composition, and we are going to make this a little bit more of a vintage look again. So if you can see, here is the original. And then I've just added a little bit more of a vintage tone. It's not necessarily true to real color. It's a little bit vintage. There's the original. There's the vintage version. And then we're going to add that to the collage. Okay, I've added this to our collage or our gallery, but there are a couple things to pay close attention to. You want this to be balanced. So for example, I put the moose on the lower right-hand side and the tree is in the center. Now the tree looks beautiful centered, but unless we have an image that's a little darker with a little heavier, stronger subject in the upper right-hand side, this may end up looking lopsided. So it's important for you to think about your collage in that way. And note as well, when I go out into the field, I have to be thinking in this collage about doing something with all vertical shots. So you may have some great things that are horizontals that aren't going to work here, or you need to rearrange your collage into an arrangement that will actually work for both verticals and horizontals together. The infinite combinations can be used. You just have to think about it carefully. And worst case scenario, you decide you can change your moose, and instead of putting it in the lower right-hand side, you can swap it for the tree or anything else. In this case, if the moose is most important to me, I've decided to change the layout, and we've put the moose in the middle. And it looks great, and it'll help keep a little bit more of a balanced look in this image, providing that we keep lighter, simpler images on the left side. In this case, I've photographed a simple pine tree, and I wanted to take the pine cones and focus on those. Those are a nice contrasting subject against a high-key background, again, using those clouds and all of that wonderful gray sky that's often frustrating for regular photography, but great for high-key photography. And I'm just going to take these details and include them in my gallery. You can see our gallery is coming together quite nicely. I've got on the upper right-hand side, the tree bending in a little bit, on the lower left-hand side, the tree bending in this way, and it just pulls your eye more towards the center. I've got a lighter subject here that's really nice and contrasty. I could put something over here that would be nice, or an abstract, or anything else. What I want to avoid, though, would be something really strong like this. We don't want another animal that's a pretty dominant subject. It should be an abstract, or maybe a simple landscape, something in the distance, clean, simple lines, and something that will add to this. It could be leaves, it could be ferns, anything that just ties together the theme, and then we're going to be using the same processing for that one as well. Okay, I have chosen this image because it's a little bit different from everything else. It has strong interest, but a simple color palette. And then I've added that vintage technique to it to just soften it and make it a little bit more painterly and old-fashioned. It reminds me of an old-fashioned cabin in the woods, and that's the look and feel that I've wanted, almost sketch-like. So we're going to use this as the final image in our collage. Okay, our collage is finished. And again, you can always swap them out if you decide something later on in your trip works out even better. You can mix and match and add to the combination or extend the combination with other images. The sky's the limit. And the main point about this is often you'll come back from a trip and you'll have a couple of really favorite shots. But if you want to tie all of it together, sometimes it's really nice to tell a story about the woods and then the animals and just tie in the simple color palette. And this is nice because the simple color palette doesn't compete with other things in the room, and it just keeps it simple and beautiful for the room. And all of these images, aside from the moose, were all images that I shot when there's nothing to shoot, as many people would say. They're simple images on gray days, just little details in the area. Nothing is award-winning in and of itself. And I feel funny saying that as a photographer because we're always trying to aspire to take incredible images. But I want you to realize that there's a time and a place for these simple images, and they can really work well in a collage or gallery for the home. It's a different kind of thought process than our traditional photography, but it can be so much fun. So I hope this was helpful for you. And then I'm going to show you how to do it with a different scene. So stay tuned. We're going to talk about that collage in a moment. All right, I'm here again on the Kenai River, and one of the things that I want you to be thinking about is shooting texture. So see the water behind me and how reflective it is? Capture that. Zoom in with a long lens and capture that. Or if I tip this up, look at the beautiful skies behind me. Take some of those gloomier skies and create some texture with it by photographing close-ups of those skies and the cloud patterns. We're going to use those textures in just a moment. We're still in Alaska, and if you only had an hour at the beach with some eagles and beautiful views, and you wanted to create a collage, I'm going to give you some tips on how to do it. Again, I'm not talking about having to need hours and hours and hours somewhere, but if you look at all the details and the main subjects, you can really create some beautiful stuff. So we're going to photograph eagles. We're also going to photograph textures, and we're going to photograph a few abstracts and things on the beach and create a beautiful collage. Okay, I'm in Alaska, and sometimes you really do have some fantastic moments like this high key image of an eagle landing. So high key means that it's very light and bright and typically a pure white background. This is done in camera if the conditions are just right. This is not a Photoshop cutout. So anyhow, I want to add some texture to this image and create more of an artistic vintage style image for the wall and for our collage. So the first thing I can do is I can add the texture from our sky that we created. And if I add that texture, I can take this image and I can take the opacity back a little bit. And I can even go in and change the blending mode. So the blending modes change the look of that layer and how it interacts with my image. So maybe I like linear burn, color burn, darker color. I think darker color looks really nice. So we can choose a darker color, and then we could go ahead and mask it if we want to. I'm not going to worry about that too much yet. But then what I'm going to do is show you how a texture would work on top of that. Now this texture is too strong at the moment, and that's okay. We're going to change it. But here is what that texture looks like normally. Here it is. So this second layer that I'm adding is a piece of rusty pipe that I photographed out on the beach. And so this pipe, this excerpt of the pipe that I photographed close up, is going to be our second texture. So again, I can leave it as normal and change the opacity back, or I can start to play with the blending modes. So I'm going to leave the opacity at about 64% right now and go in and see what the different blending modes do to my image, and then I can change the opacity up or down depending on what I like with the image. So I'm going to try to choose linear light and bring my opacity back to maybe 20%, 20 to 30%, see if I like that, and then change it again and just see if there's anything else that I'm missing that I might like more. But I'm thinking that's going to be that I want, the one I want, the linear light. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a mask and just going to pull out a little bit of the texture in and around the eagle. So I'm going to use a mask to do so, black paint, and we are just going to take out a little bit of that eagle. Now I can use black paint, but I don't want to do it at 100% opacity. I want to just remove a little bit of that layer at a time. So I'm changing my opacity down, pulling in some of the eagle and giving that look that I want. And if you don't like it, what's cool about a mask is you can change it to white and you can bring it all right back the way it was. So let's try with this layer. I'm just going to take that blending mode and leave it at linear light, but blend this back a little bit. And then take my cloud layer, blend the opacity, take that opacity back a little bit, and get a nice little blend of these two images. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to use my mask tool. I'm going to just pull out a little bit more on that eagle. We kind of almost have this woodsy, interesting painterly look in the background. So you can mix and match and stack these textures really nicely in your images. And I like to look for textures and photograph them when I'm out in the field and I don't have any action, because I can come back and use them years and years later and change them and change the color, change the opacity, change the texture. You've got all kinds of things you can do with these textures and then add them to my images and create a more vintage, beautiful look. And so that's one of the ways that you can use textures. So when you're somewhere and there's not anything immediately that you can see that comes to mind to shoot, start looking around for different details and textures and abstracts. So I captured this image on the beach, and what you're seeing with this lighter area is an area where water's already flown through the image, and it's left these rocks and this interesting smoother texture. So I let these little rivers show through at a diagonal. And if you look at the original image that I captured, it's very blue toned, and that's because it was shot on an overcast day. So I left that bottom layer the original bluish tone. I've duplicated the layer and warmed up this color, and then what I'm going to do, and you could leave it this way, but I am going to mask out some of the blue and have it show through. So I just added a mask. I've got my brush, I've got my black paint, and my opacity is set to about 28%. And I'm just going to bring back a little bit of that blue. And every time I click, it removes a little bit more of the warmer tone and replaces it with the bluer tone. Now, I'm doing this in a live video, so I'm not being as perfect as I might be if I was finishing the real piece, but you get the idea. And what this does is it brings in a little bit more of a warmer tone with the cooler tone and creates a little bit more unique look. Take my opacity back and just pull that through. And now we have the warm juxtaposed with the blue, and we've got our image. Now, why do I want to do this? Well, I have a vision in mind for this eagle where we're going to tie in the simple sepia color of the eagle with some warm and blue tones and create a really pretty composition for the room. So this is going to be my second image in my composite. This image is a close-up of a piece of driftwood. So this abstract image has some blue and sepia tones in it already, but I can actually bring that blue out a little bit more by just saturating the blue. There's multiple ways that I can do this. I could either grab my sponge tool and generically saturate the blue parts, or I could go in and pull out specific blue in the in either your Camera Raw or Lightroom or other tools where you just adjust blue tones. So I'm just saturating the blues in here a little bit more than they're already saturated. I'm leaving the browns alone, and then we're going to use this as part of our composite or our gallery. The reason why I want to do this is the blue and the browns complement each other. They're complementary colors, and we're going to tie in the same theme throughout the entire composite. My last image utilizes another simple abstract of driftwood, which is all found on the same beach that the eagle was flying on, and ties in the theme together. Now, because the eagle only has sepia and off-white colors in it, I need something to balance that. So this particular image has some of those same tones, but does not include the blue. So we have two images with warm tones in blue, and 2 images with just the sepia. And those arranged together make a really pretty look. It gives you a little bit of color, but not too much, and it's not so matchy-matchy. And while we're photographing the forest, take a look at this beautiful birch tree. It's got lots of lovely texture. It would be great for a macro with some of the fungus and lichen on it, as well as the texture and the pattern in the bark. Grab these shots. They make for some great detail work in our collages and help represent the place where you're actually taking these shots from. It's subtle, but it's beautiful, and it shows that you appreciate and attend to the details, not just the big grand landscapes or wildlife in the area. Photographing bark, both the birch bark that I just showed you, as well as some pine bark that was a little bit decayed and revealing some of the wood underneath, really creates beautiful texture and color. Now, the birch bark blends in nicely with the wall behind it, but it's still distinct enough because of the contrast that you get some background from image separation. Yet it's not too busy as far as the color palette goes. However, you can always mix and match these to your heart's content. We could take away the birch and we could add other colors of bark and get a completely different look. So the more you mix and match, the more fun it can be. So these are 3 simple ways that you can utilize stuff that's right around you when the wildlife isn't wild and the skies aren't beautiful and you're still looking for things to do. You can capture some really great things and make some great art out of it. All of these things I did in less than an hour. Simple to do, easy to find, and you can really have a lot of fun with it. I really hope this was helpful for you. I love creating art in inspiring ways with nature, and I hope this gives you some ideas for the future. Thanks so much for being a part of this session today, and I look forward to seeing you out in the field in the future. Have a wonderful day.
The B&H Optic Challenge Aerial Award, sponsored by B&H. With your judge, Paul Seibert. The winner will receive a B&H $500 gift card. And the winner is... Braids of Water by Kristen Wright. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
We would like to thank the OPTIC 2021 sponsors, which represent the state-of-the-art in imaging. From cameras to computers and everything in between you need to create world-class photo and video, the OPTIC sponsors represent the industry's best equipment and software manufacturers. George Tice has published more than 20 photography books, including such seminal classics as Fields of Peace, Patterson, Urban Landscapes, Seacoast, Maine, and Seldom Seen. Working exclusively in black and white, he is drawn to vestiges of American culture on the verge of extinction, from people in rural and small town communities to urban and suburban neighborhoods that are in decline. His prints are in more than 150 collections, including the Museum of Modern Art, the Getty Museum, the Newark Museum of Art, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. When we recorded George, he was getting ready for his latest show at the Farnsworth Museum alongside painter Andrew Wyeth. This was a bit of a family affair, as I graduated high school with his youngest daughter, Jennifer Tice. When we went to interview George, I asked if I could photograph him with my own 8x10 Deerdorf, the same camera that George owns and famously described as the ultimate photographic tool. I have to say, I was intimidated, but I did pass all of George's tests except one. My Manfrotto tripod didn't have wooden legs. Now, this afternoon that we spent reviewing prints, conducting the interview, and eating pizza with George and his daughters is a memory I will always treasure. And also, I must note, the next day I ordered a Burleback wooden tripod from B&H. Yes, it's true, George gear shamed me. I regard George as the eldest living father of the American landscape, and his passion for craftsmanship, detail, and honesty in his work places George at the apogee of the photographic pantheon alongside all of the greats. It is my honor to present to our OPTIC viewers, Finding Beauty, the life work of George Tice.
Well, I started with the developing pictures before taking. Well, I was just taking them with the baby Brownie, the $2.98 camera, and I bought a Kodak developing kit, and we were living in a trailer. I'd have to cover the windows up with blankets and loading reels with blanket over me, loading the reels. And my stepfather would come home and the trailer would be so hot and he'd start bitching and complaining, and so we never got along. Yeah, well, I was often sent to the principal's office. I would say something stupid in the classroom, so they would send me into the boys' room, and then I'd smoke a cigarette. The teacher would come and open the door. I'd smell the smoke, and then they'd send me to the principal's office. So the principal said to me one day, "George, what is it you would really like to do?" I probably said, "I want to be a great photographer." And I showed him some of my prints. And he said, "You know, at Tice Photo Shop, they have a camera club that meets once a week." So I went down and joined it, and I was the only boy. They were all men. There was no women. And I started putting my prints in the competition. Well, at the end of the year, I came out second place. The trophy is like a warrior holding a torch with my name engraved on it. And I quit school at 16. Let's see, I first was a darkroom assistant. And then I made some mistake. And the printer started yelling at me, and I started crying. And I left. So then I got a job with the Newark Evening News in the circulation department. And I did that, and I turned 17. And so I knew I had to join the Navy before I turned 18, because the difference was if you were 17 and you joined, you would get out the day before you're 21. So I was actually in 3 years and 5 months. I like the uniform. And then one night, we had a party for enlisted men. I even got a picture of us, the whole crowd there. And I got talking to this officer in charge, and I said, you know, I'm in the wrong business here. I'm really a photographer. So I didn't think he paid much attention to me, but the next morning I had orders report to the photo lab for on-the-job training. They had photography school, if you were a high school graduate, in Pensacola, Florida. After that, I did the test and I got a high school diploma. Got all the stuff out of my locker and moved to another barracks on the job training. So there was one guy there, he checked me out on the speed graphic camera. And then I was made the captain's, personal photographer for any job that involved the captain, I was sent on it. But I learned how to work the speed graphic. I could work it in the dark. And it had a little button on it where you'd get your focus. It would be two springs would light up and you'd turn the focusing knob until they became one. But just about everything was done with that speed graphic. Well, so after 2 years in Memphis, I wanted to have sea duty, so I requested sea duty. So I got a transfer to the USS Wasp, and the home port was Boston. And because I was a petty officer, I went from being a seaman apprentice to an airman to petty officer, third class, photographer's mate. They said the last plane left, that they were taking men aboard the ship. So they were just collecting them there. And we were all standing around the flight deck and everybody's big crowds there waving. They're pointing out there, oh, there he is, that kind of thing. And it was like, I just got on the ship, but these guys had been gone almost a year. But we went to Quebec, and I met a waitress there. She sent me, in French, the newspapers, the front page of newspapers with my picture of the Wasp explosion. Because it was my mother had them too. She didn't know for days if I was all right or not. We were about 300 miles out at sea. Greenland, near Greenland. Stike in contact with the Navy. They would like a print of that for the Museum of Modern Art's permanent collection. But he was an old Navy man. He was called captain. He wasn't a captain. Well, he was a captain. I guess he retired as an admiral. I went up there and I visited them. Saw my picture. I gave him one glossy and one on matte paper. So there I was in the Museum of Modern Art at 20. I got out a little before I was 21. Yeah, they contacted me. Would I like to print Steichen's work? I've forgotten her name right now, but she was Grace Mayer. She was part of that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer family. And she was very nice. And she's, what am I working on? Well, I'm photographing Patterson. It was just published. And she said, why don't you enter that in this Grand Prix in France? I said, okay. And then I won. I couldn't read the letter for a week till I found some people at Rutgers University Press who could read French. So I forgot, I think I got 5,000 francs. Well, while I was working, doing the home portraits, girl that worked in the office, she went to school with Lee Whitkin. And she met up with him on the street. And they started talking. And Lee Whitkin told her that he was thinking of opening up a gallery to show photography exclusively. And she said, oh, you got to meet George Tice, you know. So I did, and we searched all over New York for gallery space, and he took a space on East 60th Street, right by Bloomingdale's. But after that first show, he started selling them. Well, he started selling my prints before he had the gallery. So the first prints he sold were my prints, like $25 a print. But he was doing pretty good. He even made over $1 million and was in People magazine. And I was able to quit doing the home portraits, and I was making enough money to raise a family. Well, I'm always working on a book. And now I've had 24 books published. I might have had a dozen publishers along the way. Doubleday being the first one. I do it as 2-page spreads. So they're not in book form. You're looking at 2 pictures at a time. So you're turning the pages this way. And today I make a blur book. It never ends. It never ends. I mean, so the book I'm working on is life work. So I've done about 20 of these. I keep making changes. It's just a constant change. Even last night, I was making changes. Yeah, well, the book begins with, or near the beginning, it is the work I did on the Bowery. So this was the Kodak Pony. They made an 828 model and a 35 millimeter model. Somebody's given me 1 cent. Well, here it's 14. So I'd take a bus to New York or a train to New York. Most of the time I only took like 1 frame. It's better if you take at least 2 frames. So. That tree was taken here, Middletown. When Lee Whitkin died, Philippe de Montebello, who was the head of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, he purchased his print as like a tribute to Lee Whitkin. Well, in time it'll be gone. This is no longer standing. Lincoln Motel and Abe's Disco, downtown Newark. And this I took in, I started working on Lincoln in '81. It's one of the first pictures I took. This gave me the idea that I could make this a book project. I'm sure there's Lincoln Laundromat and Lincoln Liquors and all kinds of things named in honor of Lincoln. And I went around the country photographing Lincoln. Work on it for a few years. I got an offer to go to lead a group of photographers to Russia. And so there was about 30 people. And Cole Weston and I were the leaders, professional leaders. And this picture I took in Tallinn, Estonia. And I was with a woman, and we were walking around photographing, and she gave the kid a piece of gum, and he stuck it in his mouth. And just as this mailman rounded the corner here, and you know, they were told not to speak to strangers, not to Americans, and so he looked a bit nervous. And this I just put in too. This is Bodie, California, ghost town. This was in '65, I think. Yeah. So I only had a weekend there. That's aboard the Memphis Queen on the Mississippi River. And this is Kitty. Kitty got in touch with me. She had these pictures of her and Elvis, and she didn't have the negatives. So I copied them. And she became my girlfriend. And I had a set of the pictures, and for some reason I was trying to make room, and I got rid of them. But I was very interested in Elvis Presley. Pettit's Mobile Station with the water tower, which is my most famous picture. And I agree with that. That's my most, I mean, other pictures were before it. The oak tree came in with, when I took that, I made a 1620 and I took it into the Museum of Modern Art, showed it to John Tchaikovsky, and he bought it on the spot. You know, they didn't pay me on the spot, but I would bring Prince in several times. So he was very interested in the Patterson work. And then I had the show at the Met. You know, these things just happen. Like, I don't think I could go to the Met and say I'd like to have a one-man show. You know, they just have to happen. I mean, if in doubt about something, where to go, I'd go to Patterson. Well, I got an offer from the city of New York to do a poster. And that's when the song came out, New York, New York. So that's all they said it's going to have on the poster. The typography was New York, New York. They said, what would you like to do? So I said, I'd like to go up there and photograph from the top of the Chrysler building where Margaret Burke White did her photograph. So they took out an insurance policy. I had that in my pocket. I went, so if they found the body at the bottom, I was insured. But it's scary being out there. I was actually on a job doing photography for C-Train shipping. And they wanted me to get that early in the morning. So I had to climb a mountain to get the view of the C-Train building. But I kept looking over my shoulder as the sun began to rise. I saw this kind of like, it looks like a lobster's claw, and this looks like a pearl. I didn't go up there to do this, but this looks nothing like today, like 1971. There's all buildings in front of these buildings. And I think this was the ideal time to photograph the skyline of New York. I got an assignment to do significant American and Canadian banking architecture. The show opened at the Houston Museum of Fine Art. I think there was about 20 photographers. I was given Wall Street, which I felt was the choicest, and that was published as a book. Ansel Adams, I did a workshop with him in '73 and again in '83 in Yosemite. And Doubleday, who published the first Fields of Peace, sent him a copy of the book. And he wrote back a nice letter. And then when I did Artie Van Blarcom, I sent him that. And he wrote back a letter. He said, I don't think he's a very interesting guy. And he thought, he knows I'll do other things and better things in the future. And that depressed me. And that's De Boer. So we've remained friends. And this is a soft focus lens, not a filter. Well, I like working in the dark room. And the prints I make, I feel, are permanent as far as their lifetime. I don't know the permanence of digital. I think what I do, darkroom, is in danger of becoming obsolete. They won't make the materials, the chemistry. Well, you can make the chemistry by formula, but film and paper. I mean, it was always considered like this is a new art. It didn't have the history that the other arts had, but that it would, and it certainly. I'm in more than 150 museum collections, so that's and more museums have photography collections. I'm surprised places like the Guggenheim has a photography collection. And the Met, I mean, Stiglitz gifted some of his prints to the Met, and that started their collection. Well, getting the Newark Evening News and looking for it in the one-ad section, I never saw them say they wanted an artist photographer. So while doing babies and children throughout the week, I was doing my own personal photography on like weekends. And the time would never be the ideal time if I didn't do it at the same time. So my personal work became my major work. I was looking for beauty and I found it. Some of them are very unlikely places. The art motive is primary, but the documentary idea of this will disappear, the photograph will last.
This is our green vest. This is our conveyor belt. This is one of our photo experts. This is a brief history of B&H. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bellini and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H.
I'm not just going after big, wide, epic landscapes. I like to get little emotions on someone's face or a small little flower that's being hit by the light just right. My name's Tim Kellner. I make work for all sorts of commercial clients, and I also work on a lot of personal projects. A lot of them are travel related. For this project, working with the Nikon Z6 II, I wanted to explore some of these places that I've known from childhood all the way till my professional career now. For me, the color and tone of my films are very important, and so I set my picture profile to flat profile. I often like to do bluish or purplish tint or hue, and with this flat profile I can pretty easily grade towards whichever direction I want to go. For this shoot I used a variety of Nikkor Z lenses, and they all had a fairly consistent look, their sharpness and their character, what kind of bokeh they have. I really enjoyed using the 20mm 1.8. Even though it's so wide, it's not distorted, and it has f1.8, so you can still shoot some nice bokeh and in low light. Over the last few years, vibration reduction has become really important to me. I could go all the way to 200mm and still get this super steady shot even when I was handheld. A lot of times if you make something for fun and your heart is really in it, people can really feel that and see that. And I think that's why people have connected to my work on YouTube or Instagram or Vimeo. With social media and creators like me who are making their own personal projects, this is a great camera for being able to get high quality videos and photos, but have it in this small package that you can do everything yourself with.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
We have a 17mm, 24mm, 45mm.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
We at OPTIC are thrilled to introduce the youngest photographer to grace the main stage, Malike Sidibe. Now, don't let his young age fool you. 23-year-old Malike is an artist offering a surrealistic, dreamlike take on image making. After starting out as a menswear design major at the Fashion Institute of Technology, Malike discovered that he enjoyed taking pictures of apparel more than actually designing clothes. Now Malike's clients include the Met Museum, Time, and a growing list of new projects. Our B&H marketing team met Malike when he was enrolled in the SALT program, a photo initiative that B&H sponsors whose mission is to launch photography to youth in the impoverished inner cities. Malike is a high-energy creative photographer producing innovative portraits and images full of spirit, depth, and color. He has a great story to tell as well, one of homecoming and the power of photography to unite family. We invited Malike to tell his story and share his work so that a new young perspective can be introduced to the OPTIC ethos. Welcome Malike Sidibe, coming home to the OPTIC stage.
Hi, everyone. My name is Malike Sidibe. I am a West African, New York City-based photographer. I'm very excited to be here to be speaking to you guys and telling you a little bit about my story and where I come from and show you some of my work. Thank you to B&H for having me on this. I was born in the Ivory Coast, which is in West Africa. If you look closely on the map, it's right down below here. In 2000, my family and I migrated from Ivory Coast to Guinea, where I lived up until when I was 13 years old, and then we moved to America. It took me a little bit to learn the language, but once I got into it, things became pretty much easier from there. How did I get into photography? I got into photography, the first time I got exposed to photography was back in 2009. When my dad came to visit me in Africa for the first time. He had this travel camera that he would carry with him everywhere he would go and take photos with it. I remember seeing it for the first time when he first showed it to me. It was like the coolest thing ever. Then before he left Africa to come back to the States, he gave it to me for me to keep it. And I remember just kind of photographing anything that I could put my eyes on. I've kind of went through my archives and found some of the first images that I've ever taken. As you can see here, it's mostly my family and friends. And I've always been drawn into portraiture and telling people's story and capturing their personalities to a single portrait. Yeah, that's when I was first exposed to photography. When I first moved to America, I was mainly into fashion. I started taking classes at FIT where I learned how to sew and spent, I think, 3 years there up until I realized that making clothes wasn't what I really wanted to do. It wasn't really my true passion. That's when I started, that's when I started getting into styling. So I would go out, style people, and then I bought my first camera and then started styling my own models and going out to location scouts and grabbing people to, wherever I could take them and photograph them with their outfits. When did I realize photography is really what I wanted to do? In 2013, I joined a nonprofit organization called NYC SALT that helped underserved New York City kids get into college through photography. When I joined SALT, I pretty much didn't know how to use a camera. That helped me learn everything that I pretty much know about my camera right now, from ISO, depth of field, and composition. They would introduce me to other photographers and then introduce me to editor and give me feedbacks on my work. And it's when I really started to realize that photography is really what I wanted to do, that helped me kind of discover my voice and photography. And from there, I started literally carrying my camera everywhere I would go. I would photograph my friends. I would photograph random people on the subway. I would do street style photography, landscape, pretty much a little bit of everything. Every opportunity that I get to go out there to capture images, I would go for it. I have my camera with me literally anywhere you'd see me then, you'll see me with my camera. Back then I did a lot of street style, like photographing random things I would see. And I feel like that's when I really started realizing what style of photography that I wanted to do, from doing street style to even getting access to backstage and doing backstage fashion portraits of models getting ready or a guy eating at a Chinese restaurant. And then from there, I decided that I want to kind of take it up a notch. I wanted to kind of dive in a little bit deeper in photography. I wanted to experiment with colors. I wanted to experiment with studio and lights. I started reaching out to my friends. They're pretty much part of the process of me learning how to be a photographer, because I would bother my friends every day, like, hey, after school, do you want to go roam around the city with me, or do you want to come into the studio with me? Let's play around with some lights and create some photos. And here are a few images of some of my friends that I captured early on when I first started doing photography. Same thing with my family. I have thousands of images of my little brothers hanging out in my room. Sometimes I would take them out on the streets and do some portraits of them. It was a way for me to kind of spend time with them in a way. Even with my friends, they always knew that when we hang out, I'll have cameras out with me. As we're walking down the street, I see a cool color light, or like, for example, like this image of an ATM with the yellow lights coming in from the inside and also on the outside. I have my friend Nate stand by to get a portrait of him. But these are my older work, and my work has evolved a lot throughout the years. Currently, my work is more focused on fashion and portraiture, and I kind of use everything that I learned in the past to find my own style and find my own voice. And, you know, with all these years of experience that I've been practicing, I feel like it helped me kind of narrow my work down to where I see it. And most of these images that you see were all creative directed by myself, and scouted the models myself, and then even sometimes did the styling and the makeup. For example, this one image on the first image on this right here, it was a friend of mine. Her name was Amanda. I was like, I love your hair. Let's go to Coney Island. The way I lit this shot was with a mirror. I used the mirror as my source of light. I pretty much used it to bounce the sunlight, which kind of gave the highlight on the side of her face, and then kind of matched up her glasses with the sun so I could kind of get that light coming through the glasses. When I first started, I didn't really have access to the most fancy equipment, so I'll try to do everything in camera and using every tool that I could to kind of create my portraits. I went from there to kind of start experimenting with slow shutter speed studio portraits. Yeah, as you can tell here, my work definitely grew over the years. And now I've gotten the opportunity to work with several magazines that I only used to dream of working with. For example, this first two images were for my assignment for the New York Times Magazine. Last year, they did a big article about the great performers of 2020, and they got me to photograph Radha Bank and Sarah for this assignment. Even though the work is kind of different in a lot more ways, but there's still a little bit of continuality in my portrait style from the first portraits that I did back home onto what I'm doing now. I'm always interested into close up, and then a little bit of like, quarter up, and, a bunch of colors and things like that. I even most recently started doing a lot of personal projects. These two images on the right side are from my personal project titled Mami Wata. This personal project was all based around underwater photography. And the interesting part about this one is that I actually don't really know how to swim. So this was definitely an interesting one to work on. I grabbed a few friends when I was living in LA. I grabbed a few friends. I was like, hey, I've got a pool and I've got some lights, and I would like to photograph you for my personal project. Luckily, all the models that I worked with for this project, they all knew how to swim. So I had to kind of put myself on the, like not in the deep side of the pool, but like on the 3-foot size, where I will make sure like, I would just kind of go down and snap the photo and just come back out and breathe some air, because I can't swim at all. And I'm actually pretty afraid of water. Moving on to some of my most recent work, I've gotten the opportunity to work with brands like Nikon. This is one of my most recent projects that I did with Nikon. Last year, they reached out to me. They were like, hey, we have this new camera coming out called the Z6 II. but at the time I wasn't allowed to say anything about it. But we wanted to give you so you could go out and have some fun with it. They gave me full creative control, which was amazing because as a fashion photographer, it's kind of very rare for you to get an assignment where the clients would trust you enough to go out and create whatever you want. So I kind of took it back to how I used to do my shoots before. I reached out to some friends and some other friends who were stylists. I was like, hey, I have this cool project. If you guys want to help me out, let's totally do it. We rented out a cabin upstate New York, and then went out there for 2 days, and I did a location scouting, and then just went out during the day and created some amazing images that are now some of my favorite images. And this one on the right side, which is also in the studio, was also done up there. We used a garage of where we were staying at, and then just set up a backdrop there, and then just started shooting. When the pandemic started, I was in the same position as a lot of creatives out there. I wasn't sure what my life looked like since the pandemic started. I didn't really know what to do. I'm the kind of person who's not really used to being home 24/7. So it was definitely stressful. I remember waking up one day and just kind of very annoyed and very stressed out because I was not creating. I started thinking of ways to continue creating work and while I'm home, and try to find ways that I could still collaborate with my friends while we're both in our own comfort space. So I started reaching out to a few friends and started experimenting with FaceTime photography, which kind of led to magazines noticing it. And I shot these 2 images of Jasmine Sullivan for New Yorker magazine. This was all done through FaceTime. I found a way to kind of, I put the equipment list together that's under $50. Usually it's a iPhone tripod, which is usually $15 to $20, and like a construction light that you could get at Home Depot, or sometimes even a mirror. And I'll send it out to, I'll put the list together and send out to the subject, and then they'll find a way to get that, and I'll direct them through FaceTime and set up the light and or just the torch or something. And these images was of Jasmine Sullivan. And what I found very interesting is that when you're photographing people through FaceTime, they actually seem very comfortable compared to being in the studio. I'm one of those people that I get very shy in front of the camera. So playing around with this, I kind of saw people just being very comfortable and having that comfort. And I feel like, to me, when your subject is comfortable is what makes your photo, it is what give it the little touch. These images are also from my FaceTime series. I shot all 4 of these images through FaceTime. And again, same thing. I put an equipment list together under $50 and sent it out to Arsenio. And he had his assistant run out to Home Depot to grab them. And then I directed his assistant to set up the lights to where I wanted. For this one, we had a construction light, which was bright enough to kind of cast a shadow. And Arsenio wanted to be photographed around his drums. I have other images of him playing his drums, but I love this one of him with just the shadows in the back, because what we did was we put the light under the drums and kind of reflected the shadow of that, and also his shadow onto the wall. And I think it made the photo much more interesting than he was. And the next one on my friend Nate in black and white with his hair up. That one that we had a mirror that we used as we use a mirror as a source of light. I pretty much directed him to kind of have the sky in the background, so there's nothing distracting in the background, and then directed him to kind of place the mirror on his front steps that kind of, it would kind of cut his face into half. But I really love what he did there, and I feel like it kind of goes with his hair. And the last image on the right side is my friend in LA. That was actually my first FaceTime shoot ever. I reached out to her, and it was very quick. She was just like, she already had an iPhone tripod, which is installed. And then I asked her boyfriend to hold the mirror, which he put in this little makeup bag, this little plastic makeup bag that was yellow and the light shined through that. We pretty much used it as a gel, and you could see that big highlight on his face. A lot of people think that it was makeup, but it was actually light coming through the mirror. And I feel like that, this is one of those things where it's like, as creatives, when you're dealing with a time like the pandemic, you just kind of have to find different ways to stay creative. I did portraits of my mom and my brothers in my living room, and everyone that I was quarantining with, I pretty much have tons of photos of them throughout the pandemic, because it was the only way I could stay sane if I was just creating. But yeah, one of the cool things that I did this year was being able to go back home. Since moving to America in 2010, I have not had the chance to go back home up until March. I was lucky enough to get my passport in December, which kind of opened up the doors for me to be able to travel outside of the States. And the first thing I wanted to do was go back home to visit my family. And I'm going to share with you guys a video, a little reel from my trip, so you have an idea of how it went. I took the opportunity when I was home to document my family to photography through my pop-up portrait booth. Let me just give you guys an idea of how the whole trip kind of went. I was there for 2 weeks when I went back home, and I landed in Conakry, which is the capital city of Guinea. My country is a very tropical city, but it also gets very hot in the summer. And from Conakry, we went from Conakry to Cancan, which is where my mom grew up. And from Cancan, we went to the village in Camarena, which is where I did most of my photo work, where I documented my family the most, because I haven't been back in Camarena since pretty much when I was 11 years old, which was almost 13 years ago. And I had cousins and uncles that I haven't seen since I was a baby. They almost didn't know how I looked like. They never saw my hair like this before. And so going back there and reintroducing myself, and they were super excited. It almost felt like a holiday for them. They decided to put together a big welcoming party for me, where I got to set up my pop-up portrait booth and photograph my family. When I was traveling, I brought with me 4 Profoto B10s and a few modifiers, which made it possible for me to create these portraits, because it usually get very hot during the day that you wouldn't want to get a portrait of anyone under the hot sun. So for the pop-ups, I decided to find a an area that wasn't really too sunny and was just shady enough, so I could kind of get the background to kind of give you a sense of what the environment was like, but also give you enough light with my pro photos to light the subject so you see them clearly and you see the outfit that they were wearing and the instruments they were holding. These are a few images of the leaders of my village. I come from a family where I'm almost treated as like the king of the family. It's not really like a king or queen kind of thing, but it's more like the leader of the village, the people that kind of, you know, oversee the things. And so my family is really respected back home. So the whole town kind of came out and played some music and danced, and they brought me food, fresh fruits, literally anything I wanted, I just had to ask. And if I was hungry, the kids would run to the trees and grab me some fresh fruits, either mango or papaya or oranges. And it was just amazing. And I set up the portrait booth, and then everybody came out and had their portrait taken. They were playing music, people were dancing. These are some of the images from there. Elders also came out. They wanted to make sure that I have their photo, because me being in America for almost 13 years, most of my memories from back home almost felt like a dream. Like some of them I even wasn't really sure if it really happened or if it was just a dream that I had when I was younger. So going back and reliving those moments was very refreshing and very rewarding emotionally. My goal with these images is to be able to create a photo book and take it back there to the village and give it out to my family, because some of them has never seen a camera or have never seen a photo of themselves. In the village, there's rarely any cell service. So if you wanted to make a call, you have to drive by a nearby town to get a cell service and call whoever you want to call. And there's not really any like electricity at all. So I had to make sure that my pro photos were charged for the trip. I had extra batteries with me. Luckily, we were there for a few nights, and the battery lasted for that long, which was really awesome. And these guys are pretty much the ones that I grew up with when I was in the village. They were like back home on a regular sunny day. I'm just going to kind of paint a picture for you guys. Like, we'll wake up in the morning. My family owns a lot of cows. So the kids are usually the ones who are in charge of taking care of the cows. You wake up early in the morning and then go milk the cow to get some milk and bring it out to your family, and they'll use it for food and for breakfast. And then after that, you pretty much take the cow, like it's like a herd of cows. We have about 50 cows, I think, if I counted correctly. And we'll take them out into the wild and to the forest for the cows to eat. And when we're in the forest, we pretty much find our food while we're there. We don't really bring any food with us. We'll go climb trees or like go to a plantation and grab some fruits and eat them throughout the day. And but yeah, back to the pictures. Usually when they dress up in these outfits, it's usually for holidays. When there's a holiday happening, usually during Eid or the Tabaski, they'll bring out these characters that would dress up in these outfits and dance. And while the drummers will play drums and the hunters will come out, they will even dance as well. So when I went back there, like, this is a holiday for us, because it's been so long that me and my brother and like, you know, it's been so long that we've been back home. So they were super excited. So they put on a show for us to enjoy and be reminded of our culture. And these are some of the images with this. At this point, I kind of moved away from the pop-up a little bit. I just started grabbing the beauty dish with the pro photo and just kind of roaming around and capturing the scene and what was going on and people dancing. And these are some more images from the portrait booth. And that on the left side, that's my dad's brother. Yeah, I remember when I first saw him, I think you saw a little bit in the video, he started tearing up because it's been so long and he almost thought that we weren't never going to see each other. And honestly, it was the same for me. Being in America and seeing especially what was happening over the years, especially with immigration and things like that, I wasn't really sure if I'll ever have the opportunity to go back home. So this opportunity was definitely a very exciting and a very emotional one for me. So I also decided to experiment with a little bit of iPhone photography, especially since doing the FaceTime series during quarantine. It got me very used to taking photos on my iPhone. And especially now that you're able to shoot in RAW. When I was back there, I was like, I wanted to experiment with that and I wanted to document. And I know the kids will be so into the iPhones. They love having their portrait taken. Like they will literally come up to me and tap me and be like, hey, can you take our photo? Can you take our photo? So the only thing I pretty much had to do was direct them to find a corner or like somewhere that's interesting enough to pose them and photograph them. And they'll pretty much do the rest of it. They were very interesting. They were so comfortable to being in front of the camera. I wish I was like that. But it was just amazing. As a photographer, I feel like, you know, like seeing how excited people get when you photograph them, I feel like that's a rewarding part, you know, and just kind of seeing that people appreciate you taking their photo and like seeing how excited they get when you show them the images was always like the best part when I was photographing them, you know. Most of these images, I shot them in the portrait mode. The one in the center, the iPhone gives it this portrait mode that allows you to kind of blur out the background, make it white or black, depending on the depth of field. And I experiment with that, and I got some amazing photos of my cousins and the kids that were around our house. My process with these images is that I would shoot them in the RAW format on my iPhone, and then take them up into Lightroom and edit them on my Lightroom. And just kind of usually, you know, I didn't really do much to it, but it was more like adding some contrast and changing the color from color to black and white because they look more interesting in that way. And when I was doing the iPhone photography, I try to focus more on the close-up and kind of capturing their personality and like their hairstyle and their expressions and stuff like that. They would come to me in big groups like, hey, take our photos. So I would experiment with, you know, having them look down on the camera. And then they were all just laughing the whole time. Pretty much all I had to do was press the shutter. And then they'll be running around the house and playing their own games and things like that. A lot of time people always ask me, you know, how do you tell your story through photography? How did you get so good at portraiture? And how do you know what to photograph? And how do you know what story to tell? And one thing that I always tell them is that photography is a language, and just like any other language, the more you practice the language, the more you learn to speak in that language, and the more people will start to understand you. Just like any other language, when you first start to learn it, it's very hard to express yourself, and it's hard to get people to understand you. Even if you know exactly what you want to say, you might say it the way you think it is said, but people will not really get it. And the more you learn to practice it, the more you practice it, the more you put your mind to it and use it in your everyday life, the more you learn to express yourself, and the more people will start to understand you and understand your vision. And that's the same way with photography. The more you practice it, the more you utilize your camera, the more you learn how to use it. And thank you so much to B&H and Profoto for giving me the opportunity to be able to go back home and document my family, and for hooking me up with the best gear and again right now for me to be able to document, do this documentation. And yeah, thank you everyone. Have a good one.
The B&H OPTIC Challenge Shot on Film Award, sponsored by Pacific Image, with judging by Brent Eisler. Today's winner will take home a Pacific Image Power Film Scanner. And the winner is... Albany by Dale Lightfest. All winners will also receive a Wacom Intuos Bluetooth Creative Pen Tablet, a Lexar 128GB 2000 times SD memory card, and a Lexar 3-in-1 USB card reader. Congratulations!
would like to thank the OPTIC 2021 sponsors, which represent the state-of-the-art in imaging. From cameras to computers and everything in between you need to create world-class photo and video, the OPTIC sponsors represent the industry's best equipment and software manufacturers.